One last day, one last chance. Welcome everyone to the EGC Masters Summer. I'm Crickety here and joined today by the wonderful Whammon. How are you doing today, Whammon?
Hi, doing actually pretty well. I think for me, I was watching yesterday, but today I felt like we're going to get a lot more competitive games. And that's why I'm so excited to do day two. Day two for me feels like the day to watch these people fight it out because you have your clear top 8-ish, top 10-ish, but these other spots, these are the ones that I'm here for. And I'm so excited to actually see them live because as we will be casting, I will be watching those brackets with a hawk's eye to ensure that they are going through. So, yeah, I'm happy to be here. What about you, Crackety? Are you ready for another 6-hour series?
I'm very excited. I'm very excited because yesterday, of course, we had like our main favorites trying to like make it through, and of course they did make it through. Like the main favorites, I'm talking about like your Puppy Paw, your Wham, Vortex, Lucifron, B. The main names that we were thinking about. There was one very interesting set between CSO and Demu that CSO actually managed to win. So Demu today, he's going to have to give it his all in order to qualify for the main event. And you do want to qualify because even top 16 now gets a payout of at least $500. So definitely like a pretty big cash flow there if you just manage to qualify for the main event.
A lot of players don't do this full time, so for them, that's a nice little cash boost to have inside. And I think with EGC running these events so consistently, it makes things a lot easier. But guys, look at that. We have our first matchup. And Deniskya, I feel like is a player who comes out of the darkness and brings a lot of surprises a lot of the time. And yeah, I think he's going to have a pretty good day. I don't know much about GIF Music, though. Do you know anything about our player here?
Yeah, GIF Music, he's someone that I want to say like really improved within the last 1 or 2 seasons. And at the moment, I want to say like he is solidly positioned within the top. I don't even want to say 50. I want to say I can put him in the top 30 easily in the back of my mind because he has incredible performance time and time again on the ladder. And he hasn't really found great success in tournaments yet, just mainly because in tournaments you need a much larger civilization pool. But I think throughout the last month or two, he did manage to expand his civilization pool considerably. And now, I mean, we've already seen him just perform excellently yesterday, and I'm sure today is going to be no different. But he's up against a tough opponent. Deniskya also very strong. We see him stream all the time as well. He's up there on the ladder, grinding it out. And yeah, GIF Music versus Deniskya, that's definitely an exciting one to look at. And we're going to start off here on Dry Arabia with the Malians for GIF Music up against the Japanese from Deniskya. And well, Japanese, like Japan just in general, they have like really gained in popularity recently, not just on water maps where they already were popular on, but also on land maps.
And what I love about Japan right now is there's no straight path for these guys. You get to do a whole shenanigan of things. The one moment you're like, oh, remember the days when we had those mounted samurais just running into our bases, fast castle at the speed of light? Now, that's changed. It can be anything. We've seen Bugattis drive straight into your base after a mounted samurai situation. We've seen them just absolutely dominating in so many different ways. And I think that's why Japan is so popular right now, because a lot of the time when you play a civilization, you're kind of forced to play the one play style that is the best. But Malians also has 2 ways to go these days. So I feel like both of these, they are civilizations that we can see anything out of. And honestly, I'm here for it. I do want to see more Farimba because I've tried it myself and I have not been successful. So the more I see it, the more I get exposed. I'm hoping the skill gets absorbed through osmosis or something. But Japan, on the other hand, I feel like Deniskya definitely got the card. He's holding the cards for this one because Malians is so susceptible to that early game aggression. You don't give them a time to breathe.
Yeah, and Japan recently, more often than not, they will open up with the Dark Age barracks, whether it be to harass a little bit on those pit mines or whether it is to just lure in those deer early on. You just have a lot of use for those spearmen anyways, and the barracks you want gonna want eventually anyways, because you're Japan, you're gonna want to add that melee mosh pit, the Onabugeisha, the Spearman, the Samurai. At some point along the line, you're gonna want to add at least a couple of those units. So just getting that barracks in at the early game doesn't really like influence you that much. It's also very cheap, only 75 wood at the moment for Japan to build that early barracks. Very, very efficient. I just want to give a quick shout out to Jiv Music, because I just learned, well, actually, I learned 2 times how old he is. Yesterday, I got some fake information, some misinformation from Kyle. He told me Jiv Music is 50 years old. Now I heard he's just turned 18. So once again, we got like some very, very young players trying out Age of Empires 4, getting into the competitive scene, and honestly, like I'm here for it. Just the game overall being popular with like younger fellas as well. Like we got Louis MT, who's also very young. You got Jiv Music now, who's just 18. Other like really high quality players. We got Gully Deckle,
MSN,
we got
as
Dragovan, Amazon. Yeah, some really young players. And you know, typically RTS, it's like sort of the boomer type game, but apparently also very, very popular with the younger folks. So definitely something to look out for. If the boomers don't want to get overtaken by the young folks here, they're gonna have to give it their all. And yeah, I mean, game, just 1 minute left on the clock until we're able to start. You talked about the Marimba play, Whammon. I think that is something that probably fits Jiv's playstyle quite nicely. As Jiv Music, I play against him a couple of times on ladder, like every now and then when I do actually manage to boot up the game without disconnecting immediately. I do manage to get a game in here and there, and whenever I play against him, usually it's like this infantry mosh pit that he goes for, like just big infantry masses, and that's certainly something that Malians can accommodate here. Gonna be interesting to see how that holds up against Japan, though, because they similarly love to add in those infantry mosh pits, just mass Onabugeisha, Yumi archers recently also on the menu, and those high value mounted samurai. Man, when you see those guys charging in, there's really nothing that you want to have in their way.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the one to watch, but ladies and gentlemen, it looks like our countdown is ready. Well.
And here we go, game number 1 in the EGC Masters Summer. Last day of the qualifiers here, and we're watching Deniskya playing as the Japanese in the color blue up against Jiv Music in the color red, playing as the Malians here on Dry Arabia.
And it feels like we're already getting to see that Japan card we talked about. One of the cards is the barracks he whips out pretty early on. And we'll see if that's going to be simply a little bit of pressure to try and deny some of these houses, or if it's just going to be to get that very close gear pack across his base. Jiv Music here going for the standard opening too. We'll see if he's going to be surprised. Now the scout, definitely, I don't know if he actually saw that, but both of them scouting quite aggressively to see what the shenanigans is. It does look like he may have slipped a little peek there, and let's see if he reacts accordingly. Now, Karagadi, this is my question to you as well. What happens in the scenario? Oh, I was going to say what happens in the scenario if you spot it, but I think we have our answer here. Only 4 houses and a barrack.
Yeah, Jiv Music, he knows what is going on right now. He did spot that barracks out, so he's going to go for his own barracks here, not opting for the additional 2 houses. And Deniskya, it looks like he is very, very comfortable with just sticking it out in Dark Age for quite a long time here, as we do see him also grab Tawara. So an additional 50 gold invested there just to get that little bit more efficient gold gathering in as well. Not gold gathering, I'm sorry, the food gathering here from the berries. So doesn't even need to touch his sheep there early on at all. Kind of gives him like a little bit of that, I want to say, you also get like the sort of House of Lancaster effect there, where the House of Lancaster gather very, very quickly from their sheep, so Dark Age play is very efficient for them. And the Japanese in this situation definitely able to somewhat mirror that. We do get the barracks out now, and this is where it starts to get really tough, because you're not up against a normal spearman army here. Jiv Music with the Malians, he's going to have access to the Donzo. Does cost a little bit more wood to produce, but they are able to throw their spear with a ranged attack, and theoretically, if you just get 3-4 of them out, you can just put them on stand ground, and whenever that javelin throw comes off cooldown, they'll just automatically throw it at the closest target.
Now, that does have that little bit of a cooldown, and as we can see, Jiv's got it started a bit later. So now with the villager accompanying them, we know what's about to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be seeing a nice little tower rush. This guy is no stranger to putting down pressure. And Jiv now, we'll see if he's going to be able to respond to this. With that singular little Donzo, he does get a hit off. But now he just has to wait for it to be ready again. And the problem is there's already 4 spears on the field for this. So this is going to be a hard one to push back. He is aware of this, scouting that villager. No, he knows what's about to happen. So he will definitely be investing a little bit more into trying to stop this. We see another hit going off towards the spearman, but now they just have to wait their turn to throw another one.
The issue here, though, at the end of the day, is that outpost building speed has been nerfed numerous times in the past. At the moment, it takes a whole minute in order to get that outpost up, and we see it time and time again. Those Donzos, they are throwing their javelins out, and it's starting to get to the point where a significant amount of damage has already been done to those spearmen in a one-on-one engagement. They will now no longer fare too well here in Jiff Music. He's not too far behind the numbers, and he does have the defender's advantage. Now he's going to realize, okay, now I've got enough units out here. Now I can start pushing out, and he knows there's a villager nearby, and he wants to look for a Deniskya, though. Holding the villager back early is going to be able to deny that knowledge of where that villager went off to. But Whammon, I am not too sure about whether Deniskya can really back this Dark Age play up at the moment.
It feels like he's trying to get a little bit of trading done here his way, and now with Jiff expanding a little bit too far, or moving too far forward, he should be able to snipe that villager if he does get these on cooldown, but a spearman will be the first victim instead. He does send the boy a little bit deep, but it does look like one of these spearmen for Jiff Music he's going to survive, actually. Oh my goodness, Crackety, the micro is insane. But
yeah,
it does look like...
That's the main takeaway from the Donzos. Having +1 additional melee armor here means that they are able to survive that one crucial last hit that was needed there in order to take them down. Meaning that at the end, like Jiff Music, he's able to retain a significant amount of Donzos, and as long as he just keeps them back, they're always going to be able to still throw at their spears. And look at that. Another spearman just getting impaled there by the Donzo spear throw. Deniskya, he's doubling down. He is so doubling down. We're now seeing Samurai in queue as well.
And getting a samurai into the mix is definitely going to help his situation. The problem is just that samurai is very far away, and these Donzos are taking a pretty decent fight. He still has 7 spearmen, but not all of them are here. And it looks like they have a new victim, guys. The villager is now under siege, and those spears, they do fly. So that poor villager will most likely die.
Yeah, Tawara in though for Japanese, so the villager is going to be a little bit quicker than he would usually be, but it's not enough. 1.2 to 1.25 tiles per second movement speed. That villager will go down. So now Deniskya, he no longer really has any business sticking around in Dark Age, and we do see him now move out onto his own gold vein. Behind this though, like, the thing is, Jiff Music, the longer he stays in Dark Age, the better it is for him, because at the end of the day, this entire time, he's had a pit mine generating gold for him, so he's going to be going up now to Feudal Age with already like 300, maybe even 400 gold in the bank by the time he reaches it.
And getting that amount of gold is going to give him so many more options, yet again, because then you are just in such a good position to decide, hey, do I want to stay in feudal? Do I want upgrades? It's going to give him all the time he needs to actually control the pace of the game. We see him now still making Donzos in all of this. This guy, though, he has slowed down, but now with that singular samurai, this does become a lot harder of a fight for Jiff Music. Now he does pull back, and he looks like he is going to be able to get most of his spears out here alive, and with 3 more in the queue, he probably doesn't mind that either. Now he is going to hit Feudal Age a little bit earlier, which means these guys are going to get their upgrades pretty quickly as well. Now these houses do become quite expensive for Malians usually, because you pretty much early on in the game you struggle for wood, but he's got the wood set up. He's probably a pretty happy camper, and they get another sniper shot off, and almost another one after that as well.
Yeah, it looks like Deniskya is just content burning a couple of these houses here at the moment, the mud houses I like to call them. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised just looking at his wood bank, because he's now aging up with the Cornerstone house. He's already got almost 450 wood in the bank. I'm not exactly sure. It looks like there was a little bit of mismacroing going on there behind that. Jiff Music now following up here. He's going to be able to take down these spearmen, as I believe he already has the Ardent upgrade on his spearmen, so they're going to be significantly stronger here in these engagements, and Deniskya already was low on unit mass, so this is just a lead that Jiff Music is now able to continuously build on, just already having that superior unit mass. I'm wondering, at this point in time, maybe the best option here for Deniskya would be to just go into Yumi Archers, which he definitely can do, as he already has a pretty solid wood bank at this point in time. Also seeing the outpost now come up on the gold, so at least looks like like he should be able to get a decent amount of gold income in without being interrupted there. Already the first couple of cattle, no cattle ranch yet, but Jiff Music, with all the gold that he was able to gather up in Dark Age, that's going to be a nice boost to his economy very early on here.
That's going to be such a nice position to be in, just to ensure you can keep pumping out these units. Now, what I absolutely love here from Jiff Music, he's moving out towards Deniskya. Deniskya realizes this, but at the same time he builds that tower. And usually that tower would signify, hey, I'm going fast castle, what are you going to do about it? However, this is not one of those situations. This feels like a tower that you have to make because your goal is going to get denied if you don't get it up there. With that amount of donzos especially, they can just stand back and throw their sticks, and he respects this. But we do see the Yumis now in queue, and this is probably the best response he can make in this scenario. But I do feel a little worried for him, because now Jiff Music is just cow booming. We can see there's cows coming left and right, and they are finding a nice little comfortable spot to go and generate food. But with the amount that he has in gold, I would not be surprised if we don't get a Farimba this game. Or maybe it's one of those crazy situations where you have the Farimba and you have your whole cow eco set up, and then the pumping never stops.
Yeah, second pit mine now also coming in, so Jiff Music very much set up here. We can see he's already at almost 700 gold per minute here at this point in the game, so really easily able to just pump out a lot of these cattle now at this point in time. Deniskya, he's pumping out a lot of the Yumi archers, but it's an interesting dynamic, Whammon, when it comes to javelin throwers and Yumi archers, or in general archers. There is this point, like in a feudal age, where archers, they start trading out really poorly up against the javelin throwers, but then when you get up to a really large unit mass, they start to scale out even better and better. And in Castle Age, because of the way the upgrades work, because you're able to get +2 damage in from the Veterancy upgrade on the archers, and Veterancy on javelin throwers only gives you +1 pierce armor, suddenly in Castle Age, a big ball of archers trades a lot better against javelin throwers than they did in Feudal Age.
And it does look like that is exactly what he has in mind, right? He's getting that +1 upgrade, and this is just going to make it so much harder to be out here on the map. So Jiff Music did spawn here with the forward gold, which means he is going to, or the second one at least, he's definitely going to struggle getting this thing up. But it does feel like Deniskya is on a ticking time clock, right? Because he knows he needs to get damage done now, especially considering that Jiff got ahead with all that gold he was passively generating the whole time, and getting that one extra villager from the get-go. Now we do see he's already got 10 cows in their ranches, and soon 11 cows in the ranches, and that's just going to mean that this is going to skyrocket. We now see them having pretty equal food per minute, but as we know, that's going to mean a lot less villager investment on that compared to it from Japan. But now it does look like he wants to make a move here. He knows that this is a very sticky situation to not get damage done. The samurai, though, he can tank quite a bit of these.
Yeah, he's not really getting actively hit by the javelin throwers, because they know they want to be hitting on the Yumi archers here, not on the samurai. And Jiff Music, he's got to be really cautious here when it comes to which unit he really wants to engage on. We're seeing a stable now getting added in. Looks like Jiff, he was actually just thinking about potentially going for an age-up play in this situation. Does think about now, we're seeing a stables getting added in as well, more javelin throwers getting queued up. Honestly, at the moment, with the current army composition, Sofas could be quite good here for him, as they have been buffed up recently as well. They now do a significant amount of bonus damage compared to previously. They got a little bit more HP, I believe, and their base damage got buffed a bit as well. So at the moment, Sofas in Feudal Age, actually not too bad here.
I can imagine that sofas are going to be a pretty good way to deal with those Yumis, but with the amount of Bugattis here, I do think that this is something that a lot of players have not had enough experience with, understanding exactly how these trade out, especially when the numbers get pretty large. And from the amount of barracks I saw in his base, this feels like it could be a pretty large amount, and javelin throwers just don't cope with them that well. He's perfectly target firing those Yumis though, and this does feel quite tough to handle. The villagers now having to pull back, but he's not going to be starving. The Sofa now coming forward, he's going to be able to push these boys back, but the Yumis are going to be trying to kite backwards with the Bugattis just on their tails. We see a lot more coming in, though. More in queue, and Deniskya seems like he's going to be pretty happy here in the feudal age with this type of aggression. GIF music, though, we see him out here on the deer as well. A lot of investment there on the gold, too. So we'll see what the food sources look like for both of these players, because this front gold's getting shut down. We just don't know what the investment is going to look like here for GIF, but it does look like archers are being added, and archers being a very, very nice answer to this is going to be wonderful, especially when you get into the later stages of the game, if they can even get there.
Yeah, I like that GIF music right now. He's realized, okay, what kind of situation he is in, and he's just starting to mass up as many units as possible. He knows that he's got the better passive income at the moment. He was able to invest into the cattle. Right now, it's all about just massing up and not dying anytime soon. The question is, how long can he survive now under this pressure, as we do see Deniskya also starting to add in a ram. Geisha will not hold up that great when they're paired up against the Sofa. Sofa actually also do bonus damage up against melee units, so they not only take a little bit less damage thanks to having 2 melee armor in the feudal age, but they will also deal a little bit of bonus damage. Food income at the moment looking really solid for Deniskya, but it is a very temporary food source here. He does have the bonus upgrade on the berries as well, so he's getting the full gather speed that he can with the Japanese here in feudal age. But it's only gonna last for such a long time, right? Like, he's already on his second last berry patch now at the moment. He is now gonna dive, wants to take that pit mine down. Javelin throws don't do any bonus damage to the Geisha. And oh, GIF music, he has to be careful. He's gonna lose a couple of javelin throws, and these are relatively expensive losses here compared to the Geisha that he was able to take down. Yeah, Deniskya actually able to get a good amount of infrastructure damage here now at this point in time. Looking at the destruction value, it's fairly even. Army value also fairly even. But now, we do have the first raid coming out here from GIF, and he's looking for some villagers to snack on those berry patches.
And it does look like there's a secondary red dot coming from the top. I don't know if that's just going to be a scout, but he wants to attack from 2 sides. And this is definitely something we've seen in a lot of these games make a big difference. The moment they can overwhelm their opponent, but the Bugattis, Crackety, they're so fast! They're getting right on top of them so quickly, but now those outside food sources are not going to be easy to snack on for too long. More raids there at the top, but the fight here, the Bugattis are slicing away, and they're slicing pretty well, but the Sofas, like you said, they just stack up so well against them. Musafadi's in the mix as well now, and it does look like these boys are going to be quickly taken down. Now these archers running for their lives, and at the back, the Sofa is just eating everything he sees. Slice and dice, baby.
Yeah, multiple villagers did go down. Looks like reinforcements were able to deal with the Sofa harassing on the deer behind it all. Destruction value, honestly, at the end of the day here, Deniskya did manage to destroy more units than GIF was able to. The issue with that is Whammon, like we talked about, right? Like the cattle economy behind this, idle time forced as well. It all stacks up to just be a little bit more favorable at the end of the day here for GIF music. And yeah, I mean, at this point in time, 1,000 food per minute, that's very, very solid for the Malians here. And he's going to be able to get an additional 500 food per minute if he's just able to find that window into Castle Age now, which honestly, he's getting very close to be able to find that window, as he's already got like a fairly decent military size here, so pretty much able to match what Deniskya is doing. But you got to be so careful here, because Japanese, they just like to pump out so many units here. And if you're just a little bit too greedy, you can find yourself in a situation where you lose one fight because you get up greedy to the next age and you're not able to hold on. Another fight ensues now. We do have the Bannerman getting targeted first here.
It does look like these javelins are perfectly target firing the backline as they can, but every single time he moves, he has to shift click again and again and again. This is a very APM intensive fight, and it does look like he is doing some pretty good trades here, but the frontline samurais are doing a very good job at cleaning up these javelins. The problem with cleaning up those javelins is they're expensive, and he's going to struggle to replace those so quickly. The archers, though, doing some work, but the Yumis just feel like they're so much more cost-effective in this scenario. Now, only one Sofa here on the back line, and he's quickly getting picked off. We do see a Sofa there, red dot there on the western side, and he's most likely going to be sitting on some villagers too. Getting that idle time is so crucial in this, because you want your opponent to be able to be distracted, so you can actually get some damage done. Now the Yumis, they are retreating to safety, at least for now, but more archers being added for GIF.
Yeah. Wyman, I gotta say, I'm a little bit flabbergasted at the moment here. Deniskya, he's been doing really, really well here with the Yuumi archers, just getting so many out on the field. And as you said, like, he's trading out so much more efficiently here due to the lower cost time and time again. And now the samurai count is scaling so high. The expensive javelin throws now getting thrown away. GIF Music, I'm not sure if he just didn't realize that they were left behind, but now it's only archers for him. Sure, he's getting some raids in every now and then, but there's a large army in front of his base. 2,000 to almost 4,000 in the military value at the moment. And Deniskya, it looks like he's getting ready in order to start diving the economy now from GIF. And yeah, GIF, this is going to be very, very difficult. He did the archer switch, but the archers, they're not that effective up against the Yuumi archers. They're not that effective up against the samurai. And now Deniskya, he's in. He's going to start trying to find economy now to take down.
And that's the thing with those samurais, you just feel so much more confident actually taking a dive. The thing is, if he does not lose a lot of villagers here, this could be very good for GIF, but from the army numbers I can see, he is able to just target fire what he can, but the TC is not going to be enough. Deniskya is just doing so much damage to this. We see now even villager kills, and the Yuumi archers are looking for more. But aside from all the idle going through, Deniskya is also able to get his economy still running. We do see a big blue blob moving there to the top, so I am assuming that this man is still under pressure. And GIF, even though he is he's getting pushed, he's trying to do a damage along the way. They do spot out that secondary pit mine though, and that's going to mean that the gold will not be coming in as easily for him too once this does get collapsed on. And it looks like the whole army will be rotating here, but now with these samurais, it just doesn't feel like GIF has anything in his arsenal that he can use to actually shut this down. Because yes, he's got farms, he's got a few things set up here at the back for himself, but even if he gets the Grand Fulaniku roll up, he needs time to have the units to take this down. Now, more sofas coming in, and they will be getting some victims.
Yeah, looks like he found the villagers there out on the board. No outpost to protect them. Deniskya, he has to go out on the map in order to gather up more and more resources as the ones in his base are starting to dry up. Does have that cursed storehouse for a nice farm transition. Reinforcements able to protect those villagers here. Some will still go down. And now the age up with the Grand Fulani Corral. 20 cattle already in now at this point in time, so there's going to be a lot of food income now coming in. Still, 55 to 27 military units. The upgrades, Wyman, it's going to be all about the upgrades, but this is where Malians start like seeing a lot more civilization bonuses coming in here for them, as the veterancy upgrade for the Malians only costs half price and also come in twice as fast as they do for other civilizations. So getting that veterancy on the archers is not that expensive at all. Veterancy on the sofas now also coming in. Sure, it's not imported armor, but still, it's a very, very decent stat boost here. And I mean, at the end of the day, these units, the sofas, they're very food heavy, but food is something that he is going to have in abundance now, thanks to the cattle. And Deniskya, he knows what's going on. He knows that he now has to dive. He needs to win the game here now. But the veterancy on the archer is already in. They're going to trade so much more effectively against the samurai now. Deniskya, he's going to have to be really, really careful here.
It does feel so tough in this position for this guy because he is sitting here and he knows this is a ticking time bomb. He waited a few seconds, but that few seconds could maybe be the end of him. It does look like the army numbers are looking pretty good here for this guy still, and he's still making units. You guys can see he's not floating any resources thinking about castle himself. He's just trying to do damage right now. The thing is, the samurais are getting under the TC, and yes, they will be able to trade pretty effectively against the archers. But there's a huge blob of economy to the right that Deniskya can pretty much pick up quickly. The thing is, it doesn't look like he's rotating fully there, but we do see some alarm bells going off on every single side. Now Yuumi's trying to get a few villagers, but
that's
even
a lot.
If he loses, that's a lot of villagers. But even if he loses a few here, Malians as a civilization, they usually don't mind sacrificing a few to get that cow economy up and booming. The problem is that was more than a few so far. And these samurais are not going down. The archers, even though there's a lot of them, and yes, they have their veterancy, they're still struggling.
Yeah, GIF has trouble when it comes to accessing gold at the moment, solely relying on the passive gold from one pit mine and his feudal age landmark. Now, most importantly, he did get the veterancy upgrade in on his archers, so they're actually able to take down the samurai with relative ease at this point in time. And behind this, as soon as he starts clearing out this military, as soon as he starts getting the gold X's, he's going to be able to start pumping out more and more of the Sofa. Deniskya behind this now. Looks like he is going to be able to find his own age-up timing behind this now. But, whammon. Villager count even at Malians with 20 cattle now at this point in the game. Sure, Floating Gate is a great landmark, but you can't really compare it to mass cattle economy with the Grand Filani Corral here at the moment. Jiff Music, he's got great food income. He was idled out a ton, but he's got the more premium army composition at the moment with the Sofa and the Archers, both with veterancy status. Deniskya still in feudal age. He's gonna really have to brace himself here now for the timing from this next wave from Jiff, and honestly, this is gonna be incredibly tough. A lot of villagers from the farms are working right now, trying to get that Floating Gate up, but the standing army, it's just not there, whammon.
It feels like he sacrificed so much trying to get those few villager kills that it is now going to show a very tough position here for Japan. Deniskya, though, he has a lot of resources in the bank, and he's hoping that those mounted samurais that he can possibly push out now will make a huge impact, because we see nothing in the queue until now. The moment he hits it, he does get the Yumi upgrade. More Yumis in queue, and the mounted samurais are up next. The problem is those Sofas are chunky, and they're looking for a good fight, though. The DC will be hitting back, but it is not a lot of hits that will be spewed at the same time, and there's a lot of archers that can help in this too. So this is a very tough fight. He can clean up this army so quickly, and those mounted samurais, they will trade effectively, but the damage, I feel like, has been done. The majority of his army that he had left is already gone. And now those archers, you can see, they are just kiting and fighting.
Yeah, and behind this, the most important aspect probably is that Deniskya, he was very much reliant on the food resources out on the map. Now with the Sofa, a mobile raiding unit out on the map, he can no longer safely gather up resources here. And we can see he had villagers at the bottom there, side there on the gold. He is going to have to pull all of those away now. But I think the forge is still there. So Jiff Music, he's going to realize, okay, people were here. Where could they have gone?
And he doesn't look like someone who will just stand there and look at corpses. He does send units on every corner of the map. We can see he has a lot of red dots absolutely everywhere. He has presence on every side of the map, and even though the villagers are all the way on the other side now trying to gather gold, this is again a very scary dive. Yes, the TC should be able to help clean up most things here, but there are so many villagers falling, 25 dead villagers now. And Deniskya, even though he looked okay for a while, it just doesn't look like he can clean this up. Because behind this, you guys can see those straight lines of dots. They are coming to reinforce, and they are going to come and destroy more idle villagers and more dead ones. 29 now dead.
Deniskya, he just doesn't have any more active food gathering now at this point in time, and that means that the production, it's starting to stall out, only being able to create these very, very cheap Yumi Archers, but Yumi Archers are not going to be the unit that will save him here at the end. Can we take a look at these so far? Earlier they didn't have imported armor. I'm not sure if he's gotten it in between on Jiff Music side. They still do not have imported armor, but once that comes in, the Yumi Archers won't do any damage against them anymore whatsoever. They'll just tickle them. And yeah, I mean, Jiff behind us still with the great food economy. He's got 10 times the food income at the moment that Deniskya has.
Oh, and that's such a tough spot to be in as Japan. You're used to having all those free farms. It's a very nice position, usually. But Malians, they have a new definition of a food economy, and most civilizations will not match up against that. And you can see now, this is going to be close to 50 archers soon enough on this map. So far, they are barely going to need to do any work. All they need to do is tank a little bit on the front, and they will be able to face tank that TC without breaking a sweat. But just like Jiff Music fashion, he's sending a few Sofas to go and find any stray villagers. The gold here, though, this is very unpredictable, I would say, but he knows those Sofas need to find the boys that are gathering resources, because they are not coming out of thin air.
Yeah, Jiff Music must realize that at this point, okay, my opponent, he's not on the gold here, he's not on the gold there. He is still making gold-heavy units, though, with the Mounted Samurai. Where is he getting the gold from? We do see just individual units here and there scouting around all the individual gold mines at the top. He has not yet scouted the one at the bottom, the large gold vein that Deniskya is actually on. We do see all the unique upgrades for the Malians also coming in now behind this, so we are getting imported armor in. That's going to be +2 melee armor and +2 ranged armor for the Sofa, meaning that they will take significantly less damage, not just from the Yumi archers, but also from the outpost fire, from the TC fire. Any garrisoned units there will not do as much damage to them anymore. But most importantly, we are getting poison arrows in now. At that point in time, once poison arrow hits, the archers from Jiff Music, from the Malians, actually will be able to deal significant damage even to armored units. The armored units that are typically meant to counter out the archers, they will die. They will die very, very quickly. It's a lot of single target damage if you focus down with it. And yeah, it just stacks up so quickly. And the ticking damage can be tremendous. Like, you think, okay, maybe I'm able to pull back a weak unit just in time for that unit to survive, maybe heal it up later with a religious unit and it'll be good to go again. But no, the poison damage, that's typically a thing that's going to end up killing the unit. And with so many archers, that's going to be a lot of overkill, which you don't necessarily mind up against Mounted Samurai.
Now the problem is there's not a lot of Mounted Samurais when we compare the two. This TC fires, but it doesn't fire hard enough to take down that front line. We see now the Mounted Samurais, they were not in position to actually tank for some of these. There are a few in the mix, and a few of them do go around, but just like you said, those poison arrows are going right through those Mounted Samurais. Look at them just melting on the sidelines, and these poor little Yumis, they are trying their best against the Sofas, but they take about 6 years to kill those guys. Now the Sofas at the back line, they're trying to take down the Mounted Samurais, and they do a pretty good job at that. Now the Rams cleaning up some of these farms, even though some of these were free farms, it's just going to cripple that economy even more, because you guys can see behind this 1,500 food per minute on the Malians, and on Deniskya's side, he is struggling. 400 food per minute now, with all those villagers being idle inside the TC. He's probably going to be looking at, what am I going to do for the next game?
Exactly, and GG comes in. Jiff Music able to win game number 1 here on Dry Arabia. Looking at the economy stats, we can just tell, okay, yeah, that's Malian food economy right there. We can take a look at the bottom right graph. We do have that economy count where we do see just how many cattle have been added in. So it's a little bit hidden when you just look at the villager count, just how many villagers, how much effective economy Malian actually has. We will have to take a look at the cattle count there as well. And that just shows that, yeah, there was a significant advantage when it came to the economy here from Jiff Music, and in the end also just able to kill so many villagers, cause so much idle time there, pulling ahead in the economy. It looked dicey for him, I want to say, during the transition to Castle Age. I think maybe if Deniskya had like a second ram there and just focused on the cattle ranches, he could have done significantly more damage there. Or with Yumi archers, just ignore your opponent's archers. Your Yumi archers are quite fast. Just look for villagers with the main army and just try and get as many villager kills in as possible. There weren't really a lot of answers to rams there. There weren't that many Sofas. So I think just that in combination with trying to take down the cattle could have done significantly more damage. I think Deniskya, he just got too hung up on trying to actually kill the army from the Malians. But typically, Mali, they just remass so quickly. It doesn't really matter if you kill up the army, you need to kill the cattle.
The problem is that tower rush, it snowballed from there, right? Because that just forced a lot of suboptimal reactions, and he felt the pressure on him, just knowing that Malians will snowball and take down most things. But Crackety, I see there on our little screen that we have a Rus versus China matchup for the next one. And that's going to be, I think, a very interesting thing to play against, especially on a map like Caramel, where things tend to get a little spicy when your resources are so open to raiding. We saw both of these players having a little bit of a weakness there in terms of, am I susceptible to raids? How susceptible am I? Am I susceptible to overcommitments? And maybe that Caramel is the map for that, especially with China, Rus. Now, Rus is a civilization that does pretty well on Caramel, but at the same time, China doesn't mind either. Pro scouts coming out at the speed of light. I mean, this is probably just going to be a battle of who gets the most deer.
Yeah, on this map especially, like China and Rus, they're typically mostly favored, not just because of all the deer that are out there, because there are a lot, and you are going to want to get them up with the Pro Scout, just too many to ignore, but most importantly, you only have like small golds around your base. There's only one large gold vein in the middle of the map, so these two civilizations that are able to generate a lot of passive gold through hunting cabins, through the high trade house, through the taxes, that is where they can flourish and whammon. It's about time that we are going into our second game. And it is a best of three, so this is the match point now for GIF Music. And we'll be diving right in to game number 2 between Deniskya and GIF Music here on Carmel, Chinese up against Rus.
Now, we are not expecting any crazy shenanigans this early in the game. Both of these civilizations love having their standard starts. So, double hunting cabin coming on out. And Crackety, yesterday I actually asked Beastie, what is this matchup like? Does Rus beat China or the other way around? Because obviously at my rank, we don't know the real answers to these. But I was very surprised to hear that Rus actually does pretty well against him. Has this been your experience as well? Or how do you favor this matchup?
Honestly, I think for the most part, it is, in my opinion, in my experience, pretty even between the two civilizations. I want to say Rus has a pretty strong timing advantage for like the first 25 minutes, just because it will take, like, even with the crazy amount of deer on this map, eventually you're gonna have to move out on the map or you're gonna have to do a farm transition. It's just that the farm transition is going to come in at like 25 minutes for China. For Rus, that's going to be more like 30 minutes, 35 minutes, just because they have all of that passive income from the high trade house, all of these deer that are getting spawned there for free. China, though, they also just manage to scale better after that if they are able to get to Song Dynasty at a good enough timing, if they're able to get some walls up on this map, which can be difficult just because of its open nature. But if you're able to get some walls up and if you're able to just make the right units, take the right kinds of fights here, it is a tough one. It is a tough one either way. I think Rus, they definitely got the tempo advantage, but if you're able to just hold out, I think China, after 30 minutes, which is a very long time, but after 30 minutes, I think China can do it. Before that, yeah, definitely an advantage for Rus, I want to say.
Now, I do think that also depends on these openings, though. And Jeff going for that second scout, it definitely sets the pace for the game, because that's just one load of sheep that arrived here now. We see the second load about to arrive. 27 sheep. Now, Crackety,
that's insane.
You said they would need to move out on the map. I feel like Rus might have that problem a little bit more than China, because we can see he has almost no sheep. And this is actually pretty wild to see it. China going for 2 scouts. We usually see this now and again, but knowing that your whole point is to deny your opponent from food, it's such a power move. And honestly, GIF has now just set the pace for the game, because most of the time when we see Rus, we know that Rus is going to be snacking on a lot of sheep, but GIF Music knows that too, and he said, nah brah, not today. Gets both optimal routes for scouting, and definitely gets out ahead here. So this is going to mean, I think, that Deniskya is just not going to have that usual pump that we do see from the Rus at this stage of the game.
I'm not too sure about that, mainly because sheep, they're not the most important resource early on for the Rus, especially in this map, as you do start off with a small deer camp right next to your base. That's already 1,000 food right there. Yeah. But what I do think, the big difference here that this makes at the end of the day will be that I talked about earlier how Rus, they got to do their farm transition like 30, 35 minutes into the game, and China's got to do it like 25 minutes into the game. Now I think it's going to be a lot more even, if not even a little bit China favored, just because like 27 sheep, 5,400 food, that's a pretty solid amount to have here, especially since it's not just you gaining sheep, it's also just taking them away from your opponent. So that's a pretty big delta difference there now between the available food resource there. You still want to ultimately get to the deer as quickly as possible, just because deer are just a tremendously better food source there. You're not just gathering like a baseline, I want to say like 20-25% faster, but with survival techniques boost that up to like 40-45%, and it's just much higher value resource for you early on.
And you can see Jeff is already ahead of this, making sure that he goes and kills every single deer on his opponent's side of the map. He's like, if you want these, I'm going to do exactly what I did to the sheep. I'm going to make your life a lot harder. goes and kills as many as he can, which means he's going to need to go and manually right-click every single group there and make sure that he doesn't make mistakes alongside it. Now, we do see the 5th scout already being built, so pro scouts coming in hot, and we'll see if Jif Music also invests in a little bit more to get that up and running. But it doesn't feel like he's going for anything like that, Crackety. It looks like we're getting Fast Castle from China, and that was not on my Caramel bingo card. Is it? No, never mind. Song Dynasty. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Barbican, though, interesting choice here.
Yeah, very interesting.
That was, again, not on my bingo card at all, because usually with Song Dynasty, we see it, but a little bit later into the game, because a lot of the time it's all about just denying as many deer as possible, and getting ahead a villager or two in the early game usually doesn't feel worth giving up all that food.
It's not just a couple of villagers, though, because typically we can compare it to the French bonus, but the Chinese bonus is just immediately so much stronger there. Instead of one villager every 20 seconds, you get a villager out every 15 seconds, so the villager benefit is actually a lot quicker. Basically, every minute you're getting an additional villager in, and that means in 5 minutes it's going to be 5 villagers, in 6 minutes, 6, 7, 7, and so on and so forth. It can ramp up quite drastically, but not having access to the deer here, I mean, I like the amount of sheep that Jif Music has been able to find. I'm just wondering what he's going to do with it, because Deniskya, behind this, his castle age is going to be on the menu fairly soon. Like, he's getting there very, very rapidly. Jif Music kind of delayed himself a little bit here now with this Song Dynasty play and didn't go for his own pro scout at all. And with only 2 scouts, he is not going to be able to deny the pro scout pretty much at all.
It definitely looks like he's trying, but every little bit of micro he does is just negated by the fact that Deniskya is so comfortable with this. As you can see now, he's ready to click this up. Just a little bit more gold needs to trickle in, but these boys are really happy to bring the deer back home. It does feel like, you know, those little dogs that usually try to bite your ankles? That's what these scouts are doing right now. And you do want to walk after and be like, hey, get off my feet. But no, unfortunately, they do get distracted, but there's enough food under the TC at least to keep him going. High trade house now being built. We're going to be seeing how nice that one is going to look. But I would love to see what Jif goes for in Castle. What answer does he have in Castle with the food that is a ticking time bomb? Or could we potentially see a pro scouts in Castle?
I mean, could be. He's now going for the astronomical clock tower. Honestly, I think that's not the wisest choice, mainly because of the way this map is laid out. It is a very, very open map. You're very susceptible to raids, potentially. So just having access to the Imperial Palace and being able to know where your opponent is at any one point in time around your base, where the raids are coming from, it just gives you a lot more ability to answer the attacks from your opponent. And now Deniskya actually able to reach the age up first, even though Jif Music did not go for the pro scouts, did go for the Song Dynasty instead. I'm not sure how he feels about his position now at the moment. He is starting to gather up a lot of wood. We don't have a production building yet. We'll be getting one in shortly. Question is, which one is it gonna be? Because like he's about to be under attack from the Cav Archers, and yeah, it is going to be a stable. Well, there's just some units in the game where I think we can all agree on there is a counter on paper. In practice, it's not countering as much as it should.
Yes. And I completely experienced this yesterday as well in a few of my ranked games, because I've been pumping out Roost nonstop. When people get their horseman army to try and counter me, it feels so good when you get to outkite them. And that's exactly what we get served here today. Horsemen against horse archers. Now, like you said, on paper, it sounds great. The problem is just, horsemen are 100 food per one. And you need a lot of them to actually deal with a big army of horse archers. I just don't feel like he has, and even though he has a ton of sheep there, it just doesn't feel like it matches up 1-to-1. Now he's getting his blacksmith as well, but behind this guy is just pro scouting. He's living his best life. He's bringing food nonstop. He's not even thinking about running out of food. He's just going to make a ton of horse archers. And Jiff Music is going to be in a little bit of danger when that does start to happen. Now, the Barbican with the Song Dynasty and everything, this is great, right? But with those horse archers, if he does start to get on those exposed little villages, he's going to have a very tough time. Now, China does have this beautiful ability of staying in their base for quite a while, but there are some openings where these horse archers will flourish. But we do see those numbers increasing now. The thing is just, again, those sheep, they are decreasing just as fast.
Yeah, very rapidly. Jiff Music is going to find himself without any more sheep underneath his mill. Does still have a couple of deer there, so Observer shows, also the berries. But after that, he's going to have to move out onto the map or get pro scouts in. And I mean, as he said, Deniskya, he's been happily pro scouting behind this the entire time with 5 scouts. That's a lot of food income there for him. Jiff Music at the moment, he does have double Pierce Armor Blacksmith upgrades. Deniskya does not have any of those yet. And so we might see an engagement that could actually start off quite favorable here for Jiff Music. Deniskya is going to have to back off for the time being. We did manage to at least get a nice little buff recently with the Horsemen, where they do now actually attack significantly faster. So actually a good amount of Horse Archers are going to go down here. Deniskya not having that crucial mass here, that critical mass in order to start really doing significant damage to these horsemen. Doesn't have any Pierce Armor upgrades right now as well. And yeah, Jiff Music, he's just diving past. He's diving past the TC. He just wants to get as many of these Cav Archers down as possible. Maybe even kill some villagers. But honestly, now he's a little bit overstepping his boundaries here. And yeah, Deniskya, he's just going to shut these couple remaining horsemen down now.
It was a pretty good pickup by just running into the horse archers, picking off a few, but now losing all of your horsemen. When we can take a look at those sheep again, and ladies and gentlemen, you asked me what sheep exactly. So now all of those horsemen, they are not replaceable. Like Deniskya can just replace those horse archers. And yes, he wasn't able to get that critical mass there, but he's like, oh yeah, I should probably be careful about these bad boys, and he's just going to be able to remax them from here on out. So Jiff Music now, he does get Jugunu upgrades. So are we going to be seeing a proper Jugunu switch here? It just doesn't feel like he has the income to sustain these for too long, but that's a lot of horsemen still.
Jugunu honestly are quite great up against the cavalry archers. They're actually a good bit better than normal archers up against them. Just because archers, they don't do any bonus damage, neither do Jugunu, but they just deal great with any unarmored units baseline. So those are definitely going to be fights that the Jugunu will want to take. However, the issue behind that is, Wham, the Jugunu, they're just the complete opposite of the Cav Archers. While the Cav Archer is incredibly mobile, the Jugunu, he's 1.12 turns per second. He does not want to run.
And you can see what Deniskya is getting behind this. There's a little upgrade coming on in, and I believe those are going to be knights. And with the Jugunu switch, those knights are going to love their lives just getting on top of them. Now, with the horseman again, he's diving a little bit deep to try and get a few of these horse archers. So again, a very expensive dive. Every single time you take a little bit of damage, this is going to start adding up. He does try to get a villager or two as well, but these guys are barely poking, and now them taking a bunch more fire from the arrows. This is going to be so hard to replace. Again, overstepping a bit, not getting a single villager going down, actually. So he does get one Vil kill, and that's pretty great, considering you are China, you're already ahead with your Vils. But the problem is your food is out. And 650? That feels very little when you're trying to amass an army right now.
Exactly. Luckily, at least, Jugunu are not that food expensive, so Jiff Music, he's going to be able to get quite a few of them out, but Knights are starting to ramp up now as well, and the most important upgrade is coming in here behind all of this. We are getting Boya's Fortitude, not just for the Knights, not just for the Scouts, not just for the Warrior Monks, but most importantly, the Cav Archers as well. Plus 25 health on each and every single one of them. Means that they are going to be significantly more tanky. A very tanky backline now for Deniskya. And it is 14 minutes into the game, Whammon. And we're just now seeing Pro Scouts getting clicked for Jiff Music. Honestly, most of the deer are already gone. There are some left here and there. He is starting to get an outpost up, actually, on one of his deer camps, just in order to protect that for a little while longer. Jugunu now also coming in order to support. Does only have Pierce Damage 1 upgrade at this point in time. So, yeah, they're not going to do too much damage up against the Knights. Actually, I want to say about Deniskya, he doesn't have any Pierce armor upgrades. So at the moment, Jugunu, probably are going to get their best fight. They're not going on the Knight, though. They're immediately trying to focus fire in on the Cav Archers. Kind of a shame when the Knights at the moment actually do more damage, and because of the missing armor upgrades, would actually be an easier pickoff for him.
Now, he is just trying to get some of these units to back off, but with that, Nest of Bees, it does help him out. Now, those 2 towers on the boar is definitely going to make it a lot easier to be out here and get some food. But like you said, it protects that deer pack as well, and he should be able to go and pick up a few of these deer. Now, the problem is, though, he only has 3 scouts, and this is going to be a very, very slow trickle for him. And the problem is, with 9 knights on the field, 2 little towers are not going to be defending him for too long. The boar, though, looking juicy as always. These guys are going to have a really good time just getting a little bit of food back to the base. Now, the problem is just look at all those knights. They, like I said, Crackly, these guys don't care. And they're just going to charge right on top, which is going to mean idle time, deaths, and despair.
4 villagers just dying pretty much instantly here. Jiff Music still has a good villager lead, but it just got shrunken down significantly. Double Springle placement coming in, but a lot of the outposts already gotten weaker now because of those knights torching them down. Yeah, Deniskya, for the time being, he is going to retreat, but double the army value. Honestly, at this point in time, he can just full send it. Scouts coming in as well, and they're going to be a very, very effective meat shield thanks to Boy's Fortitude as well. Just having a couple of scouts there at your front line, just tank up a couple of shots, soak up a couple of Springled emplacement hits here and there, and just overall, you're going to be able to just have your military units alive for so much longer due to that very cheap and effective meat shield. Farms coming in now as well. Wow, and this is typically the moment where you see China just fall over and die in that farm transition.
And the problem is, this is a very early farm transition. Like you said, this is something that's supposed to happen around 25 minutes, but right now, it has to happen. There's no food, but these Yuganu are barely doing anything with the knights around now coming as well. Those Nest of Bees are going to go down, but they do get a pretty good shot off on the horse archers. The problem is just, it's just a pretty good shot. It's not a lot of shots, and that's going to mean that Deniskya is going to be able to clean these up. He says, I've had enough. Let's go to the next game. 1-1 now. And honestly, this is what I meant about today. We are not going to get a bunch of 2-0s. And I'm so happy to see that. Because for once, there are no walkovers. You have to earn your win to get through.
Yeah, honestly, like looking at this game, I was quite surprised with Jiff Music's overall, like, choices here in this game. The early Song Dynasty, the lack of pro scouts, and overall, I mean, the game started off great, Whammon. Just that double scout opening, getting so many sheep away from your opponent. But I think that was the point where Jiff Music just got a little bit too greedy. It is always very difficult to judge if maybe you got a window, you got so many more sheep. Surely sheep are just as effective with you having your Imperial Official, right? Compared to the deer, but it's a little bit of a bait there as well, because the Roos, they're not just like an empty civilization, they're not just a standard civilization, they do still have that bounty, which does increase the food gather speed for their villagers as well. So it's not just like 1-to-1, and just so many deer means that the bonus sheep get completely offset there in the end, and yeah, it's just a much more effective food resource here. And look at that. Looks like we are getting one of those rare water map occurrences here coming in. Next one is going to be Archipelago, but Archery against Order of the Dragon might as well be somewhat of a mirror match, some might say. But Order of the Dragon just, I want to say, feel a lot more solid on water just because they're not restricted to that Archon Chapel influence with their villagers.
This feels so good to see. Finally, Order of the Dragon having a map where they can flourish. But Archery is a very comfortable water civilization, I would say as well. I don't know how this will look in terms of getting these two to fight it out on water, because we know water maps are chaotic. You look away for 1 second, and all of a sudden, all your ships are dead. So I think this is going to come down to, hey, who has the better micro on water? Because both of these players, they're going to have a pretty even matchup here, and it's just going to be about who can control these the best. Look at that last fight, Crackety. Oh, that is the saddest moment, like I said, as China, where you just see everything falling apart with your farms slowly being built. But luckily, when you have so much sheep on a map, oh, not sheep, so much fish on a map, you're going to be a happy camper, as long as your opponent allows you to stay on that water. Now, what I wanted to look at here is quickly also, we have 7 seconds, but the bans, KT, no more today. Thank goodness. Rest in peace.
Yeah, definitely the prior ban there when there is a water map involved. And now we will be jumping into our match point game. GIF Music versus Deniskya. Best of 3. So this game is going to count. We're here on Archipelago, and look at that whammon. Both players spawning right next to each other on their small little islands.
That is a pretty standard spawn from what I see. Is it what it used to be where you spawn opposite sometimes, right? Or is it now fixed that you start next to one another?
I'm actually not 100% sure. Like, sometimes I think you still spawn opposite, sometimes you still spawn next to each other.
Because recently, this has been the spawn.
Changes.
Now, if you are a betting man, would you feel like HRE has an advantage over War of the Dragon? Or do you think they actually are pretty even in this case?
Honestly, I want to say that they're mostly even for the early part. I want to say HRE is just a little bit ahead early on in the game, but the longer the game goes, the better it gets for Order of the Dragon, just because of that, just better economy, like outside of the range of the Archon Chapel. GIF Music, he's gonna have to be really, really on point in this game when it comes to microing his prelates, making additional prelates once he gets up to Castle Age with the Regnitz Cathedral, or maybe even in Feudal Age, just adding 1 or 2 prelates, because one prelate is going to be able to buff up 9 villagers at a time. Archon Chapel is only good in a small radius, and just looking at this map here, actually, there is no great Archon Chapel spawn here for him, so he's gonna potentially very early on have to look into actually using prelates instead of the Archon Chapel for gathering resources.
Oh, definitely. And I think getting that second prelate, it slows you down for that second, because you do have to invest quite a bit into it. It slows down your age up as well, depending on where you're at. But the problem now, I think, for Deniskya, he just starts out with that extra 100 gold, so he can quickly ramp up if he wanted to get up a little bit faster too. So I feel like with HRE's early game, you having that prelate, you can get out a little bit more of the fishing ships before that time starts to trickle. But I do see a few red dots going to gold, over to gold already. So it does look like the red dots, Mr. GIF is going to be going for his gold already. Now, Mr. Observer, could we look at the villager split? I would love to see how many villagers we have on the resources there, to see when they decide to move them over. Okay, so this guy, because he starts out with a bit more, he doesn't need to rush as much, but we'll see what that looks like pretty soon as the time starts to ramp up. So Crackety, now, with HRE, do they hit Feudal before Order of the Dragon on water usually, especially with double dock on both sides?
With the buffs that we saw recently to Order of the Dragon, where the villagers like they usually build them a little bit slower, but that got buffed up, so now the Order of the Dragon villagers come out a little bit earlier. And the Order of the Dragon villagers actually do build faster, so I think it should still be relatively even between the two, just because HRE, of course, they do have that better economy. Early on, just able to get a more steady flow of fishing ships out overall.
Okay.
It's tough to say. Like, sometimes it just comes down to macro at the end of the day. I think in perfect macro, it should be just about similar, if not a little bit favorable for HRE.
Okay. Well, we'll see now what the follow-up of the ships is going to be, because we do see that Deniskya is actually investing a little bit more on wood here. And like we said before, when you have those Order of the Dragon villages, they are worth a little bit more on that. And getting all of that wood income is going to be nice and juicy. But we'll see if that also translates into an extra dock. Yesterday, when I was watching some of the games, I realized if you can shut down that third dock, it feels like it snowballs so quickly out of control here. But now we do see the Arcane being rushed up with 8 villagers, actually, on that very juicy wood line. So that is going to be a bunch of inspired villagers for quite a while.
And Deniskya, he doesn't quite have the gold yet. Food also not quite there yet. Looks like he might have just invested a little bit more here in the fishing early on compared to GIF Music. Can we actually take a quick look at the fishing count overall between these two players? So looking at Deniskya, he does have 10 fishing ships total. GIF Music on his side is at, we got 5 over here and 9 at the moment. So only a slight lead, but there is also a third dock coming in for Deniskya, and he is now going to be able to age up. So it looks like HRE is going to get a nice little lead there, opening up us now with the Minework Palace here, interestingly enough. Now, there used to be a meta on water where getting early blacksmith upgrades on water was actually important when, like, the archer ships, they would be able to hit more reliably, and just in general, like, scaling with pierce damage was a lot better for the archer ships. Nowadays, it's not that strong, and we do have, like, fully set encounters at this point in time. Used to be that, like, many not fishing ships, but archer ships could take down hulks. In the current meta, that's not really the case, or at least not nearly as efficiently as back in the day. But yeah, H-Up's now going to be coming in from Deniskya as well. Right now, only an archer ship in queue for Jif Music, though. Let's see if he's going to be able to do much damage. But a 4th dog already coming out for Deniskya, so he's going to be very well set when it comes to holding water. I think at the moment, Jif, he's still only on 2 docks.
The problem is, with 4 docks, he just doesn't have the wood income to sustain constant military ship production from all 4 of these. And now, Jif Music, he has arrived and trying to shut down those fishing ships, he says. Instead, I thought he was going to attack the villager, but it does look like he gets one, and he stops and interrupts so well with that little galley. And this guy also he has 1 military ship in queue, but this is going to idle that economy quite a bit. We'll see now if that wood eco is going to start talking for Order of the Dragon, because 800 versus 400, it never looks good on water.
Yeah, there appears to be a slight discrepancy, but that's just the HRE at the moment with their Archon Chapel right next to that wood line. Means that at the moment, this timing is where HRE is a lot stronger than Order of the Dragon. I think that's one of the reasons why Deniskya went for that 4th dock here, just to be able to spread out his fishing economy and be able to, if need be, because there might be a situation where you get pushed back completely on water and you don't have any ships, being able to get a complete ship army composition out in one production pull can be very important when it comes to trying to go for a comeback in these situations. But Jif, he's already got a ton of ships out here now, and yeah, I mean, it's getting kind of tough for Deniskya now, being like trying to match the numbers. 1,000 wood at the moment, Whammon, for Jif. That's insane.
That's HRE, ladies and gentlemen. If you are someone who wants to try out water, go get yourself an unlimited economy with HRE. Now, this guy, he can probably try to maneuver this at the start, but this feels so difficult. We see an extra little bit of galley investment from Jif as well, which I absolutely love, because galleys are just the thing that stops that snowball when the demolition ships get a little bit close. Well, on the other side, Deniskya, he is getting as many spring hulls as he can, because he realizes this might be important here. Only 1 galley to try and shut down 2 demos. Now, the problem with those demos, and now a 3rd going to be coming in too, is when they come from different directions, 1 little galley is not going to be able to hold them back, and it can be quite catastrophic. But it looks like we're going to be getting our first big fight.
Oh, this is where it becomes so important, the micro on those demos. Looks like Jif Music, he uses all of his demos on 3 fishing ships at the moment, so just going to get a little bit of a better economy here behind this. But honestly, Deniskya, he is not too far off when it comes to the village count. Do gotta take into account that the Order of the Dragon villagers, they just take a little bit longer to produce here. But other than that, Deniskya at the moment is able to at least match the military count on water when it comes to the Springle ships for the most part.
Now, another demo ship. Getting a half hit in there feels pretty okay, but definitely not what Deniskya wants to be sacrificing right now. We do see that those fishing ships being idled as well. This 4th dock going down, but he needs to be careful with this 1 push. It does look like he wants to fight back on this, and it does get shut down.
More demo ships still out there, but 2 archer ships are going to be enough. Not enough micro coming in here. It does get a halfway connection there. Man Sails was already used by Jif Music, so he does not have the option at the moment to speed up his Springle ships. And yeah, at the moment just needs to fall back more and more, as there are still demo ships out there. Behind that, Springle ships could get some great hits on the archer ships behind that. Is able to pick off 1. Not enough pickoffs there, though, I want to say, as there are still enough archer ships at the moment to take down all the demo ships. Demos are diving, the Springle ships are diving deep now for Deniskya, but there are just more from Jif, and yeah, behind this Deniskya, he's just falling further and further behind now. Doesn't have great food income anymore at all, pretty much. Like, he's actually on water, and he's just doesn't have enough food to produce ships.
Jeff Music looks like he is comfortable in this position as well. We see 160 foot per minute from this guy. You know that this is just stopping that ship production as well. These guys trying to do their best, but there's only 3 against the whole army of ships. Now, there should be a pretty decent shot here.
Oh, he did. Oh, no. Jiff somehow pushed one ship in there and lost one, but that could have been such a good connection. Could have taken down 3, maybe even 4 Springle ships, but now all of his military is gone. Deniskya, nothing left in the tank. All he's pumping out now is going to be more and more demo ships, but the economy, it's been completely destabilized. He had to set villagers back onto sheep in order to get any ships out now, but at this point in time, it's just not enough in order to rebalance your economy, and there's just no way into Castle Age. There's no way to come back on water now at this point in time for him. And it's just getting beyond repair at this point in time. More docks going down. Jiff Music just being unrelenting when it comes to the aggression here on these docks. And yeah, it's just at this point in time, 8 fishing ships down now as well. And there we go. GG is going to get called, meaning that Jiff Music is going to be able to push into the next set where potentially in a little bit he might have to face off up against Demu.
Now that's a pretty big match to go up against the favorite to qualify from his side as well. But this man, he showed us he can do a little bit of water in this as well. So we'll see how this plays out. But you can see from that military value lead, once the ships kept coming, there was just no coming back. And you can see that economy also flatlining the moment the fishing eco got shut down. With HRE just being a little bit safer in terms of getting a nice little chapel and getting your whole control of the map. But look at that perfect block at the start, just as we're seeing here from the replay. Just those small little maneuvers make the world of a difference.
Here we go, looking at the replays once again. Currently, a lot of the sets are still going on. We're going to be looking for our next set to cover here. We got a lot of potential ones, and we're just going to take a quick, short 4-minute break, and we'll be right back with you going into another set here in the EGC Qualifiers. All right, and we're back, everyone. I hope you're still there. Hope you got yourself a drink, because we are going to be continuing with the action right away. We got Voldemar up against Maria coming up next, and we're going to be starting off on Carmel yet again.
And seeing Carmel in this map pool makes me happy because we actually get to experience it on ladder and in a tournament. And I think that's what a lot of people have been asking for as well, just ensuring that we do have that balance. And this map pool right here, we can all relate. Except for Excavation, a little bit of a wild one in this set, if we do get there. But Carmel, let's see what these boys decide to pick. I do want to look at those bans, though, because it tells us a story of where the game is at specifically. Both of them opting not to play against HRE or Zushi, though.
Okay, this draft for Carmel is surprising to me, to say the least, because Voldemar, he does have Roos, and Roos is just S tier on Carmel. Instead, he goes for the HRE. Murray, on the other hand side, he is going to be going up with the Byzantines, and I mean, there are a good amount of berries on Carmel, but they're very far out on the map. Ooh, wow, man, this is an interesting one. I'm wondering what kind of playstyle Voldemar is going to go for here. Honestly, something that I could see happening here, and don't quote me on this 10 minutes into the game, because it might be something completely different happening, but at the moment, something that players can do, or that I've seen them do more often recently, namely I've seen Chinese one tricks using this particular strategy recently to great success on a ladder, is going for mine work into Burgrave on maps with high food income. And because of the recent changes to Burgrave as well, the charge damage on Man-at-Arms has been increased significantly. Like, any charge damage from units from the Burgrave has increased significantly. Means that if they just get 1 or 2 hits in on a villager, that villager is pretty much already dead.
I think that speaks to the options that we have on a map like this, though. And I feel like what you said with Byzantines as well, they need to move out to get on the berries. And HRE kind of thrives on harassment. They can be everywhere because they're units that walk a little bit faster. And I feel like what we have with Byzantines, you also have your longbows that do take a while. And it feels like a very slow start, especially at the beginning. While HRE, they can quickly be in your base. They can quickly make units. It's not the civilization that needs to sit back and let the economy do the talking after a while. While Byzantines, you do have that early game investment that can quickly snowball into the wrong direction if given the chance. Now, we haven't seen a lot of these players get to play HRE recently. So I feel like Voldemar is going to show us the way of HRE, because this is a pretty strong civilization for him to have in this scenario. Now, especially if we get some plays on the food, I don't feel like pro scouting necessarily would be the answer, because you probably don't want to delay yourself like that. And you can just move out, especially if you are the one setting the tempo, right?
You definitely have the option to do so. The thing is, with Pro Scout, like, this map has 54, I want to say, deer on it.
Yes.
That's a good amount. Typically on a map, you see like 28 deer, so it's like almost double the deer that you can get. But if you go for a minework opening, then you already will be incentivized when it comes to making additional prelates, and then you're also incentivized into like maybe moving out, because you do have that additional mobility that you don't get when you're on the Archon. So I do get where you're coming from when with the skipping the Pro Scout play here. Byzantines for sure is not going to go for Pro Scout, but something that we're most likely going to be seeing here is going to be Dark Age aggression, because at the moment something that is very, very difficult to deal with is an unharassed Byzantine past like the 10-minute mark, because they're going to get to Cistern level 5, they're going to get the Golden Horn Tower in, they're going to produce a ton of units. It's a whole thing. So best to not let it get to that point, and just start off with a nice little Dark Age barracks, get maybe an outpost on the berries. And Byzantines without olive oil, they're just Italians.
And guys, I actually spoke to Beastie about Byzantines and getting tower rushed, and the man explained they're in a really weird spot. If you're up against a civilization that has the option of just thinking about it, well, like correctly said, they're going to be Italians pretty soon, and then what do you have? You don't have your beautiful, delicious olive oil to produce everything you need. So I do think that the spawn will tell us a pretty good story of what could happen here as well. But now, when I imagine spearmen coming from HRE in the early game, it just feels like even if Byzantines responds and tries to stop it, their economy just isn't at the same level. So it does feel a little bit iffy if you try to fight it. So have you been seeing a lot of people try to fight off that early aggression, or do they just let it happen and go for something else?
I think it depends on how you want to fight it off. If you're going to go for a barracks, like typically you do always have the Akratoi, but that is only going to allow you, like, I want to say, a reset. You get one reset on that outpost. If it's about to go up, you pull the Akratoi, you send the villagers forward. Your villagers easily deal with Dark Age Spearmen. You can easily snipe your opponent's villager.
Yes.
But it's not really like sustainable, right? It's going to run out eventually, and then you got like these weak villagers. You also have some idle time in there as well, and the outpost can just get put up again. So you're very much on a timer there with your reaction. If you're able to deny the outpost at a critical point in time during your age up, you're able to get the archer range in, get like 1-2 archers out, maybe you want to also rely on like Lemidnai. I think like maybe 1-2 Lemidnai early on, and then with the Akratoi, you got like the follow-up with the Lemidnai that can continuously do damage, not just during the Akratoi window. I think that's probably the best way to react to it. It's definitely rough. Like, it is one of those situations where, depending on your spawn, if you, for example, have the gold and the berries right next to each other, you're gonna have to make some very difficult decisions.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly about that. Or just getting your berries and a significant portion of the safer wood line under siege. It puts you in such a rough spot. Because HRE, they're so good at just making that, starting that tempo and just keeping it going because of that prelate just inspiring all the villagers, making this push even harder to shut down. So we'll see how aggressive Voldemar can be with this, though. Now, what I would like to just take a look at, though, if we're going to be getting the Dark Age shenanigans, let's say the game goes to the next one, is this something... What do you think about the drafts here? We have Lancaster and Marlians left for Voldemar after that, right? Oh, and Roos. Voldemar feels like he got a pretty good draft out of this.
It depends. I want to say like Maria has a very comfort pick oriented draft here going for himself. A lot of JD, a lot of French, so like these knight civilizations that he might just be more confident in. Valdemar on the other hand side, he's got the typical meta civilizations. HRE also as a comfort pick here for him, so to say. Lancaster also pretty good on a lot of maps, especially excavation. Like having Lancaster for excavation, that has to feel really, really good. You're not going to have to mine any stone at all. You're just going to send your villagers out to excavate, and that's going to be all your stone in there. And yeah, definitely a nice little bonus there on that map to have that civilization in there. I'm a little bit torn here, though, at the end of the day, because like French and JD, if played to their best potential, we've seen them like even win the most unfavorable matchups.
All right. Well, guys, it looks like we're going to be finding out what the first one is going to look like in a few moments. So are you guys ready for HRE versus Byzantines? Shenanigans.
All right, here we go, jumping into game number 1, and we do not have a Dark Age barracks, and we do have a Marine Lord spawn here for Maria. Oh my god, Whammon, look at the back of this man's base. You got back berries, gold underneath TC range, and you've got berries in the back again next to gold, and you got the neutral trade post in the back as well. We gotta check what kind of mercenary units can we get out that one. We get knights. We get actually... Oh my god. Oh my god. This is like, who did Maria pay off for the spawn?
Honestly, it feels like the game's realized, hey, Voldemar got HRE, pretty good civilization right now. You took Byzantines, you're going to need all the help you can get, especially if HRE does their usual shenanigans. But Voldemar opted for no shenanigans instead, and he's just going to go and play the standard HRE game. Now, not seeing Dark Age shenanigans from HRE feels pretty strange in the scenario. What do you expect to come from that? Do you think that this is something that Voldemar wants to just do in feudal? Or does he just want to play a standard, I'm going to go pick up all the deer type of game? this one?
Honestly, well, I'm not 100% sure where exactly Voldemar is going to try and go with this play now. Because Maria, like, I'm not going to be talking around the bush here. I think he's in a great spot from the spawn and from this premise in the Dark Age as well. Because he didn't prep at all for the potential of a Dark Age rush. He went out to a very far away stone mine with his villagers. A Dark Age rush could have absolutely gutted him right then and there. So Voldemar, he's kind of just like playing completely into his hand. We are getting the Archon Chapel in a pretty good spot, but never forget, these are small gold veins here on this map. So it's not 4,000 gold, it is 1,600 gold that is safely inside of Valdemar's base. So the Archon isn't boosting 4,000, it's only boosting 1,600 gold. And there's a market right in the back that is blocking crucial farming spots there as well.
Yeah, it does feel like the Arcane is not the usual thing we would want to see from HRA. Those poor little farms are just going to be watching beautiful market trades happening at the back. Now, I do see that second cistern coming on out. And Maria, I mean, this has been standard for Byzantines, but you can see in the placement, there's a gold at the back. So if the front eventually does go down, he's got a gold right there, and it will be covered by that as well. Now, the villagers moving to the back here. We get the Grand Winery on a pretty safe spot. We have the wood line perfectly protecting whatever you would need. And now that cistern is also going to be reaching every single part of those berries. More stone coming in hot. Oh, and this is what I absolutely despise about playing as Byzantines. You just get so much economy, you don't know what to do with it. And this is going to make his eco very, very happy. Now, we'll see what Voldemar's move is here. We do see a lot of wood already in the bank, so this indicates that we will not be getting any fast castle shenanigans that we do see from HRE as an option. But or are we just getting one singular building into that? Because now I see 5 on gold and Crackety. I think I'm just eating my words, because 5 on gold spells something.
There's no mill. So no pro scouts coming in from Valdemar anytime soon. It appears as though he is going to go for a fast castle age timing. Might have overgathered a little bit of gold though. Yeah, we do see him remacro a little bit. Villager gets pulled off over to food here now at this point in time. Yeah, I mean, the sheep gathering isn't quite as fast as deer gathering, so he is going to have to prepare for that. The question that I'm asking myself here is, how quickly can Morea follow up to the castle age? Because the cistern scaling, like, you only put 2 villagers on the cisterns, right? And once you're up to, like, that level 5 cistern, it is comparable, I want to say, to the Archon Chapel inspiration that you get. Sure, it's not the 40%, but 26% in a much larger radius means that your villagers are going to be way more often inspired. And also, you get additional bonuses in the forms of additional production speed or additional research speed or defensives on your buildings. Means that in those regards, like, Byzantines are very comparable eco-wise, but yeah, Valdemar, he's going for a very, very straight castle age up here now behind this.
The crazy thing with this is, like you said, a lot of people can't even play burger here because there's just so much food. So that's the crazy part. Voldemar has choices here, but I think in this case, you probably want to go for the relics, just secure yourself as HRE. HRE, they do pretty damn well when they do have those relics in their base as well. But Voldemar, he's going to show us his choice pretty soon. Maria, though, I feel like he's not going to have any way to respond. It doesn't matter what Voldemar decides to go for. Maria is not in a position to make buildings that can deal with units that might come his way. If there are knights to be the deciding factor. Ooh, we do see the Age going through, and it's going to be the Regnus. He doesn't have a production building to actually shut down anything. And the Night Call most likely is going to be accurate here, because those things are going to be so hard to actually take down.
Yeah, I gotta say, Wem, this feels a little bit like a Spanish play base here at the moment for Valdemar. As we do know, Vortex and Lucifron, they're quite famously known for playing a little mini-game with us casters. Just how many buildings can I fit inside the influence range of my Archon Chapel here in this one? Yeah, I think Voldemar is going to try and go for a quick game here rather than a long game. We do see a pre-move out on the Prelate, so is going to send that one out early to try and capture up some of these relics now, very early on, as soon as the age up hits. But yeah, he's still quite far away from the age up. He's going to need an additional 800 food, and he's going to need to get it up very, very quickly, I want to say, if he wants to get a comparable age up time, because at the moment only at 400 food per minute means that he's going to need at least like 3 more minutes to go for the age up. And we're actually seeing Keshix come out from Maria at the moment. That's going to be an interesting one. Might be able to at least deny a couple more relics than if he went for the longbows. Long term, though, this doesn't feel that great.
It does feel limiting because we haven't seen Keshix coming out of anyone for such a long time, because when you do look at the other options, the late game scaling just feels so much stronger. Now, Maria, though, he's not going to take too long. We do see, and look at those. Those knights would have been nice to have as well. As my wonderful observer is pointing out, we do see the first relic on its way back. Second prelate now going to be finding his relic. But these Keshix might be able to shut down one if they decide to go onto the right one. Right now, it's more like a 50-50 here. And they will be splitting up to make sure they cover as much ground as possible. But there's a knight here as well to possibly protect this. Oh, no, the knight's going straight for the base. Never mind.
Ooh, we gotta always take into account Maria. He's coming from a team game background, so he very much favors mobile units rather than just, I want to say, immobile units in the case of like longbows versus Keshix here. So that might have played a role here into why he went for the Keshik play instead of the longbow play. He's kind of struggling at the moment with trying to keep these Keshiks alive, trying to keep them actively... Oh, actually, Voldemar was a little bit asleep at the steering wheel here. Is going to lose one of his prowess that was carrying a relic. Doesn't matter too much. He's going to be able to get more out, but we already do see the follow-up just from having these smaller gold veins here on this map. Means that Voldemar already has to move out to the second gold vein now at this point in time. And finally, we're getting the age up. And yeah, I mean, this is where the team game background kind of like shows itself, right? Like, we're getting Cistern of the Hills here. Cistern of the First Hill. This could be a play into Cataphracts here. Are we getting the Jiggly build, potentially?
I mean, the Jiggly build feels like quite an interesting answer to this game already. And now with Voldemar is going to have 7 knights on this Crackety. 7 HRE knights. This is such a dangerous spot to be in for anyone. The Keshiks, though, they do want to get that charge off, but not going to be risking their lives to be converted. 4 Keshiks. It does cause a little bit of chaos, and we do see at the top there are 2 red dots going into the HRE base right now. They might be able to do something, but right now they're just thinking about it, and slowly they do sink in closer, but the knights sink in too, and villagers are going to be under siege from both sides.
Yeah, both players are going to lose 2 villagers here, so even trades, but always got to take into account HRA villagers. You feel a little bit worse for losing them just because they can be inspired up to 40% compared to 26%, but Maria is going to lose some Keshiks therefore. It's maybe not the most efficient trade here for him, but he does, or rather is about to have access to those... to those wine kegs from the sister, and so we'll be able to heal some units up very, very nice and effectively. First couple of Keshiks, not Keshiks, Cataphracts also coming in. He is on Cistern level 5. Level 4 at the moment, actually. So he will have very quick production on these units. Voldemar, though, also very far ahead in the night count overall. The healing is going to be the deciding factor, though.
The problem is he can't make a move for any of these relics either, because it costs gold. And with him being pushed off of gold, or even just a knight for a little while, it's not something he can invest in right now. Another set of Keshiks coming in hot. And this is going to be a pretty big hit here if the knights connect, and they do connect. Another villager will go down, maybe even 2, and that's a massive pickup at this stage of the game. When you're losing villagers this early into the game, it feels tough to already think about what follows. Now, the system of the First Hill is going to make these horses extra nice to handle, but the problem is just these knights in these numbers, they are able to do so much work.
Yeah, right now just causing a big delay. Villagers could potentially get found out on the berries there as well. Voldemar doesn't look like he managed to find them immediately, but right now Maria, he's in a little bit of a gold draw. Doesn't have enough gold in order to continuously produce Keshiks behind this, or rather the Cataphracts. But yeah, Keshiks at least are going to be coming in here. Veterancy on its way now as well. Voldemar, he's just continuing to flat out more and more of these knights. We're also getting more prelates in now. We're getting devoutness as well, so we'll be able to boost up the villagers even further with the inspiration. So a lot more resource could be gathered here. I mean, 5 relics for HRE. That is very, very significant. At the same time, 5 cistern and olive oil. You're not getting any bonus olive oil just because you didn't get any relics inside of your base. We have a nice little TC hop there at the moment from Voldemar. He's going to be able to position his knights, but they're still not correctly positioned in order to protect these villagers, so could potentially find himself also losing a couple, and Cataphract's just so strong when it comes to killing villagers quickly. Just 2 hits from them without textiles is going to be enough in order to effectively take them down. And yeah, now we do see 2 additional villagers on Valdemar's side also going to be going down. Doesn't have any more flash stacks at the moment, so yeah, he's got to be very, very careful with how he wants to take this fight, because yeah, that's just a big ball of knights at the moment here from Voldemar chasing after these Keshiks. More in queue, but he needs them out on the field, not in the queue.
The problem is, when you have this many knights as HRE, Maria, he doesn't have a lot of stuff he can do to actually shut you down. We do see Cataphract trying to find some damage, and he will be able to pick up another villager, but considering that Voldemar has already killed a bunch on his side, this is definitely not feeling too bad for Voldemar. With those 5 relics in his base, he's going to be having so much gold. With the market as well, he knows how much gold he's going to have. He's just going to be able to buy any resource he needs. Now getting Wheelbarrow too, to ensure that those villagers can run away a little bit faster when those Cataphracts get on top of them. Now another Cataphract in queue, but I feel like Byzantines probably does not have the best situation when it comes to the food setup. And Voldemar, he's already thinking about the farm switch as well. Cataphract's getting a beautiful connection. They do go right through, but the problem is there's a lot of knights, and another Cataphract goes down along the way.
Yeah, behind this Voldemar, he is somewhat struggling for food, but has managed to find a way to wall off those deer there. So he's going to be able to get a good amount of food there. And that's just a lot of deer now at this point in time. Definitely something that he needs, as he does drop down a little bit in the food transition period. But honestly, Byzantines, they're quite fine when it comes to their food transition. I wouldn't really say that they're behind there in any aspect up against the HRE. At the moment, like Voldemar, yeah, he definitely needed those deer coming in now.
It's such a tough spot that you can be in at this point, because you feel like, okay, I need to get this pump, keep this pump going. But Voldemar, he is making so many prelates, and I'm so excited about this. Do we have inspired warriors already upgraded or not? Not yet. Let's go click on that cathedral.
But we are getting herbal medicine for even quicker healing.
That's going to mean that when they do get charged on, they're just going to get healed to full. Amazing. Oh, all that gold is going to good use, guys. And this is what Voldemar is optimizing, ensuring that he can keep those knights healthy. Because now Maria is going to have 8 Cataphracts. But as we saw those berries, that's a lot of food that is going into these guys. 2 of the Keshiks now a little bit far out, and they will maybe send off some signals that there is some shenanigans going towards the back line, but the knights are kept busy and they will be chasing them down. We'll find out where.
Yeah, Keshiks at the moment just completely distracting the majority of the knights there from Voldemar, but yeah, the walls do mean that the knights actually get lured into this position, so maybe this is a good opportunity now for Voldemar to take an engagement. Does have the prelates in position as well. And Maria, is he actually going to try and take this fight? He is starting to... Yeah, no, he knows that. Maybe not the best fight for him to take here out in the middle of the map, and next to all of these prelates and next to all of these knights, he might want to just tap on the brakes a little bit more. He's going to be able to take down another villager here, though. That's definitely a nice little pick-off now. And yeah, it means that actually overall, economy-wise, these players are fairly similar. It's just the current army value that is out on the field, where Voldemar definitely has a big lead at the moment. Just a lot more production value. Granted, a lot of that destruction value, I want to say, comes from killing Keshiks, which are inherently kind of free.
And getting to these numbers, you're going to probably want to take on these big fights. It does look like this round is pretty dominating here. Voldemar absolutely destroying these cataphracts, but as I say that, I see a few of his knights falling themselves. They do not have their prelates close by to heal them back up, but the army value is still double here for Mr. Voldemar. And the red horses are falling, Drackety.
Yeah, there's a lot of very, very weak knights, but not getting focused here by Maria means that they are potentially just going to get healed back up to full after this one. Yeah, Maria, he realizes and has to tap out. GG comes in. Voldemar going to be able to take game number 1 and position himself now on match point in a set.
Now, this graph tells you this HRE story hitting... I absolutely love this. The fact that HRE hits castle, and you can just see that graph for the military value lead. It is just expanding, 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 expanding. And that must feel pretty damn good. Now, with the economy, there were some raids coming through. We do see the flat lines hitting pretty hard, but Voldemar, he stood strong, and with those counter knights, he definitely did some pretty good work.
Honestly, Whammon, I'm quite surprised that we saw the Cistern of the First Hill coming in here. Honestly, like, you get such a big economic advantage just from going for the Golden Horn Tower. It kind of evens out the fact that your opponent got 5 relics. Like, 5 relics, that's like 10 villagers, but Golden Horn Tower with 5 cisterns, that's like 12, 13 villagers worth of production that you're getting in there. Gives you a leg to stand on. But yeah, up against this mass knight play with the healing as well. Like, if your opponent has healing as well, the Gulp kind of gets devalued quite rapidly here. I kind of saw just Maria trying to go for some of these raids, not able to really pick off too many villagers here and there. And if he doesn't get that much value and loses a lot of his military in the meantime as well, like Voldemar, he was just scaling so many knights here. He was even able to take the fight here up against the Keshiks and the Cataphracts.
And Cataphracts, they're so nice and chunky. You would want them to do so much more work. Maria also having a few military upgrades here for himself. Voldemar's knights were just superior. And you can see the moment he tapped out here, he knew there's no way I'm amassing this amount of horses in my army again. I'm a little bit cooked from here on out.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate situation there for him, but we still have more games to come, and the next one is going to be on Gorge. And Voldemar, jumping the gun a little bit here, I want to say, with the House of Lancaster, not keeping them for excavation. No, he thinks, okay, I can just pick them immediately in Gorge and we'll be able to advance through. I mean, House of Lancaster, they're a pretty good civilization to pick at the moment. Up against Jeanne d'Arc, though, which will want to put on early aggression against you. I gotta say, Whammon, like, that is actually one of those situations where JD early aggression can really hurt against House of Lancaster, because JD gets experience even for taking down buildings. And if there are houses in front of your base that cost 300 resources each, 30 experience for every single one of them, it adds up quite nicely. So ram timing there, I honestly gotta say, like, Maria could be in a pretty decent spot here with the Civ matchup.
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing of all the civilizations that he decides to pick. He gets the one against Lancaster. And I think for him as well, he might have thought, okay, Lancaster definitely going to be on excavation. So for those of you who don't know excavation, you put a village inside and you get a little bit of passive stone coming in, which means that Lancaster loves that. They get to build out everything they need. But now, on Gorge, we're going to get stone the old-fashioned way. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hop on in.
Alright, and here we go. Game number 2 now, up between VS Voldemar and Real Maria here on Gorge. Currently match point now for Voldemar, and we are going to be seeing some Dark Age shenanigans going on here with the House of Lancaster, as Voldemar is opening us up here with the barracks. Whether it is to deny a little bit of gold or whether it is to lure in the deer, we'll have to wait and see. Honestly, up against JD, just because she's such a powerful and strong individual unit, typically, I don't think you can really do a lot with, like, Dark Age Spearmen. Maybe if you go with an Outpost Rush as well. Looking at the map overall, like, this is a pretty solid spawn for Voldemar to open up with an Outpost Rush, because all of the goals from Maria's side are, like, on one side. There is one on the other side, but it's quite far away.
Yeah, usually we actually see a little bit of shenanigans from JD in the early game, but I'm absolutely loving the fact that Voldemar is turning this in putting it in his own hands and trying to deny that, because this is something we do see out of some civilizations, trying to tower rush, the JD so that you can deny as much gold as possible. Now, with Voldemar rushing here, we'll see if he decides to send a villager as well. But this feels pretty heavy to handle if Maria does not see this coming. And with this scout being on the other side, I don't know if he's aware.
Yeah, 4 spearmen. That's also quite the investment, I want to say, at this point in time. And at the end, though, Maria, he is going to be able to gather up enough gold for the age up. And yeah, I mean, follow-up should just be age up, get some archers out, which eventually you want to get up anyways in this matchup, because you're going to need the archers to build the rams.
Now, he actually, getting 5 means he could go a little bit deeper into this, but getting a house, if he gets this house, that's a pretty big pickup as well, especially considering that JD struggles for wood in the early game. Now, I do want to see if Voldemar does use one of those spears to try and push his deer a little bit closer to the TC. When you have such a huge amount of units here, I do think you get to decide a little better with what you want to do with that. We do see the deer packs being relatively convenient, but being on the same side, they can also get shut down so quickly. Maria now, he's in danger of losing that house.
He is going to start repairing it now, though, and one villager is easily going to be able to out-repair these couple of spearmen there on a house. The cheaper it is to repair. And yeah, so not a big deal here at the moment. He does have a couple of villagers gathering wood. It does cost idle time. It is repair costs as well. Something to keep in mind as well is that Jeanne d'Arc does actually have to pay full price when it comes to building these economy buildings as well. So the mining camp going down, that's not 25 resources lost as it is for French. Instead, it is the full 50. Actually, spearmen, TC range can be so
iffy.
I want to say, like, confusing at times, because we just saw one of the spearmen actually getting hit there by an arrow, and then the second the TC was like, nah, I'm not hitting this guy anymore. It's not worth it.
Now, this type of aggression, and you guys can imagine, this is annoying, but it's not killing the house just yet, but it is denying a lot of actual production building, because just that little bit of fixing up, you guys can see that wood going down. It was hovering there under 150 for a while, and he just couldn't get it up. But now a tower goes up instead. And the problem is just, do they burn this? No, never mind. He got a drop off, and the villager will be able to repair it just in time. And now, with that tower up, you should be able to keep this house nice and safe.
Whammon, you might not know this, but in team games, or rather in the pro team game meta, this outpost here from Maria is known as a pressure outpost. It is an outpost that achieves absolutely nothing in order to protect your villagers, because now you can see, like, the villagers, they're still exposed. It's just there for pressure. It's for the mental damage. Any individual that cannot handle the pressure put up by this outpost, that's where it's effective against. But looks like Voldemar, he knows the effective range of that outpost, and yeah, he's just skirting around it at the moment. We're actually investing into some horsemen here early on, just because he doesn't have the gold at the moment.
That feels so expensive, but yeah, like you said, no gold, but also he's got no wood. He definitely struggles with wood now. There's no wood to make an archer range. Those horsemen, they come out of production buildings that were already included in the age up. And now, luckily, the horsemen not able to find damage against the spears, but they do find a nice little housing situation in that tower that will fire against said spears.
All right, at this point in time, though, enough is enough. JD has now leveled up. We do have the Hunter JD coming in, so she will start picking apart these spearmen here. Does have a good amount of bonus movement speed as well, so should be able to catch up to them. But looks like at the moment, where he's just content with sitting back, wants to make sure that his gold income is going to be secured. Up to 3 horsemen now, and now Age Up finally comes in for Voldemar behind all of this, and we'll immediately start seeing some manners coming up now. And we talked about earlier, like, if this goes into like a feudal age versus feudal age aggression type game, if those manors get harassed by rams, like, that's a ton of experience potentially going over to JD.
And what I really like to see is that Voldemar knows this. He knows the weakness of House of Lancaster in the sense that they are harassable. Maria going out on the deer here, he's like, I'm going to be the one putting down the pressure, so I will be the one getting all the deer. Now, Voldemar, he's got a lot of spears here, but he didn't overcommit here onto the manors. He has the right amount of manors in his life. He's only building 3. Well, soon 3, crackety. So he'll have 3 manas here, which is not much of an overcommitment. It still gives you that passive resources, and at the same time, you didn't invest too much that you feel like, oh, I cannot make units for the next foreseeable amount of time. Because now JD is here, and she's looking for damage. So we do see that red blob running around with the horsemen. Spearmen, they do need to be careful, and we do see them respecting the sticks chasing after them.
Yeah, Maria, I'm a little bit wondering at the moment what he's doing. We haven't seen him produce any more units. He did get an economy upgrade. Also seeing Wheelbarrow now coming in for him. First Knight now in queue. But nothing really that allows him to pressure Voldemar long term in this position. He is going to be able to at least block the deer luring, the deer pushing, the deer shove from coming in at this point in time. And the manners are positioned nice and safely. Yeah, I think Voldemar, he's just going to go for the age up now behind this. There's no real way at the moment from Maria, timing-wise, to stop this age up from happening.
It feels like JD needs to do that damage, and she's not going to find that in any capacity here. The problem is just when Voldemar ages up, he's also going to be able to get some pretty strong units either way. So in this case, do you go for the King's College, or do you try to play it safe and go for your White Tower? Now, though, the horsemen are taking a little bit of fire, trying to shut down this gold mining, but they do respect the fact that those arrows hit pretty hard when knights aren't the ones tanking them.
Yeah, now we do see those archers coming in. Looks like we do have the answer to your question. It is going to be the King's College. King's College is an excellent landmark when you're up against these knight civilizations like JD, like French, because of the color of SS upgrade, where your knights are just going to be doing a lot more damage than your opponent's knights. +6, it's like heavy maces for knights there. We do see JD able to pick off another spearman there. Spearmen are going to dive onto her, but she's got a lot of HP and no bonus damage on these spearmen, mean that it's actually going to take a decently long time to take them down.
I love these
have a little
charges.
bit of a... Yeah, just some... Oh, the villagers now pulling the short bows. Healing comes in from JD. She does manage to survive, but that is a lot of damage that she just took. And yeah, Voldemar with the short bows here, able to make JD back off at least for the time being. Now the age-up comes in. What's my resurrection going to be? He's going for his own age up.
Yeah, exactly. Not getting anything else in the queue. He's going to be in a pretty good spot to get that age up. But now it feels like you're forced to go for the guild hall, right? Because you did not get any critical amount of knights. You barely have a knight. So that one knight who's a little bit damaged, he's not going to be wanting to do a little bit of a Royal Institute play. Guild hall feels like it's forced here, and it feels like you are pushed to play the late game against the civilization that loves playing the late game.
Yeah, now Master Nobles also coming in. Call of SS surely soon to follow up. Valdemar also already preparing the monastery, so will want to vacuum up those relics on the map. Maria, honestly, I think he might still just have to go for the Royal Institute, just because otherwise, if you don't go for it, you just don't really have a way of dealing with those Lancaster Knights, but he is choosing to go for the guild hall here. This is a very, very difficult situation now for him, Wham, and I gotta say, because like this is not a move from position of power at all, as we do have the first knight now marching across Amaria with all of his forces forward. Does not really have an answer to that.
Yeah, you can see he's desperately trying to find an answer, but Voldemar understands what civilization he's up against. He plays this game more than most people do, and he is absolutely knowledgeable in these things, so he knows exactly the weaknesses. If you cannot find an opening, then you are going to struggle, and getting that early aggression just set the pace for the rest of the game. And now he does what he did with the HRE game. He gets a knight, and that villager just got deleted. Oh my goodness, did you see that damage?
Yeah, a lot of damage going out there. Second villager not gonna go down here. Maria just about to be able to hit his own age up, but behind us the army composition from Valdemar already countering him out. Master Nobles, we do see those Demi-Lancers now getting a charge off into the economy as well from Maria. All the military units now coming back, but what are they really coming back to? Because his army just does not counter. Okay, there we go. We're starting to see Arbalatria come out. Arbalatria definitely a decent answer here up against all the units that Voldemar has. It's just about the army mass, though.
The problem is JD, she's also not loving this right now. This is a very weak unit to have, especially with all these low HP horses as well. Voldemar respects the fact that JD could be sniping things down. He doesn't want these guys to be damaged at all because, as we know, you can't build them. They don't come out of stables.
Most
only out of
importantly, most importantly, Demi-Lancers, they don't have like great stats damage-wise at all. But when they die, they give the full amount of experience of a knight over to JD. So if any of these Demi-Lancers goes down, that's an additional 24 experience for JD right there. We do see healing coming in. JD does get a little bit of a surround on her, is able to weasel her way out. And yeah, every single knight that's going down, 24 experience here, 24 experience there. But is it going to be enough? There's still a lot of knights remaining here. And yeah, it's just too much. Maria, he's got to call it. GG comes in. Voldemar able to take the set 2-0 in a clean fashion.
That was so fast. Voldemar knew exactly how this matchup worked, and he had the right timing at that moment. So Voldemar looking very strong with these knights, though. I'm really impressed to see how well he's maneuvered in both games. And he just knows exactly when to hit, where to hit, and he kept an eye on every corner of the map. Just like he preaches, he does. And definitely seeing great play here. Maria, it says 5 relics. Did Maria pick up all 5? Oh,
he
my
did
goodness.
not. No. Maria didn't pick up any relics. I'm not quite sure where that's coming from. I think these might be... Yeah, there we go. I think those were mix-up stats. There you go. No relics picked up.
Yeah, I almost got a little excited. I was about to say, oh my goodness, Maria, you are pumping between all of this chaos, picking up those relics. Girl! No, but I do like to see that Voldemar knows exactly when to attack, where to pull back, and we'll see what he does for the rest of the show, because, my goodness, is there a little bit of a hype around Voldemar qualifying? And that's what I wanted to ask you as well, Crackety. So Voldemar, he is in a bracket with Core and KJJ. So now he's set in the qualifier match. Do you think that Core has that chance to take down someone like Voldemar?
I'll say that Core messaged me earlier today saying that he's sick at the moment. So it's like, okay, you're sick. You already have an excuse should you lose, prepped ahead of time. Honestly, like, Core is one of those players that I think really shines up against a player like Voldemar, because Voldemar, he plays the game a ton. Core doesn't play the game that much. Like, he has his on and off days, but he does have a full-time job at the end of the day, and he is not just like full-time playing there at the end of the day. So, but he is, I want to say, very knowledgeable, and I want to say, like, I say a lot the word I want to say, but I want to mention that Core utilizes scouting very, very effectively and efficiently, and typically tends to draw the right conclusions in the macro department. That's something that I see a lot of other players, even at the high level, especially sometimes Voldemar as well, struggling with, like, drawing the right conclusions from the information that you've scouted. So these are just situations where I think Core can easily beat Voldemar in those situations, depending on the matchups. Yeah, it's still going to be a tough one. I think Core is maybe just playing with the, oh, I'm sick. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think it could be a very, very exciting and cutthroat set between the two. We're going to take a quick look here at our brackets overall. And yeah, those are going to be the potential upcoming matches here. And we do see Jiff Music at the moment. Is he still waiting for Demu? Yeah, he's still waiting for Demu at the moment. Sass vs. Eliona. That is actually going to be the set that we're going to be looking at next. So definitely very, very even players here. Boltune versus Happy Cat potentially going to be matching up either against Myriad or Lash. Cat Chrysaor and Ezra beating out Corvinus is going to be facing off against MSN there as well.
Now, this does feel like a pretty stacked bracket, and I'm so excited to see Boltune and possibly Myriad facing off against one another. I know Boltune took a little bit of a break for a while, so Myriad been practicing constantly. We'll see if he takes down Lash and then straight into the Tuna, but the players drafting right now, Sass and Eliona, I am hyped. Because I know Eliona and Sass, they're pretty evenly matched in this case. Sassy qualifying for the last EGC event, I don't believe Alyona made it through, though. So Sassy is the favorite here. But Alyona, this man cooks. Sometimes he can pull out anything from that hat. So we'll see what he decides to do. But I feel like on Sassy's side of the draft, we're definitely going to be looking at a lot of knight civilizations. He's a guy who loves his knights. What about Alyona? I ask you because obviously you play against them, and I do not.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Alyona and Sass, they are like literally right next to each other, I want to say, like in ATR, when it comes to ATR. Yeah, and they are actually, I do get confirmation, they are actually seed 12 and 13, respectively. So, and when it comes to playstyles as well, Alyona, I want to say, is even more of a knight enjoyer than Sass is. Like, Alyona, he loves knights, and he plays a lot of civilizations that utilize cavalry. And that might be as well where maybe there's a little bit of a weakness when it comes to like predictability to the civilization. Like Alyona, he really likes French, JD, Ottomans, Byzantines as well are great for him, but those are like sort of like the four main civilizations that we see Alyona play. I am not sure if he's got enough of a range here when it comes to the civilization draft, but we're going to have to see. We're going to be starting off with Dry River. So we already are starting off with a little bit of a hybrid map. We've got Frisian Marshes and Dry Arabia in the mix as well. So players are going to draft with these kind of maps in mind. And with Dry River, oh, nobody banned Katie.
Now, the question is just if Katie is actually something you need to ban on Dry River. Does it count? And I can imagine it does, because with Dry River, for those of you who don't know, you spawn with these little dry rivers in the middle, little dams, and they only have 5 shoreline fish. But that's still fish. And Katie...
2,500, yeah.
That's a lot of food. And Katie would love that. But there are some other civs that could make a play for this. I think with these types of maps, we don't always see the ideal meta at these early stages. Usually, by the second last week of these EGC events, we do see how people properly figure out how to play them. So we'll see what these two have in store. But I do like to see that Alyona went for the Lancasters, and the Lancasters in his draft being pretty nice, especially considering it got banned out on Sassy's side. So I didn't expect Lancaster to get banned on these maps that we're seeing in front of us, at least.
Yeah, I definitely would have expected more of a prio for Knights Templar here. And we do see Sass immediately picking Knights Templar, Alyona responding with immediate House of Lancaster pull behind that. Honestly, though, Knights Templar, just because of Dry River being in the map pool, just feels a lot more solid for Sass in this one. Jury's Legacy, also very, very strong civilization. And I gotta say, like, time and time again, I talk about this Juji Legacy up against the House of Lancaster. The Clown Car is back. The Clown Car is back. You can still utilize it. Sure, your archers, your Jugunu, they're going to take a quick little break after hopping out of the ram, but you can still put up so much pressure on those manners from your opponent. It's one of the reasons why I think Juji is probably like one of the best civilizations to pick up against the House of Lancaster here. Our civilizations are going to be coming in. China and Japan for Alyona, so are going to be seeing a Japan Knight civilization pick here as well. Looking at the maps, I want to say like HRE or China could be used in Frisian Marshes, and then Dry Arabia is kind of like free-for-all House of Lancaster. Dry River could also be like a pretty free-for-all, and French at the end there for Sass. So yeah, both overall pretty good civilization picks, I want to say. But Knights Templar definitely jumps at me here as like the favorite civilization, I want to say, just due to having a hybrid map.
Now, my question is basically, even though you have Knights Templar for your Dry River, is there anything Alyona can whip out of the hat to shut them down? Because I know a lot of pro players have said, no, KT, they win every time. Doesn't matter what you do. Do you think that there is something in Alyona's pack of cards that he could whip out here that does have a chance?
HRE. HRE is like one of those civilizations where they have enough early economy where they can weather the storm of the like hybrid water and land economy from the Knights Templar. Maybe with like a Dark Age barracks and just the additional movement speed. But instead, we are going to be seeing China here coming in on Drive River. Now, Chinese stocks, they do get a little bit bonus production speed on them, but it's still, it kind of pales in comparison to the bonus that you get as a Knights Templar. So, yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one, to say the least.
Well, picking China here, I think a lot of players still looking for some answers against something like KT. So it's something that I think we will now see that interaction. Where am I supposed to pull back? What am I supposed to do against them? Is there a way that I can actually deny what they're doing? So looking at his draft, China does feel like one of the strong civs, but he's got pretty strong civs no matter what. We actually have a pretty stacked side for both of them. And considering he still has Frisian Marshes and Dry Arabia, on which all of those civilizations could be doing well, he probably just feels like, let's give this a go and see how it rolls. But Sassy is the kind of man who sometimes does like to overinvest in harassment. So thinking about the player's playstyle, I do think that Sassy can make some mistakes that could lead to him maybe overcommitting, losing too many units, or being too confident in the civilization pick. So every player has some things that they have their weaknesses in. I just don't know what that is for Alyona. And I think you might be the one who can point that out.
I think Alyona can be very much overcommitting at times. It's I want to say like both these players tend to have very similar strengths. Like the playstyles are just very similar between Sass and Alyona. They're pretty straightforward with their playstyle, very meta-oriented. They just want to go for the aggression. They don't like playing like these long games. They're going to go for very honest, very straightforward strategies, trying to just be more efficient with the unit mass, trying to get more raids in, and that kind of playstyle there. So it's going to be a very, I want to say, like skill-oriented matchup here between the two, who can like do more damage, get more raids in, be more attentive to their own economy, mass up more units. I don't think there's going to be like any sneaky shenanigans, any like hidden plays that will come out. It's just going to be plain old meta gameplay from the two and trying to make the best out of it. But yeah, my personal opinion here is that Knights Templar just on these hybrid maps, they are just so efficient, just getting bonus food out of your lumber, like your woodcutters, and also just not needing lumber camps. It just boosts up the efficiency through the roof, means that you're going to be very, very easily able to reach a very nice age-up timing, even though you went out onto the ponds, which typically delays your age-up timing a little bit, but it's still going to hit a good age-up timing. And if your opponent tries to harass you, well, you're very much incentivized to still invest into spearmen while expanding your economy on water, meaning that you'll be able to hold on land while still boosting up your economy.
Again, back of cards, and it just seems like they've got all the options and they have all the cards they get to pull. Now, when I look at the rest of the draft, because you guys can see, we're still waiting for the lobby to be created, so this might be a little bit of a wait here. I would like to know a little bit about Frisian Marshes, because I'm Twitch chat in this case. Guys, I'm doing this on behalf of you, so don't worry. I'm asking on behalf of all of us. When we see something like Frisian Marshes in a draft, is this something where the Knight civilizations actually, like French, for example, they do have a pretty good time? Because as I remember French being a pretty strong pick on these, but I do know that the map has been reworked.
Yeah, so the French are still very strong on Frisian Masters. You don't really have the option of just going for the trade boom, or at least not as easy of an option of going for the trade boom with the Chamber of Commerce, because the market has been pushed into the middle. At the same time, I do believe that the overall sheep count has been reduced a little bit, so that kind of plays in a role there as well. But still, like with the French, just being able to take map control with your early knights, and there on out, just taking map control in general on a map like Frisian Marshes is so important, because there are a ton of resources out on the map in these ponds, the deer, the boar in the middle. You can truly just make the most out of it. You can delay your farm transition for a very long time. And in those situations, just having access to early knights, it pays dividends. It pays dividends incredibly well. Being able to take that map control, harassing your opponent on the sides, keeping them on their side of the map. And French, they got this ticking time bomb with the guild hall potentially, where at any one point in time, they can take out that food, they can get that red palace up, and as soon as that red palace is in, you've got those emplacements inside your TC, inside of your keeps. It means no more easy raiding. Either you commit in my base to kill villagers, or you just lose troops for free to me. And when those situations happen, where the red palace comes in, and you don't have like enough units to dive a TC, let alone dive a red palace. Let's not even talk about that. That's completely out of the question. It is incredibly tough to finish the game in Castle Age. Like, you will need Imperial Age at that time.
Yeah, the whole point of this map for me especially is that you have a lot of playstyles you can go for to make it work. Especially with Zushi, we've seen recently a little bit of a monk shenanigan going on, especially on Frisian, and where they go for a very different landmark for Zushi in Castle, which just means that you're going to be making monks that generate gold, and it does open up a very big, what is that thing called? Like a rat's nest of what the game could turn into. And I feel like with these current drafts that we have here and the maps in front of us, because both of these players can play almost every civilization on these maps, it's going to be really hard to predict and actually counterpick one another. So, guys, it looks like it's almost time for Dry River. So we'll see who goes for water and who goes for the straight up little bit of land. Yesterday, I actually saw a few of the games that went a little bit for water and another person just going for the straight up land aggression, because again, we just don't have a clear path of what is the exact right or best way to go about this just yet, at least.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one at the end of the day still. Knights Templar are just such a powerhouse on water, but China, they're also a king civilization when it comes to economy, and we're going to be jumping right into it. Game number 1 between Sass and Eliona now coming in.
I love that sheep bell whenever we log in. It's beautiful. So, ladies and gentlemen, Sassy here in red. He's going to try and ensure that Eliona after this is dead. But with a villager moving forward, he's going to be dropping that dock. And let's see what Eliona will do to stop. I don't know. I was trying to rhyme there, but I kind of lost it there by the end.
Looks like Eliona is just going to go for the pretty much default opening at the moment with the Chinese that we see most of the time, the no IO opening here. Honestly, I think in like these water situations, something that is still very much a thing that you can pull off is to like go for a Barbican in the middle. Like, you drop a Barbican in the middle, you kind of deny like 2 ponds at the same time, almost. And yeah, if Sass goes for like the 2 ponds right next to each other, that could already like be a pretty big win for Eliona, just shutting down a very large investment with relative ease as well. But don't think that that's going to be a strategy that we'll see here from him.
Now, with Sassy on the Knights Templar, we'll see how many docks he goes for. You know, this makes watching Knights Templar, it always gets me, because every time I'm like, oh wow, those villagers are really chopping wood quite far away. But no, these guys are just having a good day, because they don't need that good old lumber camp. They can just keep chopping. So we'll see if that extra dock investment will come through. We've been seeing 3 fishing ships on every single pond, and if that is going to be the way forward. But Eliona, he's creeping towards feudal already, and we'll see if that Song Dynasty does get chosen. I like your idea about the whole putting a Barbican in the middle. It does feel like it can provide that little bit of a shutdown that you need to stop KT and just give them a very inactive dock by the end of it. But it does also feel like a very heavy investment for someone to just be able to run around and then go and harass you in your base, knowing you've spent that extra bit of resources to get into the Song Dynasty.
Yeah, especially since Eliona did opt to go for the no AO opening, means that he is going to be very much incentivized to open up with the Imperial Academy, and that is going to be the landmark that we will see coming out here from. Eliona does have a pretty decent sheep haul here at the moment behind him. Sass didn't actually get as many sheep, but does have the ponds going for him, so it's a little bit of a trade-off here at this point in time. Just means that he's got to be careful because he does not want to have to fall back on the sheep, because they're going to expire quickly with just how few he's got out. But yeah, the wood gathering just being incredibly efficient here for the Knights Templar. It's alien technology, honestly, just beaming the wood across, like straight from the tree into your lumber camps.
Now, that was pretty interesting for me as well, because it feels like Sassy realized that, hey, I could afford a second dock. Realistically, I could go and make a second dock, get more fish, but the safer play would probably be to get a barracks. And this feels like a very responsible move by him. So, not overcommitting onto water, ensuring he's got that little bit of food eco boost, while at the same time being able to do a bit of pressure. Now, you guys know this is China, and China does not mind too much if someone does a little bit of harassment towards the gold, because they've got taxes, and you guys know taxes, they'll feed a whole empire. Now, we'll see what the spearman does see. He sees a lot of sheep coming from Ilyona, and he's going straight for that gold at the back.
Yeah, that's one of the weaknesses of China when they go for the no IO opening, is that they don't like immediately have enough gold for a job if they get pulled off. But because Sass went for the dock first, the timing actually doesn't quite like matter as much here. Ilyona, he is not really going to receive too much of delay here. I'm not exactly sure what Ilyona is going to try and go for at the moment, whether this is an attempt to transition into pro scouts eventually here. He is going to, however, have to delay that plan if that was the case, just because of these spearmen now harassing his gold vein, but also a little bit of a denial here on any potential deer luring. And if we do see pro scouts, going to be like significantly late now. Eventually, Ilyona will have enough gold for it, though, as he does get the double tax income at the moment just from all of these buildings inside the influence of the Imperial Academy.
Now, we'll see what Sassy looks like. He's putting that extra dock, so he does want to capitalize on every little thing that he can. Kingdom of France coming through now, and we've seen this from the previous games. That mobility is so strong. Ilyona now going with archers as his opening move instead will be able to stop these spearmen from running amok. But when you have Kingdom of France, your main composition is usually not a bunch of spearmen.
Yeah, now, the Chevalier actually aren't like the strongest knight unit at the end of the day. They are pretty good in mass, but they do like one pierce armor compared to their knight counterparts. So that's the sort of point where like mass archers actually still able to take relatively decent trades up against them. I'm wondering if Ilyona wants to go for like this mass archer play, though. I'm not quite sure. He is banking up a good couple of resources now behind this. Could also potentially go for a Song Dynasty play here. Wouldn't surprise me too much. And I mean, there is still a great spot for the Barbican, but I doubt that he's going to go for it. No, it looks more like he wants to go for the Pro Scout play.
Oh, yes. And getting those Pro Scouts is going to be so valuable. But now we'll see how this matches up to fishing. Because with Pro Scouts, you have a lot of food, right? Oh, no Pro Scouts, he says. Actually, this is just going to be a bunch of horsemen. Dragony, I think he got us good here with the horsemen. He's going to be able to raid a lot, put that pressure down, that mobility that he needs. And that was my big question. If he does decide to go for Pro Scouts, would it still be worth it, considering that your opponent gets those extra fishing ships to try and get the food? While Pro Scouts, you still have to put your villagers to work. So it just doesn't feel like it gives that same level of benefit as having the water. So instead, the man just goes for the unthinkable. A lot of mobility, a lot of horses, and we'll see if he finds some damage.
There are a couple of points to raid at the moment, namely the woodline from Sass, because the villagers already chopped quite far into that one, so a good portion of that is outside of the TC range. The gold vein as well is something that could be harassed here. It's a difficult call, honestly, to make at this point in time. Sass, he's actually gathering a good amount of gold, so he will want to heavily invest into the Chevalier now at this point in time from the looks of it. And even a third pond now being docked on, so the food economy behind this is just escalating more and more at this point in time. With even military count, I can't help but feel like, oh, we are going to be getting that Song Dynasty Barbican here. And yeah, Ilyona is gonna try to deny at least one of the pawns here. We do have an archer ship, though. Oh, no. Oh, no. Another villager goes down. Another one. Yeah, it gets cancelled. That was a disaster in the making there for Ilyona. Losing 2 villagers. Make that 3 even total that he did end up losing there. Man, that hurts so much. I think maybe if he just went from the other side, in between the 2 ponds, where there's one pond where there isn't a single Archer ship in. Another 2 villagers went down. 6 villagers total lost at the moment. Eliona, he just took crippling damage. And he got caught out when he tried to go on the pond as well. Oh my god, this is a dreadful position now at the moment for Eliona to be in. Did not manage to get the Barbican up. Lost a lot of his own economy instead. What's the plan going to be now? He is still going to opt for the Barbican. Is going to be able to secure the deer as well as 2 ponds with it. But he is now in a position where he's firmly behind. And Sass, what is he doing? He's doubling down. 2 more stables coming in here for the Chevalier. Army production.
This is going to be absolutely disgusting for Sassy. He is going to have so many resources. We see Eliona now going for his own little dock there, trying to get a little bit of food as he has fallen behind now. The problem is 6 villages down when he already had the Civ disadvantage makes this feel close to impossible. Now, it does look like he is going to be able to hold tight for a little while because, of course, China does have Song Dynasty now. The villager production will be a little bit better. But the problem is Sassy's army is starting to get quite scary and he's getting +1 ranged defense right now. That usually spells one big thing. And that means he's going to go for it. You have a tower? That's fine. You have a Barbican? That's fine too. I'm just going to go for it. Especially considering that there are 7 archers on the side of Eliona. It doesn't feel like Sassy is too scared.
Yeah, I agree. Eliona has also added in at least a couple of spearmen, though, so we'll have an answer to the Chevalier here at the moment from Sass, but Sass also adding in his own mass archers, and yeah, I mean, Archer is a very good unit if you do have a ton of wood income, which luckily, Sass, with the Knights Templar, does indeed have. We're also seeing the Pilgrim Pilgrimage coming in now, the Pilgrim Passage. So Sass is now starting to receive some passive gold income whenever these pilgrims manage to connect to those sacred sites. And yeah, also moving out to deer. Yeah, I mean, Sass, he's just got all the options at the moment. He's got full control.
And those are in a very good position as well. They get to go through a very, very safe sacred site. There's a boat next to it, ensuring a little bit of a poke if any of the units poke their head in. And a villager does get picked up. Eliona now picking up 2 of these. He definitely feels happy with those pickups, but there needs to be a lot more damage out of this. Now, Sassy has stopped making units, though. And to me, that spells a little bit of danger. Now getting his survival techniques as well, just ensuring that those deer give even more food, or faster food, for the man. But with no units in queue, I'm expecting Sassy to be very confident going into castle and then trying to make something work. Because, of course, you don't want to sacrifice too many units when you start charging in. And Feudal Age Spearmen, where Eliona might be stuck for a while, is not going to be able to handle these Castle Age units from the Knights Templar.
Yeah. Looks like Eliona was at least able to catch up in the overall economy count. Just efficiency-wise, you never really want to be on the same count as Knights Templars. They do also have those pilgrims generating gold here for them. Also just more efficient woodline gathering. He is in Song Dynasty, so scaling-wise, he is going to start pulling more and more ahead. But yeah, Sass is already about to be able to trigger the age up. Eliona not too far behind, though, I want to say.
Eliona does make it look like he is considering... Oh, no, definitely not just considering. He's going for it. But the question is, does what he has in his pocket actually secure him a pretty safe passage into castle? We do see a few now being picked up or clicked up, and now getting another military ship on the water to ensure that those fishing boats can have a good day. Now, beautiful raids here still by Sassy. Just getting that idle time delays him just that bit more because Republic of Genoa is only 20 seconds away. And Sassy has a lot of archers to handle these spears that Eliona has opted for.
If only Chinese had a way of rushing their age up as well. Oh, wait. They already rushed it up. Oh, more raids coming in, though. Wrong timing for Eliona. He's going to lose 1 villager. Could be worse, but still is going to hurt him in this timing because as soon as the age up comes through for him, he's going to want to get as much gold as possible for the upgrades.
That's the problem now. You are in a position where your gold's denied, and yes, you get to age up, but you're not going to get any upgrades alongside that age up. You are firmly going to be waiting and lagging behind just because you cannot afford anything. Now, there should be a few taxes lying around, but those horsemen, they're trying to find some damage. And Alyona, it feels like he is just trying to keep Sassy in his base for as long as possible, so it gives him the time. Now, the horses from Sassy, they've been doing amazing work, and a few villager will get picked off. So Alyona, probably pretty happy with this, but now the relic plays have begun. And we'll see if Alyona has the ability to pick any of those up too.
Yeah, he's already started queuing the monk before Sass even has, and with the supervision, is going to have the ability to get them out super, super quickly here as well. I'm just wondering, because Sass, like, he's not letting up, he is still on the aggression, he is moving around actively on the map. How many relics, at the end of the day, Alyona can realistically pick up here?
The map control with all these units from Sassy will make that close to impossible. Maybe the one in front of the Barbican, but oh no, there are tons of archers just standing confidently taking some barbecue shots. Because, you know, who doesn't like a good barbecue on a Sunday? Oh, the poor little fishing boats also going down now from Alyona. This was his economy, his extra bit that he needed. And there are still red blobs running around everywhere, just picking up anyone out of position. But the spearmen, they do get a good horse barbecue for themselves. So, meat for all, they say.
Yeah, without the fishing ships there to repair the archer ship, it does actually go down rather quickly to the archers from Sass. Able to do a good amount of damage, able to pick off 3 archers there with a last shot as well, basically paying off for itself as well. So tends to be a pretty decent trade. We are going to see mass lances coming out from Alyona at the moment.
Sassy floating a lot of food as well. He just doesn't have anything he gets to spend it on. Now, that poor little archer, he does get saved by the Wololo, a little bit wounded, but will be making it out to the next day. And this type of harassment is the thing that hurts, because Alyona, he has a pretty solid food income. But the question is for how long? These fish keep getting denied, they keep getting picked off, and now Alyona still needs something to get himself ahead. He is ahead in villagers, but the economy speaks a very, very different, or tells us a very different story. Sassy is just making units. He's floating some resources because he can. And Relic does get picked off, but so will that poor little unit.
Alyona not quite able to hop in time in the Barbican, so Monk is actually going to be able to make it out alive there with that relic. So Sass might find himself in a position where he could get 4 out of the 5 relics, as he does still have a unit patrolling around the relic on the side from Alyona there as well.
Yeah, this feels like something that Sassy has set himself up for in success here. And you can also see the pilgrims, they're feeling a little bit more confident moving out to the other side of the map, trying to get that max amount of gold. But Sassy needs to ensure that he has something to handle those heavy set of spears. 31 archers is a pretty good answer though. So it does feel like Alyona, he is ahead in villagers. He is China. But is he going to be able to hold this next push that is going to come from Sassy? Sassy now getting his last bit of upgrades that he needs to start diving and actually doing some real work. We see a lot of horses heading the way, and unfortunately, more gold will be denied. So it does slow Alyona down quite a bit.
Yeah, it looks like there are going to be some Imperial officials here also going to be going down over on the side from Alyona. Nice pickoffs there. It's going to slow down the tax gathering and also just costing roughly 100 resources for Alyona to replenish those Imperial official numbers. Big pickoff there, though, from Alyona. He's going to be able to find some villagers there with his own lancers. Maybe even kill the villager there as he's trying to retreat, not getting that one in. Oh, but it has to be so careful. Sass is very active at the moment when it comes to the raiding.
Yeah, Sassy, he's in his comfortable place here, right? Just, destroying them. 15 dead villagers total now. This feels like Sassy's happy place. He's someone who loves to just send those night packs around, and he's going to know about that gold that they're now going on. He does lose a few of these nights, but the problem is there's a lot more. And now a little wall being invested in by Alyona. He's going to be able to try and protect that gold that keeps getting raided. But if you guys saw earlier, he doesn't need to run around. He's just going to go right next to the wood line and go for yet another one. Now, Sassy is ready. He's getting 2 trebuchets behind this as well. And that's how you know that he feels pretty confident about his spot. Possibly going to go and try to get rid of that Barbican, because we see a big clump of red there as well. And another Vil going down. Disgusting.
Disgusting. Sass. We're now seeing trebuchets coming out from him. He's going to want to start sieging down the infrastructure from Eliona. Wants to start sieging down that Barbican and those docks on the ponds there as well. Eliona trying to go for some raids, but might be able to find some villager kills here. A couple do go down. It doesn't really quite make up for it. 4 relics here at the moment from Sass. Also a great spot for Fortress. He's got 2,000 gold in the bank at the moment, just thanks to all of those relics, those pilgrims as well, making their way to the sacred sites time and time again. Having sacred sites captured in as well, so 200 gold passively per minute coming in there. And look at those trebuchets. Knights Templar trebuchets, not just firing 1 projectile, but 2, maybe even 3 with an additional upgrade.
That feels like such a tough position to be in, because you know those trebuchets are just going to be able to hammer away at every single building you have, and you need a lot of mobility to actually get on top of them. But we can see the composition from Sassy, quite diverse. He's ready for anything that Eliona puts on offer, and Eliona, 2,200 gold in the bank now, most likely going to be trying to get that spent in another way, because the food is looking so dire for him. So getting all of that gold is great in the bank, but he needs to find a way to spend it, and he needs to find a way now. Because Sassy, he's just going to keep on pushing forward. We see that big red blob now pushing towards the Barbican side, going to be shutting down that last little bit of fishing boats on there. And just look at that. Double shots destroying. But now the problem is, he's just going to keep that push going. And once he does, Eliona is going to have absolutely no way of shutting this down.
Yeah, he is currently just massing a lot of horsemen, which are nice against the majority of the units from Sass. He's mostly got archers, crossbows, some Genoese crossbows, some men-at-arms in here and there as well, some mangonels, but the economy behind it all, it just feels so much stronger for Sass, at least in like the gold department. Would Eliona, like, he's doing a farm transition at the moment as well. And we talked about the Swammen. Farm transitions, that's where China usually starts to look not so good, at least for a couple of minutes until the farms really start picking off.
It does feel like that farm transition slowdown is definitely going to give Sassy the opening he needs as well, because Sassy's farm transition was already en route. And now with all that wood he has in the bank, he's probably feeling pretty safe to do so. We see now Eliona, he's got a few farms around there, but the problem is there are horses from Sassy who know about this.
Just a couple of horses. They're going to cause a lot of idle time there. Also going to force back a little bit of the military from Eliona to try and clean those up. And just overall being very annoying, keeping your opponent on their toes. Behind the Sass element, 1,200 food, Eliona at 500 food per minute. Should be going up significantly as those villagers now start gathering food from those very efficient granary rice fields there. they can't see each other. El no Saba. Whammon, El no Saba. They don't know.
He's going to sneak into the farms pretty soon, Crackety. And now there's a big raid of horses sneaking in. They do spot him now as he pokes out his head, and he's going to go straight for, I was going to say a kill, but instead he just goes and gets ready to die.
Templar Brothers do have a good bit more HP and damage compared to normal Lancers, but not going to be enough when there's 2 of them and a crossbow helping out there as well. Landmark victory approaching, that's not typically something that we see realistically happen up against the Chinese, just because they get so many landmarks in. And finally, the farm, the food income does look up now for Eliona. He's also been mostly just producing horsemen and spearmen, so the gold has started to go up quite highly now at this point in time, just because you're not spending it, so taxes, they're going to do their thing. But the infrastructure going down, that's going to hurt him heavily. Eliona, he just invested so much wood into farms. He doesn't really have the resources to rebuild all of these buildings.
And Sassy is just playing this safe. He is not moving his siege too far away from his units. He realizes, I can only lose if I overstep, if I make a mistake, if I overcommit. And this is a very slow and steady play that he feels comfortable with right now. We do see, with all the units he has in his army, he gets to switch out to men-at-arms because those are going to be so hard to handle when they start getting onto the farms as well. Yes, Alyona does have a bunch of crossbows, but the problem is, with the diversity and just the sheer amount of units Sassy has, it doesn't feel like a direct counter can do much. The problem is Alyona doesn't have anything that he can pull out that can handle the size of an army. Now, the Lancers, that is probably a good starting point, but apparently there's going to be a front collapse here. He does try to split up this army, and that's a pretty big part of Sassy's army chasing.
It is, but there are a lot of mangonels here in the middle as well. Springled also helping up against these spearmen. And Mangonel's just doing so much damage here to the backline. Horsemen not really able to find the connection onto the backline. Instead, they're getting stuck on the men-at-arms, on the knights at the front as well. Alyona, he just lost his entire military force. And there's just no way to stop what's coming in next. GG comes in. Sass gonna be able to win game number 1 on Dry River.
It feels like that was the only opportunity for him to win a fight, knowing he split them up, but he did his best. I mean, when you are up against KT, that's all you can do. Give it your best. You can see Sassy, with all the resources, he just got so much more than Alyona. And that military value lead, it showed the story of KT. Once that economy is happy and healthy, it will just keep booming.
I think a lot of it also just came down to that big villager loss here that we did see 7.5 minutes into the game. Losing 6 villagers there, it just puts you so far behind. There's a big gap between the economy from Sass and Alyona now at that point in time. Now, Song Dynasty did manage to help Alyona recover, at least long term, but yeah, when you're already behind, like, recovering is not going to be enough when you're up against a civilization that does have a pretty good advantage up against you in those situations. And now, next up, we are going to be seeing Frisian Marshes. And, I mean, we saw Sass already play French on Frisian Marshes yesterday, beating Voldemar in a set 2-1. And now he's going to pull him out again. And, yeah, we're going to see them up against the House of Lancaster next.
And that is going to be a pretty solid matchup, I can imagine. We now see, with French being one of the picks, I'm actually pretty excited to see that type of raiding and harassment coming out. Because Sassy, he loves his French, and we'll see how hard he can make it work. Although Lancaster, as we saw earlier, they are also pretty good at just sitting back and not allowing the French to do anything. We did see this with JD, but I feel like French, it will have a little bit more power and force you to do something about it, because they do have those extra villagers that come on through. So with the faster villager production speed, it doesn't feel as much like a ticking time bomb when you're playing against Lancaster. You don't feel like, oh, I need to go and do damage right now. You'll find the damage. You just need not necessarily the time, but you do need a timing to make it work. So, I don't know. I think this is definitely, for French, it's probably pretty good because you get to be out on the map. You enjoy being out on the map. And this is where they are definitely going to be able to shine. Also, Alyona is French. He's playing against French. That's already like 2 negatives. You know, this is already a problem.
It means that he knows the Civ, though. He knows the Civ. He's got the home advantage there, so to say. I mean, House of Lancaster, it's an interesting one because, like, in theory, like, we've seen House of Lancaster go for, like, these fast Imperial Age timings time and time again with the Wingard, and then just pumping out a huge, obscene amount of spearmen very, very quickly. French, they like to accompany their knights with archers, so they will immediately have answers to the spearmen. And they're not going to be too far off from their own Imperial Age play, just courtesy of that guild hall, just providing you with so much resources there, like this big trickle of resource in the back that always just keeps growing, and eventually you'll be able to just immediately click that age up at a certain point. It's an interesting matchup I want to see. Definitely not one that we see quite often. Something to also keep in mind is that the castle, the Lancaster Castle, and the manors, they aren't buildings that you can garrison in, so night raids are still definitely something that you will have to watch out for. The little trickle of arrow fire can be healed away with chivalry, So you can't just go for a completely naked, boomy type play with the House of Lancaster in this matchup.
Exactly. There's no JD who's going to be dying to arrow fire. And I do see in Twitch chat French against Lancaster doesn't feel good at all. Yes, in theory, because they pump out a million spears. They can go for upgrades that will make them do even more damage to armored units. However, if you do decide to go for the King's College, things get a little bit hairy because now all of a sudden you do not have a big building to protect your villagers when those knights do decide to dive you. And I think this is probably the strength of French. That early castle, when you've just clicked it up, that's where French is most likely going to be able to do their most damage because they get to dive. They get their upgrades pretty quickly as well. And once those chunky knights are on your base, it's so hard to get rid of them. So it does feel like they have the answers needed, at least in early castle and mid castle. But after that, yes, I do feel like Lancaster sits in a pretty good spot if they did not die to French by then.
I gotta say, I kind of disagree a little bit, mainly because French are a civilization where, sure, at first glance, it doesn't look like they've got great late-game bonuses, but it actually starts to really compile on, because you get the guild hall. That's already like 500 resource per minute-ish that you're getting out of that. That's roughly 10, 12 villagers that you're getting there economy-wise. So you got a pretty decent economy you can put on gold. And on top of that, probably by far the best meat grinder civilization in the game, because the horsemen that you produce with the discount with the keeps, a lot of HP thanks to Royal Bloodlines, the most HP horsemen that you can get in the game, and 90 resources per horseman. It is such an incredibly cheap unit to reinforce as a frontline. Compare that with the Arbaletria, one of the best just backline units that you can have in the game. Cannons as well, very, very strong siege that you get. Rebaldicans potentially. It makes French actually one of the hardest civilizations to take down in Imperial Age.
Fred, Crackety, you've just convinced me to try French. Thank you. Yes, I cannot even. Now that you've painted the picture of the perfect late game composition, I can see how this would be a little bit too much for Lancaster to handle. So yes, that is interesting. And guys, this is why Crackety is so good at this damn video game, and not all of us can be, but just imagine. Okay, so yes, French, it does feel like they're in a pretty good spot as a pick then. Now, Alyona, Lancaster still has this very strong timing they get to do. There are these very critical moments where they just pull out things that you possibly cannot be ready for at the right moments, especially as French. If you do overcommit, which is what we talked about before, is we saw this with Alyona and Sassy. Both of these players, they do sometimes extend a little bit far. So we might need to see if Sassy can hold back and be confident but stable in his pushes like we saw from the last game. But Alyona, he has a lot more cards he gets to pull out compared to what he had in the previous one, especially with Muster the Nobles. And you just get to have such a little bit of a power spike. We'll see how that matches up against the Knights, though. So, yeah, this is, guys, it's time for the game.
All right, and we're jumping up in right away. Oh, yeah. Oh no. Yeah. It's time for the Dark Age Barracks, but look at Sans the Scout. He spots it immediately. He went straight in looking for that, and he does see that there is a little building that you don't see too often in the Dark Age, and we immediately have Sass sending villagers out to wood. This is going to be an outpost defense from him.
Oh, interesting. And Sassy being able to do something like this is going to ensure that spearman situation doesn't become a real problem. Now, Crackety, what was that outpost that you talked about earlier? What was that thing's name?
That was the pressure outpost, but this is actually a functional outpost because villagers don't have to walk 3,000 miles in order to jump into it.
Okay, so he's actually going to get the value out of this. But with the spearman being this close, he is going to be able to poke his head a few times, but pulling a few more vills should not be too costly here. Now, The thing is, Alyona investing in 3 spears, probably pretty good here for Sass if he does not take any damage. The thing is, though, that spearman, he is blasting away. We do see those 3 villagers now building this, trying to get it up as quickly as possible. He does respect the spearman, though, and we do see him pulling back just a little bit. Second spearman is going to make this a lot harder now, though, and that villager is getting dangerously low.
Yeah, he's going to have to pull back. Villagers are pulling their shivs, but they aren't too confident in that fight, so are going to have to retreat here. And oh, that villager, oh, he's getting dangerously low. Survives, though, with a slither of health remaining. Alyona, he's actually gathered up more wood behind this, which makes me believe that he's going to follow this up with an outpost of his own, potentially.
Let's go see if there's any sneaky vills following suit. It looks like he's keeping it in his base for now. Now, getting an outpost, do you mean it would be worth it for him to get it in his base?
No, in next to the gold from Sass, because if you can't, like, if your opponent just gets an outpost on their gold, you just send a villager forward, get your own outpost in, and that way, like, you don't have to wait for a blacksmith, don't have to wait for siege engineering, and then the ram to be made, and eventually Ramjas is going to get harassed as well. Ooh, look at that Chamber of Commerce. We're going to be trading today, Whammon.
Crackety? The Chamber of Commerce was not on my bingo card. Twitch chat, I don't know if it was on yours, but this is some shenanigans. Now, Chamber of Commerce just puts you in such an interesting position because now you all of a sudden have the opportunity to just snowball. The thing is, Alyona does have the cards, again, to be able to shut down a trade pretty quickly. So, Sassy now, this means that Sassy is going to get some nice upgrades, going to get those free traders, and we'll see if Alyona actually scouts this. The thing is, he's probably going to be warned the moment there are no knights in his base.
Yeah, but let's see that Alyona looks like he also wants to lure in the deer there. Lancaster Castle on its way for him as well. I mean, it's always something that you have to potentially anticipate, the Chamber of Commerce, just because on this map, it is a very, very good landmark to get overall. Granted, though, with the changes to the trade, it might be that Alyona doesn't actually expect it to come in, because we do have the market in the middle of the map here. Look at Sass, he's really trying to deny that deer luring from coming in. He's going to make it very, very difficult here. Scout is low in health, though, so he's going to have to pay close attention if he doesn't want that scout to go down to these spearmen.
Now, Alyona is scouting. I think the fact that he's scouting this much means that he's like, where is, your landmark? I haven't seen it. This feels weird. Is it maybe on the other side? And him seeing this now is going to make this a very, very different experience. Yeah, the fact that he did not go in blindly. Alyona, very methodical as well. Absolutely love the fact that he's being very aware of these things too. Now we'll see how much he invests in here on the stone, because getting that huge amount of stone and getting your manors is great, right? But if your opponent is trading behind it, I don't know if the manors are going to be paying off just as much. But now forestry, this, ladies and gentlemen, is the only time you will see someone click up forestry, because that upgrade is only useful for getting you a free trader from that landmark.
It's the classic old buy two, get one free. It's a very, very effective marketing strategy, and it's working here. Forestry actually getting research. We're also seeing all the other upgrades coming in. Sass already prepping in his own archer range, because he did see spearmen and just wants to make sure that he will at least have some answer to those in order to protect his trade. Behind this, first manor is now coming in for Alyona, and the question is, how many manors are we going to see from him? I would personally expect just 3, maybe 6 at most, then into Castle Age, because College of, King's College and then Color of Essos is just going to be very, very strong when you're up against an army composition from the French with just knights and archers. Getting that +6 damage in against the knights, it just makes you scale incredibly well in those fights.
Now, getting those archers out with the traders is going to be critical, but luckily Alyona foresaw this. He's not going to be sacrificing those spearmen to just try and get some damage done on them. Look at that beautiful little trader. He's just carrying the gold to victory, and it does look like this is going to be a very uncontested one. Look at that beautiful little banner around the neck. See, that's a beautiful little trader. The French, they have style. They've got gold. And
It's the
beautiful
fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Fashion statement.
Sassy does strike me as a fashionable kind of guy. So the French civilization does really suit him. Now, he is a knight in queue, but ladies, let us look at a spot where that could possibly be utilized. Because to me, that looks like a lot of stone crackety. This man, he's going to be teaching Sassy some manners, he believes. So that's a lot of manners. Or a lot of stone for possibly a lot of manners.
Yeah, already have Sass as well moving out on the map. He does have wheelbarrow, so is going to be very efficient about that. Upgrade is now coming in to be able to get a couple more manners in. No outpost at the moment on the gold from Eliona, so I think he might just want to switch over to the other gold that is going to be protected by the Lancaster Castle as well as the surrounding manors here. But he's got to be very, very careful how he wants to go about it. If he just puts the manors too far forward, those archers could just step up and snipe a villager or two.
The problem is with the gold being denied here, and yes, like you said, that gold, it is protected, but if he gets sniped, that is probably going to snowball pretty quickly. The thing is, Sassy already 8 villages ahead. I know some of these are traders too, but every single upgrade he gets just puts him that much further ahead, right? And Sassy, he's using this. You can see him already diving. The problem is you've got a knight, and that knight, it doesn't mind taking a little bit of fire. Picking up a scout just means that Eliona is not going to know what is next. Eliona is never going to be able to find out how much trade is actually coming in, and chivalry is being upgraded now. So these knights are going to be able to go in, harass, get a kill, get out, and come back to safety. Now with him being forced onto this gold as well, he's just stuck in a no upgrade zone because those knights are going to constantly be harassing.
We're also getting Yeoman in now for Eliona, so he's going to get forced into an archer play here of his own. Yeoman at least are going to do quite well up against the archers from Sass. Gonna have to be very careful though, because they are incredibly expensive to mess up, and we do have the first knight going down here. Good play by Eliona, having his spearman in position, but yeah, this is a little bit of a scaling difference type game, because we do have on one side, of course, the manors coming in for Eliona. He's about to have his 6th manor up as well. On the other side, Sass, he does have the trade going for him, and he is already getting a good amount of resource and could actually soon just follow us up with a castle age play.
Yeah, that's the wonderful part of having these options, right? He can just keep massing these knights, and that's exactly what he's doing. But if he decides, hey, I cannot break through all these manors, I will just go for castle, and then we'll see how these Royal Institute knights are going to be doing under those manors. And I'm assuming he feels pretty confident about the abilities of those. He's getting more archers, getting more knights every single time he can afford them, and now getting undermesh as well. So, to me, this spells an aggressive Sassy moving out.
Definitely has the capabilities to be so. But we are getting the Muster Nobles in now as well. That is going to be 8 Demi-Lancers coming in for Eliona. That's a pretty big tempo play there for him. He's going to lose a couple of spearmen though. Has to be very, very careful here. We do have that little brace bait coming in there with the knights. Just charging a little bit and then being like, they're kind of behaving like the Elden Ring bosses and just baiting you, and baiting you again, and the second you're like, okay, yeah, he's not gonna charge, that's when the attack hits.
Now, those villagers are snacking away at the gold, and with the musters, with the nobles mustered now, they are going to be able to have a lot of them on top of these knights. And the thing is, this is probably one of those fights where he probably has a shot of taking it. But Sassy realizes this and he does pull away. 2 of the archers do get picked off, but now the nobles are going to need to be respected, as we do, because these guys splitting off, going to be trying to find some villagers and some traders running amok. Sassy, though, he needs to be careful not to lose too much. There are a lot of villagers out here on the map, but these horses, they are feeling a little bit too confident, because these knights, once they do get on top of them, this does feel difficult. And now all those yeomen, they are also pretty much exposed out here.
They are indeed exposed, but there are a good amount of spearmen out on the field still from Eliona, even more in queue. Says he had the option of going up to the next age, but he did realize that in order to keep his trade safe, he needs to reinvest more into knights on his side. The Demilancers are going to find some traders here to pick off. Villagers are going to have to get pulled back to TC. Looks like a couple might actually go down to this charge now from the knights, so good damage done here by Sass. Is going to be able to equalize the killed villager count in comparison to the traders that have been taken down, but doesn't want to linger around for too long, as these knights are premium unit that you do not want to just throw away.
The yeomen are starting to do quite a bit of damage here, but a few of the archers getting picked off here from Sassy. The knight is here to answer to this, and you can see him trying to fight it off. And oh my goodness, that is a disgusting amount of trading going on between these knights and these demi-lancers. There's a reason they're called demi, guys. It's basically like they're called semi-knights. They are half a knight, a mere man with a very long stick trying to do some damage. And they do get some damage to these traders, but they take a lot of damage alongside it. Oh my goodness, Crackety, I thought that fight was going to go so much better for those demi-lancers.
Yeah, without the color of Essus, they just don't pack that punch that they need up against these knights. And Saspiant is just packing in a couple more knights here and there, and also Professional Scouts has just been researched. Wow, man, it's not just that you get the deer inside of your base, but you're also getting another free trader. How awesome is that?
Ah, it's disgusting. I cannot imagine that level of value in a base that is already living so, or thriving so well. White Tower now coming down. This is going to mean that he does get a few extra units that Sassy might have trouble dealing with if he was any other civilization. But Knights, they don't mind the old guards. They should be able to charge into them and do quite a bit of damage. Now, Sassy is getting the guild hall, so very responsible age up. Doesn't feel like he needs to overcommit into this. And like you said, after you painted that picture, Crackety, I didn't know you were such an artist, but that beautiful picture you've painted just sends me into the late game, seeing a beautiful set of horsemen running around, archers picking off, Apatli making sure that everything armored does not get close. So Sassy, he probably has a similar picture in his head, and it is gorgeous. He's ready for it, and he's ready for the late game. That White Tower, though, it does feel a little bit scary.
Oh, let's get finished. We're getting 3 Earl's Guard in immediately. Knights also getting queued up now by Eliona. No veterancy upgrades coming in behind this yet, and Sass able to go for his own age up. I'm not sure if Eliona expects the age up to come in at this point in time, mainly because he's the one on 6 manners. His economy must be awesome, right? But yeah, the traders, they've been trading, and trade is good for the economy.
And Leona, guys, he is not just a wonderful French player. He's also a blind player right now. So House of Lancaster, being in his arsenal, he needs to be scouting. He needs to see what's going on. He does not know that this is a guild hall. And that could be a very big problem, because for him, this feels like, okay, I need to attack before these knights get their upgrades. And sure, but those aren't the knights you need to be that scared of. You do have your time and you do have your economy. Let's go see if we can actually shut down this trade. He does get another trader, but now these archers, there is a lot of them, and they're about to get veterancy. It does look like those knights are baiting yet another brace situation, but they do get a good set of damage. The Demi-Lancers melting away because they are basically just half the power. The French knights doing some good work.
Spearmen trying their best, but they are eventually getting sniped. Spearman mass now pretty much completely thinned out. Yeah, man, they've been waiting a little bit for the veterancy upgrade. Has come in the meantime, though, also getting +2 damage now on them. Sass is also going to retreat here. Both players, I want to say, Sass has to be very happy with how he traded out there. Eliona, not so much.
Yeah. Eliona lost a very heavy part of his army, the army that cannot be remade, and the army that was supposed to keep him on the map, giving that control. And Sassy, he is making farms. Guys, this is a 16-minute farm, French. Welcome to Shenanigans. Those are gorgeous. They're just going to produce so many knights.
Yeah, but the deer. Why aren't we gathering from the deer instead? The deer.
The deer. This is not a deer map.
Women. The
Let
deer.
them live, Crackety. Give them one map.
They're
they
a
get to
deer.
live.
Okay,
They're
never mind. They
always
are
hunted.
gathering. They are gathering.
no.
Okay, there's more
damn it.
villagers. They're hiding. There's just this big red blob, a mixture of both villagers and deer. There kind of makes me think that we're in a little bit of an alchemist situation there. But yeah, these are individual villagers gathering the deer there.
Now, getting a deer is going to be nice, but why would you want deer if you can eat fish sometimes? We know a good venison goes a long way, but fishing, guys, we've had sushi. You know how this goes, but look at those connections. The knights coming out of Aliona's base, they're all dying right there, boys. They're going to be living a very short life.
He's going to be able to pick off some traders, so tariffs are pretty much inbound now. Aliona is going to restrict the trading there. Behind that, I mean, it's still a large yeoman mass there. Sassy wasn't able to thin that out too much.
And the thing is, Sassy is not over-investing into trade. All those traders have been passive. No resources were wasted otherwise. And now those knights, ladies and gentlemen, they have their new target, that manor. Because, as we know, Aliona has too many manors right now, and Sassy is going to be manoring him instead. Oh, never mind. A knight does go down. Unfortunately, the manor will survive, and that just shows you, having good manners, it matters. Oh my god. I can't stop. Oh no.
Behind this, we do see a... I'll try. We do see a switch up into horsemen now. Veterancy coming in. More raids being found as well by that knight. Wonder how he got in. He must have been taking a different route, but the reinforcements are already there in that direction, so we'll be able to pick that one off. Says behind us, it's not just the free traders that he has been making. He also added an additional market that he's been actively producing traders from. And that basically is like having an additional town center worth of economy behind that. So he's got the Chamber of Commerce, he's got an additional market. That is a ton of economy that he's actively gaining here. Aliona, he's been active on the relic game. The last remaining relics, though, they're on Sass's side, so they're quite difficult for him to get into his base. So Sass might actually find himself into in a 3-2 relic split here for him, while having trade up as well.
Now, Aliona, this is probably one of the first instances where we see someone sitting in Castle Age for a while, but he stopped producing units. He's making walls. Ladies and gentlemen, are we getting an Imperial Age House of Lancaster? I think he watched a few of those games where the spearmen were just unstoppable, and he's like, maybe this is my moment. But with this amount of knights at your front door, you might be thinking, maybe I do need another unit or two to keep this going. Now crossbowmen being summoned, a Warlord screaming to the skies, a knight killing dead villagers. Oh! And there's a conversion.
Your knight is my knight. We'll be sharing now, but the monk does eventually get taken down. Nice little Warlord that came in, though. Sacred Site getting decapped behind this as well as some nice villager raids here on the pond. Aliona still, I want to say, behind in economic numbers, but the income is great just due to having those 9 manors behind all of this working for him. Army value, though, Sass, he's got a solid lead.
Now, a little trader dying every now and again. Aliona doing a good job at making sure this doesn't go out of control. And when that market kicks in and the raiders start running, it is going to be something he's going to need to constantly do. But ladies and gentlemen, we have another forestry upgrade coming in from Aliona, and apparently I was wrong. It's not just China and French that gets it. Apparently, Aliona says, I need my wood to be chopped down at twice the speed. And now it's going to be Imperial. And I feel like this is a moment for Sassy where he and his own Imperial Age is going to be making a statement.
He's the one that clicks it first.
And he gets it in such a juicy spot. We see that landmark and the plan for it. It is going to be a very secure trade.
Secures the trade, also means that Sacred Site is going to be pretty much uncontestable. Wingard Palace now coming in for Aliona, though, and that Wingard Palace, you save a ton of resources on the units that you produce out of that one. It is absurd how much you save there.
Now, with those spearmen, he's hoping for miracles, though, because, okay, 18 knights, they are going to be difficult to handle. But I feel like if Sassy just converts into some different units, such as the archers he already has, he's probably going to be able to deal with this for a while longer. Because looking at the resources, Aliona is not in a position where his gold is going to be lasting forever. There are only 12 traders out on the map, but 12 traders, that's a pretty significant amount. Now, we do see our Wingard coming through, and we'll see if the name accurately reflects what this game is going to go towards. Wingard, we'll see if he wins, but the Red Palace coming in pretty soon, and Sacred Side Victory is approaching. Stone Walls to match it as well. He wants this, Crackety.
Yeah, looks like Saz able to take some lessons after that Voldemar game here yesterday. Up against HRE with his own French, and yeah, I mean, just able to secure these sacred sites here, very, very important. Has the other one secured by that Red Palace, and now Eliona, he's gonna have to make something happen very, very soon because the timer is ticking. Scootage is coming in as well behind this, so Eliona will have some passive gold income here as well inside of his base. Didn't manage to get that third relic in, but 2 relics here. At least a little bit of additional gold here. 160 gold per minute compared with an additional 360 gold per minute from those manners. Not a bad passive gold economy here for him.
Look at that sheep trying to get it to go back to his TC. That poor little sheep is running for his life. Luckily, no scout to yoink him along the way. Now, Sassy, what I really like about Sassy's play here is he recognizes, okay, when I go into your base, my knights are going to be running into the face of these spearmen. I don't want that. I could just sit back and let my buildings do the talking. Getting a tower here as well just ensures he knows exactly when it's coming, and he's about to see a very, very scary army. But the spearman numbers are really scary for him. 17 knights, they might not be enough to match up against this just yet, but we do see that army being split a little bit back and forth. Villagers now running around trying to get to that gold, and that's what I was talking about, guys. That gold is going to be the death of him. He is going to struggle getting gold income, and now that his villagers need to move out on the map, this becomes a lot more tricky. The knights, though, that big blob is looking for a way in, and it just doesn't look like they are finding their way. Spearmen say, "You shall not pass."
Spearman Blob has escalated quite rapidly there. Once again, we just were at 30. Suddenly we're at 42 again. Also getting the elite upgrade now on the Spearman. More stone walls coming up as well. Sass, he's going to make this very, very difficult now for Elia behind this. Also getting a lot of the unique upgrades, further enhancing the discount that he gets on all of his units that are created in the influence of those keeps. And still on stone, so might even see more keeps here and more discounts on the units coming in.
Sassy needs to stop with these traders, because that amount of traders, it's starting to get scary and imbalanced. Poor Eliona. He's already dead, Sassy. Give him some breathing room here, because those traders are just going to skyrocket.
There it is.
You see emplacements as well.
Yeah, but not just that, we are finally getting the market upgrade as well. Unique upgrade for the French, where the traders will generate gold every couple seconds. And that actually equates to roughly, I want to say, like with 40 traders. Well, not that you get up to 40 traders, but you roughly get up to like 300 to 400 additional gold per minute from those traders. Fight is about to happen in the middle, though. Eliona has a very strong army mass here, 93 to 58. Army value isn't too far apart, and Sassy does have most of his elite upgrades in. Meanwhile, the majority of Eliona's army is not upgraded, but elite on the crossbows is just about to come in.
It feels like that Red Palace is just a little bit too off, and it's not actually hitting anything touching the sacred side. And this could be the one little opening that makes it a lot harder to stop. There were a few of those units just standing on there for free, and the Red Palace just could not reach them. So this is a pretty tough spot, but the Knights, they are looking for an opening. Archers doing amazing work and killing these spearmen. Sassy's micro looking on point, but Eliona at the same time. Amazing.
And the crossbows, I mean, crossbows, historically, they always trade rather well up against archers, better than you would expect typically, as a backline at least. And here we do see Sassy, he's losing all of his knights there up against this large ball of spearmen. He's just not able to really deal with them in time. We're seeing a cannon now coming out as well, but it's just not getting microed back. It's just being sent to its death here. And now the trade's done. The trade has been stopped, interrupted. Eliona, he is in. Sass, he's got 1,800 gold in the bank. He needs to make it count. He needs to get another army in order to recapture that side there in the middle of the map. Get maybe another keep in. He still has access to the large gold veins at the very least, so gold is not going to be completely gone for him, but the majority of his income now through the trade is going to be denied from him, and he doesn't have like a great food economy behind this.
this is such a tough position for him. He's now getting Royal Bloodlines as well, but losing all of those knights into the Spearmen. It feels like Sassy felt confident in that fight, but he just did not have the numbers to back this up. And you can see now, Alyona, he just keeps making crossbows. He saw how well those did as well. This is going to be so hard for him to handle. Now, Sassy realizes, with what I've got left, I need to make something happen. But we've got university upgrades from Alyona as well. And you see, he's got elite army tactics coming as well. This is going to be so hard to take down these boys. But now, Sassy, he's trying. But there's just so many units at his front line. And I feel like I probably cursed Sassy by saying he's in such a good position. Where's Sassy? This army looks scary.
Yeah, behind there's some raids coming in as well from Sass, but the majority of the economy is in the form of manors. Sass did manage to take down one of those manors though, so did a little bit of a hit there to the economy from Alyona. Also potentially able to catch off reinforcement. If he's able to catch off the reinforcement, he might be able to finish off the stone wall. There isn't any siege yet from Alyona. I say that as he just tries to get out his first culvert now. But this might buy Sass just enough time that he needs in order to be able to come back here. Just get enough units out, be able to rebalance the economy yet again, get the trade going again. He still has access to both of the large gold veins, so it's not that bad of a position for him. We're also seeing incendiary arrows now coming in for him as well. With that, the archers are going to start trading very well once again.
I love that Sassy is trying to delay Alyona from going into his base, because he realizes, hey, if I let this happen, I'm going to be losing my fight. He's ensuring that he gets every bit of upgrade he can and trying to delay this, just like you said, so he gets that ideal composition. Now, a lot of horsemen in that comp, and these archers are about to shoot fire back at their enemies.
Of crossbows are being left alone. Interesting army composition here from Alyona. We got 21 crossbows and then 16 more crossbows. I'm not sure why the UI is splitting them up there. Crossbows and more crossbows, but it is a very, very strong army at the moment for him. The Culverin does get sniped, and Sassy managed to finish off the walls behind us. The army is trapped.
Now, losing a big chunk of army like this is going to be quite costly. The thing is, they are trading pretty well. We do see that with these guys all going to die, they are target firing as much as they can, and it doesn't look like Sassy is respecting this. This is a very expensive chunk of his army that is going to go down. But for Alyona, he's already got a lot in the bank here. He's not going to be able to replace these too quickly, but that's still a pretty decent trade for Alyona in this, as long as he can remax behind. With all the resources he's just spent, he feels pretty confident in doing so.
And the arrows now in, and we're also going to be getting silk bowstrings. So with that, the archers are going to once again start trading even more effectively. And sure, he just lost a couple of horsemen. We're already having 12 more in queue. These guys, just take a look at a stable next to a keep. These horsemen are insanely cheap. I'm not sure what that university is for. Sass already has all the necessary university upgrades coming in at the moment for him.
He just wants to make sure his army is educated. So getting it out on the other side of the map just reaches more population. Hell yeah. That's disgusting. In public, 90 resources for a horseman.
No shame.
Yeah. Disgusting.
Oh,
Yona,
no,
though,
there's a gap.
Oh, those berries. Oh, no, but Sassy instantly notices and fixes it. The problem is there's another big gaping hole that he's about to go right through, but the horses are trying to find damage themselves. The problem is with all those horses being on the other side of the map, this army could do some pretty significant damage, but it does look like Alyona is pulled back into his base. We see the green blobs moving quite fast over the rest of them, and they will be trying to find their way back. But Sassy, he needs to find some damage.
Once again, the Culverins a little bit out of position. Once again, one is going to go down. The other one is going to be able to survive, though. The archer's in position to defend.
And another manor being the target here. He knows what's causing the problems, and apparently it is just going to be manners. Now, Sassy's eco does feel like it has stabilized a bit. Alyona now low on the gold. Again, that gold mine probably getting tapped out now, and he doesn't have another one he gets to go on except the one at the bottom, which is going to be quite exposed. So they will start trickling in a bit.
Palace in range.
Army feels scary. The Red Palace is going to be firing back. The problem is the villagers not garrisoned inside, so it's not firing. Oh, not yet, they say. But now that is going to be pressing delete on the army, one by one.
Yeah, any unit in the range of that Red Palace with 15 units inside just gets absolutely obliterated. Sass behind us, even adding in a second TC. You know, if trade isn't working out too much, I'll just get a couple of additional villagers in. Also, tier 3 economy upgrades now coming in for Sass behind this, so he's going to be able to very efficiently mine out these resources. This fight still going on here inside of a choke point, so the Spearmen are going to take effective trades, but the Horsemen, they're just so cheap and tanky and cheap and just
and
cheap.
Tanky.
And janky, yeah.
No, they do sacrifice themselves into the siege, and they do a pretty good job of that, but that tower is about to be a little bit more reinforced as well, so that ram, he will get deleted by those cheap and tanky horsemen that keep coming on in. The archers firing fire at that ram. It is getting deleted. Disgusting. More archers now. They have their victims in sight, and those crossbows, they are not cheap, and there's not a lot of gold laying around for him.
Yeah, Leona behind this has remassed now into Yemen. Also getting slick bowstrings in, is going to need that, because at the moment Sass has a pretty firm range advantage. Currently, we're not seeing any units being produced out of the... Okay, just when I say that, Winged Palace, he does queue up the Spearmen yet again. Definitely want to have that working at all times.
It does look like that tower will meet its match, though, and it was two rams. Sorry, Crackety, your math in the background did throw me off earlier. Now I just apparently cannot do so anymore. But a singular trebuchet firing at that red palace with 15 units inside. Sassy, though, he says, I'm thinking about that manor. He attacked him earlier, and, you know, he got a taste of doing damage to House of Lancaster. He listened to the song 10 farms. He counted the farms, saw there were too many farms, and realized he needs to go for the source, and the source is the buildings. Look at those archers just peppering away at those poor little crossbows who cannot fire through those walls.
Yeah, sometimes the direct path is not the best one, as these crossbows just struggling with finding connections onto those archers. And behind us, Sass now also starting to add in cannons. Behind us also has Court Architects working for himself, so he will have also some stronger infrastructure there. Archers on top of the wall will receive some bonus range and also will be taking less damage, and that's the trebuchets just going down. Expensive losses here for Eliona, still sitting at just 71 economy now at this point in the game, and it's just a continuous flood now of horsemen, of units out of Sass's base, and the income, Whammin, it doesn't lie. Sass firmly ahead, and all of his units are a lot cheaper as well.
And that is just getting denied off of gold. We can see how quickly Eliona had to resort to now going for trash units, as we would say. I mean, Yeomen, they don't feel that trash, but they definitely are not the elite composition you want to have by this point. He is getting synchronized shot, though, so he does want to make sure that it makes it rain on top of these groups of units, especially those archers from Sassy that have been peppering away. Now, with two cannons coming in, Sassy is going to do what he did before. That methodical, slow push. He's got just enough traders to ensure that gold income is enough to replace his army composition, because he doesn't need a lot. It's a bunch of cheap horsemen, great archers, and now the cannons to just top it off with.
Horsemen just running on through, so much health on them. They don't mind if they take one or two spearman hits. At least they're able to take a couple of these expensive yeomen with them. And looking at Sass's resource bank here behind this, he could just immediately remass like 50 horsemen if he so desired.
Getting all those horsemen back up will be quite nice for him if he tries the suicide. But now Eliona has a pretty big army, right? It's not a very expensive army. We do see 2,000 resource difference. Oh, okay, now 3,000 resource difference between the two. But the one is remaxable and the other one is limited edition. So it's always great to have a limited edition army if it does get the value once off, but the problem is just, will it? And he does get a pretty good synchronized shot off, but we do see Sassy floating a lot of resources, not a lot of food though, but 29 knights now being in the mix. He feels like this switch up is not something that Alyonia is ready for, because those spearmen, they're going to do great, but he does not have crossbows to top it off with.
A guild hole just cooked here, Whammin.
Oh.
29 knights in the queue and 6,000 gold still remaining in the bank.
I wonder what he's going to switch to.
What do you switch to when you got a ton of gold?
Stone.
Oh, you meant the reason? Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, we're not gonna switch into stone. It's just gonna be more gold.
More gold, okay. He doesn't, yeah. Who needs anything
More
else you can
knights.com.
buy? Oh, and you guys, we've seen games where there's only knights in a composition. It honestly feels like, oh my god, 45. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Shenanigans brought to you by Sassy. The Turkish king on French. He's got the style, he's got the knights, and he's got a surprise coming, because those boys, they're hiding in the stealth forest. And Eliona.
Behind that,
No scout.
there's only 3 minutes. 3 minutes left on the sacred side timer behind this, while Sass is still actively harassing Eliona inside of his base. Couple of spearmen getting pulled to defend up against that.
That poor little tower will not be getting his emplacement today. He might actually get to finish it and then go down, but there's a trebuchet hammering away at him, and the stone does get wasted, maybe. Yeah.
Good synchronized shot, but is it gonna be enough? The majority of the spearmen is not here at the front line at the moment. Trebuchets are gonna push forward now. In theory, at the moment, this would be a great spot for these crossbows and the yeomen to get on top of the walls, as they could now use Sass's walls up against him. We do also have a little boar play there, as the boar wants to get in on the action. Actually causing a good amount of damage. He's killed a couple of units there so far. He's just being ignored.
Yeah? Oh,
There we
no,
go.
never mind. That was a very aggressive ball, my goodness. But that keep is next. We do see a lot of villagers ready to repair, but this feels like a pretty clutch moment here for Eliona. If he does not break through this, he is going to be in a lot of trouble. The cannons now firing back as well. Synchronized shot, beautiful on top of the army. A few of the units do go down, but the problem is those aren't cheap little horsemen anymore. Those are premium knights, and they're going to work through the spearmen, and then your archers are the ones that are next.
And there's just so many more knights coming behind the Sass. He could just queue up another 20 knights behind all of this now. Eliona, he's trying his best to get more and more spearmen out. The Gwyngar Palace working overtime, but it's just not enough. Not enough crossbows remaining at this point in time anymore as well. And Sass, like the knight count, it just hasn't moved. He's still at 30.
Getting that amount of knights is expensive, but when you've got moreknights.com, his guild hall active, it does look like this is unlimited. Now, 1 minute left on the sacred side timer, and it does look like Eliona has a ton of units, but it is just not enough. It always feels quite tough to have to actually pay for your spearmen, but that's what he needs to do. The Wingard Palace just isn't winning enough. It is just pushing out units a little bit too slow. The knights have broken through, and now those trebuchets are the next victims. The keep does go down, but it looks like the rest of the army will be paying the price, and 35 seconds left on it. Synchronized shot, the last hurrah, but barely even tickles.
And now, at this point in time, Eliona actually falling behind in the military count mass army value. Sass doubling what Eliona has out on the field now. Hand cannoneers coming in as well with the big discount. Such a cheap hand cannoneer unit to make here as well. And Sass, he's not letting up. More knights coming in time and time again. 7 seconds remaining. Eliona, he knows there is no way for him now to recapture any of these sacred sites. And GG comes in. Sass able to win the set up against Eliona. 2-0 clean sweep in the EGC Masters Summer Qualifier.
Amazing showcase here by Sassy, showing us what French can do in that mid-game, ensuring that aggression is there, making sure he doesn't get too far ahead. We see that military value lead going up, down, trading. He did overcommit there a little bit, but showed us he knew how to get back at it, ensuring those units don't get picked off one by one. So, amazing play here by Sassy. And Eliona putting up a good show, but he has to bow down to Mr. Sass, and Sass has a pretty good shot at the next round as well. We'll see how that looks for him.
Yeah, next one though on the menu, it is going to be Numadan up against Mahodo. That is going to be the next set that we will be taking a look. So definitely very interesting one as well. Mahodo, he managed to beat Miyamaika 2-0 at Numadan. looks like he managed to win his set up against Knock Knock, so that is going to be the next set that we'll be looking at. I'm not too sure how far we are into the draft at this point in time. Looking at the brackets here as well, we got Kiljardi up against Scatterbrained. Voldemar currently leading in his set up against Core. And if he makes it, he could qualify.
This feels like a pretty stacked one to look at as well. I feel like Scatterbrained is someone who keeps coming in and out and he keeps punching. And every now and again we see, oh my goodness, Scatterbrained's name is there at the top. So Kiljardi, he doesn't have an easy match ahead of him. Numadan at the same time too. He definitely needs to fight for this. Now Boltune here waiting for his next opponent. Myriad and Lash 1-1 right now. Demu and Sass going to be happening here on this side of the bracket. And the bottom there, Cat and MSN. Now, Cat has been looking quite dominant, but MSN, he's been putting up a pretty good show as well. I've heard a few of the players have been practicing with him, and he definitely does look pretty solid.
Yeah, not to underestimate as well, that Cat did take a longer break from Age of Empires 4. Granted, that was a couple of weeks ago, so maybe at this point in time he managed to regain those muscles that he lost and might be in form again. As mentioned, MSN definitely looking very, very strong at the moment as well. We're going to be taking a very, very short break now while our next set is being prepared, and then we'll be jumping right back in to Numadan vs. Mahoda. Whoever wins that set is going to be able to qualify for the EGC Masters Summer tournament, so definitely very high stakes. So we'll be right back in just a couple moments. All right, it is past half time now. We're back, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're done with the best of threes. We're now entering the stage where only best of fives from here on out. And we're starting it off with Numadan up against Mahodo. And look at that, Whammon. Look at that. We got this nice little water graphic in the back. It's the EGC Masters Summer. And we're starting this set off with Scandinavia. In the summer, it's fun. Beach time vibes here. And yeah, we'll be seeing Juji up against the Ayubids.
Which is actually quite ironic because I believe Scandinavia is a little chilly for going to the beach. But they got themselves some pretty good civs for the beach, though. Because these guys, they are so good at water, hybrid shenanigans that I'm seeing here today. So ladies and gentlemen, let's hop on in and see what these bad boys do on a little bit of water on the side.
That is right. No delay. We're jumping straight into game number 1 in this best of 5 between Numadan and Mahodo. Ayubids versus Juji's Legacy here on Scandinavia. And this is an important set. Whoever wins this one is going to be going through. This one is about who will qualify for the EGC Masters Summer. This is the last chance for these players to qualify. And if you qualify, that's an immediate $500 bounty that you're getting in there. Your prize pool is going to immediately go up to $500. That's a pretty big cash increase there, some might say. And, you know, this is also about the ATR, right? Like, you're getting those tournament points. You're getting points in general because every single set in the EGC Masters Series counts because it improves your seeding for the EGC Masters final tournament that is coming up after this one as well.
Now, both of these players, they are not as high in the ATR to be safe for these pickings. So this is actually quite high stakes then. Now, this is a map that we don't see much, of course. It is something that's new to many people. As we can see here, we do see a dock on the one side, but not the other. So where is that? No, there's just nothing going on. Wait. He's not going for it at all. Numadan?
This makes sense.
Okay, walk me through it, Crackety. I want to look. Okay, wait. Before you do. So basically, when he does get that very, very juicy garden going on, and I mean, that's a pretty nice one we got there. Is it just you denying your opponent's dock by getting a nice little emplacement with time, or how do you play this if you're the Zushi player?
Typically, you just use the fact that you're going to be in feudal age a lot quicker than the Ayubids would be, and you immediately want to get an archer ship out and just immediately deny the fishing there and out from your opponent, and you just get the tempo advantage. If you're able to get one archer ship and one sprinkled ship out before your opponent reaches the age up, you will be able to completely shut down their water. But Mahodo, you can see, he gathered 30 gold. 30 gold exactly from the gold mine. That means that we are going to be getting an advancement wing here from him. Means that he will actually have a very comparable age-up timing to Numadan. And if Numadan then tries to dock his side, yeah, look at that. Culture wing advancement already coming in. 1.5 minutes, and then, yeah, the age-up hasn't even started yet from Numadan.
Now getting a nice
little... Wait, where is that Medigon?
Oh my goodness. That's in the middle of the map? Oh my goodness. Guys, welcome to the craziest shenanigans you'll see. He basically built it in Mahodo's base, and he just wants to get the most value. Do you get more gold from the big gold mine?
No, it's 25. So this is roughly 100 resources here with the wood line as well. Maybe more like 90-ish, I want to say. This here in the back would have been more like 85. It's always tough to call whether or not this is worth it because this is villager idle time, of course, walking the villagers out. In theory, it's not the worst because he wants to go out into the middle anyways at one point or to get the dock up. And oh my god, no, this fishing ship. This fishing, it's stuck.
Step ship. It's step ship. Get out there.
Stuck in die Spulmaschine. It can't get out.
Sorry, that one caught me off guard, but he does find a way in, and he's back to fishing, ladies and gentlemen. But that's a lot of sheep, though. Numadan he's got some healthy food income here. We'll see where he sends that villager to counter dock, but we do see 2 red dots, and guys, if you played StarCraft, you know how important spotting that red dot is, and he gets it, but Numadan is going to be able to queue up that ship soon. He just does not have the wood for it.
Oh, Mahodo, he's pulling his villager, but this is a Chinese dog. They do not abide by the safety code from the OSHA, so that dog is getting rushed up really, really quickly. Mahodo, though, with his own age up, already has his archer ship in queue. Numedan just needs a little bit more food, and is it also going to be an archer ship? I could imagine that he also just waits a little bit. No, it's going to be an archer ship. Could have also gone for a Springle ship immediately, but archer ship will be the first one coming out here.
Now he brings
double villager pull.
He pulls those two forward, right? But the thing is, there's a ship here, and he wanted to avoid as much idle time as possible. But I think in turn of doing so, he's gotten a lot more idle time.
He needs the villagers there for repair, because Mahodo has fishing ships that can repair his ships.
Oh, yes.
So Numedan, he needs villagers here as well, just to be able to counteract that repair. And we do see that repair now coming in, and you're gonna see, Whammon, these villagers, they repair ships at lightning speed.
Oh my gosh, Crackety, that looks illegal.
Be so careful.
Those bills, though, they do take a bit of damage. And the thing is, now behind this, we do see that Mahodo is very much focused on this water. He's got double broadaxe as well, making sure that he gets enough wood to keep this game going. But now the Springle ship is coming in for Numedan. And even though there's a demo ship
in now,
he's going to need to be careful. Oh my goodness, it's quite far forward.
It's there immediately. And the archer ship, it's gotten separated. Man, the sails needs to come in immediately, but the pathing, and a great connection. Springle ship goes down immediately. Numedan, yeah, he knows. There's no way that he can do enough pressure now on this side of the map, and he has to switch over to the other pawn, to the other side of the map. And to be fair, it's not the worst situation. He forced his opponent into the advancement wing. And yeah, the advancement wing is just that. You advance a little bit faster, advance for fewer resources. But that's it. That's where it ends. There's no more bonuses coming in after that. And look at that. Numedan, he spots out Mahodo going for his own dock there. So can immediately rush that one down. Villagers getting pulled for that one.
Yeah, and it abandons building the dock as well. He's like, this is more important, chiefs. We can build our dock any day, but you are gonna die. So this dock getting built, and Mahodo has hopes, he has dreams. Will this villager survive? Twitch chat, get your bets in. You win a permaban if you do get it right. But it does look like this villager is going to be hammering his last hammer.
Close.
Disgusting.
Oh, but Mahodo, he's rushing another dock up next to the neutral market at the bottom side. With multiple villagers, he knows that he needs presence on that pond as well. And yeah, with that, he's gonna pull the villagers. He knows how much, how worth that is.
Now, Crackety, getting an archery range here, I already feel disgusted because I know that Jugunu spam is awful to play against, and I feel sorry for anyone who has to face such consequence of existence. When you're playing against Zushi, you kind of deserve it, right? Just because they're there. And you're going to be struggling against those huge amounts of Jugunus that will be coming your way. But Mahodo, though, he's ahead of his time. He does build a little tower here, and it is going to make it a little bit more digestible on the water. But now with him having water on the one side completely uncontested, he's probably pretty happy to just go for a nice little castle. And we'll see if that's the case, because he just keeps going for camels. Ladies and gentlemen, the man wants his camels. But that's a lot of food that he's going to be getting from this side of the water.
Yeah, I was about to say, Jugunu only really feel dangerous if you play a civilization that doesn't have access to a knights or any armored unit in the feudal age, or a civilization that is slow when it comes to aging up to the castle age. But that not being the case here, and also we do have a desert raider, just one lone Jugunu is getting caught off guard there, will get taken down, and now I'm not sure if Mahodo saw this before, but at least now he knows where that meditation garden is exactly.
Now, the thing is, Jugunu are pack animals. They're like fish. If you are just one Jugunu, you're going to get picked off by the shark pretty quickly. But if you are a group of Jugunu, there's a bigger chance that you will not get picked off, you know? And these guys, they're not doing a lot of damage right now, but the camels, one by one, they are going to make quick work of all those little Jugunus running astray. Now, it does like Numidan has stopped producing Jugunu here, and we'll see what the next move is going to be. But Muhudo, he's got 2 camels, and he is going to go try to find some damage. But behind this, Muhudo is already thinking about what's next. And Krakeny, my question is this going to be militarying, or do we see some eco coming through?
Realistically, because he did go for advancement logistics off the table, I think reinforcement or economic wing growth would be the way to play this now.
Yeah, we'll see what he goes with.
He's in a tough spot. How would you call a group of Jugunu then? Is it a school of Jugunu? Is it a marina of Jugunu?
Give me a moment to think about that one. I think that this one I need to cook on a little bit. But for now, I'm going to edge on the side of School of Jugunu. Because it feels like they're educated. They're more educated than an archer. They can shoot 3 shots at a time. So these guys, they've got what it takes. But it does look like this micro is coming on through. But both of these boys, they are fighting for their lives on the water. It does look like these demo ships are not going to have a very long life, and they do get sniped out, but with the camels on the field, it does become a lot harder to just keep your focus on the water.
And it looks like Numidan, he had just enough there, and the micro was good enough for him to be able to come out ahead on his side of the water. He has actually managed to pull ahead in the economy count overall, so he did invest a good bit there in water, but now military wing reinforcement coming in from Muhudo, so is going to be spawning 3 of these nice desert raiders here every couple of minutes, and that actually equates to quite the hefty little pocket change there when it comes to resources that you get basically in terms of just 3 units every now and then.
Okay, Krakeny, I finished cooking. So basically, a comity of Jugunu would not be funny, but a spamity, because they have so many arrows, they spam it. So with the spamities, or I don't know, maybe that's not it. Never mind, guys. Twitch chat, come up with something bigger, please save us, because now
I like the idea of a murder of Jugunu, because now we're also getting the rams in.
And you know the rams mean business. But now with reinforcement coming in, the camels I think are going to be a lot harder to handle, because 16 Jugunu, they might be a murder, but are they a big enough murder to handle a set of desert raiders like this? Now with the ram, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a destruction. +1 ranged attack as well. Apparently, Numidan does feel quite confident. That's going to be a very tough ram to beat.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be incredibly difficult, especially since Muhudo, he's already added in a barracks as well, so he's going to have access to Ghulams on top of everything else. So we're getting Ghulams and Camelans now, and Ghulams are quite nice up against Jugunu because they do move faster and also do a lot more damage to unarmored units. Veterancy on these Desert Raiders coming in as well behind this. Ram is coming in. Villagers, they're feeling brave. They shouldn't.
Yeah. I don't know, and Steve will now tell his family never, ever to feel that brave again, because that poor guy paid the price. He's laying down there face first on the ground, and a few more of these villagers might pay the price. One goes down, and another one, and they are just spamming away. Look at those poor camels. They all did not expect that big of a hit. But now the camels do get their upgrades pretty soon. Wheelbarrow coming in soon for Muhudo as well. But is this going to be enough time? A house pays the big price as well. Look at that.
He's finding a very strong timing here, because behind this, he's also getting ready for Castle Age of his own. He's prepping a second ram. That one is supposed to hit the shoreline now. Get some of those docks down. Muhudo, though, also able to find a good enough timing here. Never mind, there's a Jugunu there.
Luckily not a school, but he will not be strong enough to take this. And another camel on the ground. Poor guys, they just keep falling. But now Muhudo, he is going out on the map to the safe side of the water. Now these villagers could be a little bit protected, because of course they do have some ships laying about. But the camel numbers, they are going to start increasing. And I mean, with that, he is going to be a very happy camper. Mount Lu Academy now is chosen. And Numidan, he is... he's going to be enjoying that Castle Age, I assume, because with a ram there hammering away at the dock, he's probably feeling like he is in control. With 62 workers total, he is a very happy camper. Now, Muhudo's army is starting to look scarier, but I think with the amount of Jugunu, he's still going to struggle to do some proper damage.
Especially since we're now also getting veterancy on them and crossbows mixed in with Shuganu. It is very difficult, I want to say, Whammon, to discern with what unit is a Shuganu and what unit is a crossbowman. And it can get to these situations where you might be in a position where you got a lot of units that would counter Shuganu, but also get countered by crossbows, and you're just not quite able to tell, is this going to be a good fight for me or is it not?
Now, it does feel like Numedan knows this pretty well. I think the fact that you cannot discern between them does make it so difficult to actually take down the things that can do the damage to you. But with archers, you kind of have an answer to both, right? Now, we do see him getting veterancy for the archers as well. Mahudo should be able to get a big enough number here to make this hard. But Numedan, he is pretty ahead economically right now. He just needs to let that sink in a bit more. As these camels are coming from the back, they do get a villager, but the army value is pretty similar right now. The thing is just Muhudo keeps getting these passive camels, and that could make this very, very hard if Numedan doesn't get producing at the moment.
And look at that. The units from Mahodo coming just in time, just when that monk is about to pop out of that building, isn't actually going to go for it immediately. There are a lot of different spots at the moment where he does have to pay attention. Numedan just doing a great job as expected of him when it comes to just moving around his villagers, trying to keep them working as efficiently as possible while trying not to lose any. That is definitely something that you see Numedan just always being very, very proficient with. And this, yeah, the veterancy on the archers is definitely going to be very important here for him. Juganu are very dangerous up against archers in feudal age. In castle age, archers do much better against them than they did in feudal age. They do a little bit more damage, and it's pretty significant.
Now, Mudo feels like he's very confident with these camels, but because they're free, of course. But the problem is just, if you keep losing these, you are going to struggle against that mass. So sure, the archers are going to do great. He's got a few horsemen in the mix as well. But it does feel like Numedan is pretty much sitting here stably. And he's going to be able to take this, especially now with the nest of bees in the mix as well. It should be able to deal with those archers. But you can see they are pre-split too. These boys are not clumped up. And the monk does get denied. He does not get to take any relics today. But it does look like Mahudo has some relics on the cards for himself. Beautiful micro there by Mahudo, though, sniping out that little spearman. Now, what I'm very surprised about is that Mahudo hasn't actually done anything to the garden sitting here in the middle of the map. He's had the map control, but he's just let it tick-tock, getting all the resources. So
yeah, the garden has just been gardening here for a while. Behind this, I mean, Numedan, he's done a great job when it came to expanding out his economy, and we can tell, like, just looking at the amount of food income that he's getting. So Numedan, he's definitely been investing a lot of his wood on water, and it goes to show, like, he's sitting at 1,000 food per minute at the moment. Meanwhile, Wahodo, more like 500 food per minute, so that's a lot more income at the moment on water for Numedan.
Numedan looks like he is going to be able to quickly remake units if needed. But the thing is, there's a pretty big army coming. And I did see a mangonel being created. So that mangonel is going to make this a bit hot. Numedan, though, he's floating a lot. That's what I'm a little bit worried about here. Not constantly producing, spending everybody he has. Because this army is getting quite scary. We see those army numbers being pretty even. But the Juganus, they have gotten a moment to attack here. The spearmen just running away. The archers picking them off. Juganu now not getting their full shots off in the nest of bees quite far forward. But he gets a pretty good shot there on the archers. Mangonel now, it has something to say about that.
Good army splits there behind all of this by Mahodo. Doesn't lose any archers to the nest of bees yet, but another shot. This one does do a good bit more damage here. And the army count from Numedan at the moment, it's still quite strong. Archers and Juganu, very, very difficult to discern just exactly which unit is which there. Mahodo, though, he managed to take down the dog. Numedan, though, immediately replacing that dog on the other side. But Mahodo also getting his own dogs in on that side of water. And that there's so much economy there from Numedan. He has to really pay a ton of attention here to that. Really doesn't want to lose it. This is quite difficult at the moment. I'm not sure if Mahodo can really arguably take a fight there. It's just such low food income for him at the moment. It is very difficult for him to invest at the moment. We do get the double backline, though. And now demo ships in as well. I think that's probably a good call here for him, just going into mass demo ships, because he needs his food on land.
getting into a position like this where your water gets denied and you cannot even shut down the land army feels pretty tough. But Mahudo, he's forcing a little bit of pressure. He's still got his own little economy happening over there. So it does feel okay. But right now, Numidan needs to fight for his life. He needs, or not his life, his water at least. The problem is that could mean his life in time. Double demo ship does make a pretty good connection here. One explodes in the middle of nowhere, but the nest of bees, they are firing at these ships and doing okay against them.
Ooh, more demo ships coming in as well, though. Not making connection immediately. Oh, hold up. He's using this time in order to take care of some of the fishing ships there.
And it looks like that's a pretty scary army to have on your docks. Now, Jugunu, they do pretty well against these docks because they do shoot lots and lots of bolts. But this is giving Mahudo a moment now to say, hey, what am I supposed to do? The camel numbers are not that massive just yet. And with the archer numbers he has, he could potentially use this to pick off some reinforcements or do some raiding. And we do see him going straight for the garden. It's like, we'll burn it down a little bit, but there's another army going to the top of the wood line that he is going to try to do some damage with. The villager kills are pretty even, mostly fishing ships. So we'll see what these are going to be able to do. Look at that. That could be a very, very juicy shot. Hitting it.
Do still have some raids going on. The Desert Lands is just every now and then able to find some villagers here and there. Yeah, ground attack definitely an option here as well. Just like get the nest of bees in position and ground attack in like a spot where you don't have active line of sight on. Because you can do that. You can just ground attack on the area that you don't actually see. So villagers would potentially have to be a bit careful there. This is once again just like harassing a lot of economy here from Numidan. And Numidan earlier, he was like 20 economy units ahead. Now it's even.
Now he is using a lot of these camels to do that, and it's honestly a pretty good move here. He's making a lot of idle time, he's causing a lot of unfavorable trades. But the thing is, Numidan's army is still pretty scary. We now see a lot more villagers moving out forward to food. So both of these players, they are running a little bit low on that food income. And the thing is, when the armies do get this big, it does feel pretty tough to keep remaxing. Now, Siege also getting their speed upgrades. So Numidan with those nest of bees, it's going to be extra potent for those bad boys.
Ooh, looks like there's a fight about to take place here, though. Numidan, he is marching forward. Nest of bees at the front side, but we do also have mass manganiques on the side from Mahudo. It's going to have an answer. Outpost now getting rushed up.
And getting those outposts up is going to be so crucial in this fight, because this is where one good shot from the nest of bees or mangonels can decide the whole game. When you get to these numbers, 3 or 4 mangonels, 3 or 4 nest of bees, they turn a fight on its head pretty quickly. One shot and it's already been decided. So it has to be a very careful move for them. Now the garden does become the target, and finally the garden will get punished, but the nest of bees, they're moving forward very slowly.
Mahudo does notice. It's going to pull back in time. You have to respect the nest of bees, though they did get nerfed recently, so in Castle Age they're not quite as brutal as they used to be. Mangonels can take a fight up against them nowadays, as they do now shoot significantly less rockets than they used to.
Well, they are looking to land some rockets on these. They do try to go a little bit deeper in on the archers. You see him not trying to be greedy there for the front line. He wants to get it where it matters, and that is the archers. Now, they keep sliding in and out. The thing is, there's a lot of spearmen for these front lines, so the camels won't be able to just get on top. It's up to the mangonels. But it does look like he's ready to commit, and Numidan is going forward. He is waiting for some veterancy, but one of the mangonels gets taken down just as quickly as the nest of bees goes down as well.
There's some repair coming in as well. Villagers come from Numidan as well. Wants to repair that that meditation garden. Question is, can he realistically get that repair in? More siege snipes happening here, but Mahudo, his military numbers, it's going down rather quickly. The knights at the front line. There was just a little bit too much front line here from the looks of it. Mangonel's still there, but just not enough archers anymore. Still some great shots coming in every now and then, but now the siege is starting to go down. Outposts have been upgraded with emplacements, but the siege, it's going down rapidly, and some villages going down with it as well.
This looks like a pretty game-deciding fight so quickly. The Jugunu peppering away at most things, but just like that, Mahudo's still raiding. The problem is just he doesn't have an answer to these units. A few of the villagers did go down to some of these Nest of Bees, and this feels like a push that he doesn't have something to stop with. Villagers now desperately trying to get a bit of food because the back line has already been chopped out. Now, they do look like they're going to get a pretty good shot off. A few villagers do get their HPs taken away, but luckily no death amongst them yet.
At the moment, Numedan, he's kind of stuck on these outposts, which, by the way, do also have bonus fire armor, courtesy of being in the range of the House of Wisdom. So it does actually take a significant amount of time here to take these down. And, I mean, in this time, they've done quite a good amount of damage to these units as well. I'm not sure, though, if it's enough, because, yeah, Mahodo, he's still very far behind in the military count, now starting to remass the Manganiques.
Getting a set number of Manganiques is going to be quite... It's probably going to be his comeback mechanic, right? Right now, there's no unit he can make that can actually take down this army. So for him to get a pretty cheap shot off, he's going to have a good chance of doing that. Now, the Lancers, though, they get onto the back line. The Manganique now getting made here at the back, but the Nest of Bees are right under the DC.
And Mr. B shot right on that weak Manganique just as it's getting produced. And yeah, I don't think it's gonna live for a long time. Actually, if there's some repair coming in potentially, but no repair at the moment. More shots coming in though. Yeah, Mangonel is gonna get taken down. Oh, switch into... Nope. Look for a second like he switched into the fire shot. But it is still the normal rocks coming out from that Manganique, but there's just so many units coming in. Numedan, he's got better food income. He's just flooding units into the base of Mahodo. Economy getting idled out. And yeah, Mahodo, he's just not able to get Numedan out of his base, not able to get constant food income in anymore. With that, it looks like he's not able to go on in this game number one now. Now raids coming in. Numedan, he's just flooding through. Knights now going into the back of Mahodo's base, trying to find the economy, trying to find the villagers. Meanwhile, he's just still standing there inside the base, but there we go. GG comes in. Numedan able to win game number one here in this best of 5.
That is a pretty strong showing as well. I feel like he did know exactly where to attack, when to attack, what his timings needs to be. But Mahodo, he's not to be dismissed at all. The man definitely looks pretty scary, and I think Numedan definitely is going to have a pretty hard time to make it through here. So we'll see what the next one holds, but that was pretty big back and forth, I would say. I think both of these players playing a little bit more passively than they usually would, just scoping out what the other one would do. But the water play, quite fun. The rest of the map pool, though, is going to be a little bit more standard than this one. So we'll see who flourishes better in a standard game.
Looking at the replay here, just these individual moments here and there. Great start from Mahodo, just being able to not lose out on his side of the pond. But Numedan, he just reboomed quite quickly out on the other side, on the other waterfront there. I think Mahodo, he just didn't quite invest enough there, as we can already see. Like at this point in time, 12 minutes into the game, Numedan with a significant economy advantage, just creating so many fishing ships on the other side there. It got him ahead economically quite a bit, and just courtesy of that, being able to spam out so many units here in the mid game.
And I mean, that is a move that he made that he probably realizes, okay, later this game goes, I will have some idle fishing ships, and this could potentially be negative. But it did pay off in the time that he needed it to pay off. So definitely a smart choice, especially when you want to be the aggressor at this stage of the game. But you can see that micro every time back and forth. It could have gone both ways. But with Numedan's early lead, I would say he probably did not do as much aggression as we would have seen from any of the players we've seen, like in the top 8, for example. He's still finding his footing here, understanding where his limits are. And we'll see if he can keep doing that later on. But look at this deciding fight. Those Nest of Bees doing work. Mangonel's doing just as well. But the hits, the Jugenu, it just did not matter.
Next up, we are going to be seeing Dry River come in, and Mongols for Numedan up against the Chinese here from Mahodo. And wham! Mongols, there's a certain flavor of the month going around. We see it time and time again, especially on these like sort of hybrid maps where you can scale into it much quicker than on other maps. It is that famous Kaganet Palace Fast Imperial Age. And Numedan, we've seen him go for that play plenty of times now in the past, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be another one of Numedan tries to survive with 10 villagers, hoping that the Kaganate Palace is going to win him the game.
That's exactly what I was about to say. He doesn't care if every single eco unit is dead. If his palace is up, it's worth it. And we've seen some pretty crazy plays from him. So he's no stranger to these types of shenanigans. But China is a civilization that I can imagine will be able to punish something like that. The thing is, it depends if he does get enough of a snowball to actually shut it down. But on a map like Dry River, I think I think Numedan has a pretty good chance at executing this.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, I think overall, Mahodo, he's a very aggressive player, so it's going to be incredibly difficult for Numedan to thread that needle and try and go up to Imperial Age and not die immediately straight after. And we're going to see exactly how this is going to play out as we're going to be jumping right into our game number 2 between Numedan and Mahodo for who is going to qualify to the EGC Masters Summer.
Now, off to a pretty standard beginning. We see some villagers on wood. Very nice. They are chopping red Numedan all the way here at the top, going for his Uwu opening as well. And Mahodo going to be here on our China. And we'll see how he is able to shut down anything Numedan tries. Because those shenanigans, they are out of this world. If you guys have played this on ladder, you know exactly, not this map, but this dealing with Mongols and Fast Imperial, it is something you have to find an answer to punish. But neither of these players going for early docks, which is actually, I mean, this is something we haven't seen on this map. There's always one guy who goes and builds a dock.
Yeah, this time around, I mean, China, I'm not sure, like, typically they don't play the same way Zhu Ji does, where you're just gonna get a meditation garden in and then play on the pond on a delay. And we do actually see, yeah, Mahodo, he is gonna potentially scout the production building in here. Is it gonna be a pasture? No, it's gonna be a barracks coming in.
Ooh, what is this? But he sees it, and that's the important part. He knew that there could be some kind of shenanigans, and based on what he scouts, we see exactly what's coming on out. Now, with that barracks, we do see the deer at the back. So that deer could potentially just be pushed in. But usually, that's not the type of stuff we see from Mongols. And barracks has been abandoned. We're seeing a dock. And now the scout, we'll see if the scout reads into it. Because now with that barracks being spotted, he definitely...
Oh my god, Chinese scouting. It's just something of another world because... These scouts, they got their magnifying glasses with them. And yeah, Mahodo, he sees what is going on here. So he knows, it's not going to be any Dark Age play. This is some economy expansion coming in from Numedan now. Question is, how's he going to react to that now? I could imagine that he also just tries to, like, go for the age up now and counter-dock that pond. Because the dock has come in very late.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't feel like he's anywhere close to aging up himself. Numedan is very much focused on, you know, a normal fishing economy. That's exactly what this looks like. And the problem is, it's quite late, like we said. Now, with the Imperial Academy coming on down, we are going to be seeing some Imperial officials following suit soon. Ooh, there goes the English. We found it. And Numedan, though, we'll see how many fishing ships he decides to invest in on. Now... With Numedan's civilization, he doesn't mind a little bit later of an age up. It's not like you can do much against China at this point anyway. But this feels like something he needs to go for that fast imp. He needs to get that extra burst of food, because if China does it, it feels like they can just spam units instead. So we'll see how that one looks, but an extra dock would not surprise me either.
Yeah, personally, I would honestly just prefer Mahodo just going out there and docking the same pond as well on his own. Definitely has the option to do so. We do see the lumber camp coming in now, and with supervision, he is going to be getting a very, very good amount of wood in rather quickly. Could already send out a villager if that was his goal here to do so. This has to be careful because Khan does a good bit of damage as well. Do want to avoid that one.
Now, the Khan sees everything, and he will be able to see if there are any other dock shenanigans happening. But Mohudo, we'll see what he goes for next. We do see a lot of wood coming on in, so like you said, there's a lot of choices here. You could either go for a little bit of aggression, get a nice little building down, but Deer Stones now being rushed up with 7. Pretty big investment to get these boys up so quickly. Now, the Deer Stones we've seen from Numedan before is this bad boy will move around the map and he will be annoying as can be if he needs to. Now, we've historically seen a lot of Keshiks to try and delay his opponent, get his opponent to react, or to just get the Kana Hunter and snipe a few villages on the side. Now, we are seeing a stable here from Mohudo, so just a little bit of presence on the map.
Yeah, so he's going to go for a couple horsemen here early on. We did just hear that Khan Falcon going up. Not sure if he sees that stable with that Falcon. But he's going to walk around, so he's going to... Yeah, he didn't see it with the Falcon, but he is going to see it now that he walks around. So we'll know exactly what Mohudo is going to go for here. We do also have the mill. This could also long-term be a pro scout play. I'm not 100% sure. At the moment, the economy is quite even because, sure, Mohudo, he doesn't have the pawns, but what he does have is he has those Imperial officials, so he does get an economic benefit from that. Archer range now coming up from Numedan, and, you know, when you make an archer range as a reaction to a stable opening with horsemen, it has to be for Mangadai.
And how do Mangadai actually do against the horse or normal horsemen?
It depends, because you also have the option of taking your deer stones and you move it somewhere else. And if the Mangadai are in the influence of the deer stones, you just cannot catch up to the Mangadai, and they will absolutely obliterate horsemen. Indeed, we do see Mangadai in the queue here from Numedan.
And he does get building speed increased. Guys, he's going to move that bad boy right to the front. And this is something we've seen time and time again from Numedan. Oh, the deer stones, it's moving, it's coming with, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be doing some crazy shenanigans to the front here. But Mohudo making some spearmen between all of this. I feel like Numedan can outmaneuver spearmen in his sleep after seeing the amount of times he's gone for these. But archery range coming through as well. So, I mean, Mohudo is getting rock, paper, and scissor, trying to make sure that those Mangadai are not going to make his life too difficult.
Yeah, when in doubt, just throw everything at them. Yeah, Mangadai, just looking at them right now, the second they're out of that influence of the deer stones, they suddenly they lose their step. They're not able to get close any longer, and yeah, behind this, so Numedan, like, he's expanding kind of heavily onto the water here, so he really wants to make sure it's going to stay up for a long time, but we can already tell the game plan overall from him is going to be Castle Age behind this, as he isn't actually producing that much behind us. He's already pooling up resources.
Yeah, and getting 5 fishing ships on these, for those of you who don't know, this is usually quite aggressive on the water, because usually you want to let this last and give you a proper trickle of income. But no, he just needs food so he can get Imperial and skyrocket from there on out. And I realized that they called these poor guys the horse archers earlier, so these Mangadai, now we don't get their names wrong, they are going to be able to run back and forth pretty easily with the Khan there to support and the deer stones to speed them up when necessary. But now the resources, like you said, they're pooling up. And we do have +1 ranged attack coming in too. Now, what I absolutely love is he's making a lot of these. So with the amount that we have here, he's going to be able to take on quite a lot of these units. And Mohudo has to invest quite a bit to actually try and do some damage to this. Now, Numedan, he's got the mobility. So he just gets to run around, see if there's anything he can attack, and run to the other way. So the deer stones getting a little bit closer. He does want to make sure that he gets these all nice and sped up, and with the deer stones in the vicinity, he is able to do so.
Numedan is going to have to be careful, because if at any one point in time those deer stones is too far forward, in theory, Mohudo could just put a horseman on that deer stones, and it's not ever going to be able to deploy again. Yeah, we do see that the age up, that is the game plan here from Numedan. He invested into 6 Mangadai, courtesy of just double producing them, so got them out rather quickly in the end. And yeah, behind that, just being annoying, forcing a big overreaction here from Mohudo behind this. Look at that movement speed arrow coming in as well. These are not something that you can catch up to.
And it feels like he's tempted by this again and again. And he's thinking, okay, my horseman numbers, they're pretty healthy. I'm looking pretty good. Oh, never mind. There's another dead one the whole time. So Numidan getting a stepped readout on those 2 back golds. Very nice position to be in here. So this is just going to mean he's going to get so much more gold out of these gold veins that he has left. But now the boys do need to retreat. The horseman numbers are starting to get a little scary. And the deer stones will be the next victim. But let's see if they can get a few more cheap shots in.
It looks like Mahodo knows that the deer stones is the crux of his problems here at the moment. He's also going to be able to pick off one of the Mangudai here. Very important. And now the deer stones has packed up, but it's a fast one. Wham! It's a very, very quick one.
Yeah, with those upgrades, that thing runs at the speed of light. And you guys can see those archers are barely keeping up with the horsemen. Those 4 legs, they are carrying behind the deer stones. The deer stones taking a lot of fire. But the thing is, now those Mangudai are let loose in the base. So those Mangudai, what he wants to do is force his opponent to go back and react. And look at the beautiful surround. Mahodo just knows exactly how to stop buildings from floating away at will. Poor guy. He's stuck,
There we
just
go.
like that fishing ship.
Yeah, no more Deerstone shenanigans now, but the age-up has come through. Mahodo is also macroing towards his own age-up now behind all of this. He's still in Tang Dynasty, and Numidan, I believe, is going out to the second pond now behind all of this. So overall, Numidan, even though he's up against China at the moment, he does have the seemingly superior economy, at least scaling, not really scaling-wise, but just at the moment. Then again, he does also have the Step Redoubt, and Step Redoubt is actually kind of an insane landmark. You're getting 50% bonus gold out of it, and yeah, it looks like the Deerstone somehow managed to wiggle itself free there.
Now, getting all the way back, probably the best case scenario, because now he gets to repair that boy if he ever so needed, but he is not afraid of giving those up. The thing is now, those Keshiks are going to hit pretty hard. Now, the water does get shut down. That's going to mean his food eco is going to take a little bit of a hit, but now the horse archers, the Mangudai, they are running right through all the eco. And those villagers, they will be able to find a safe place to hide. But now they're going to go straight for the wood line. A few spearmen in the mix down here as well, and he does manage to hit him off. But unfortunately, those spearmen will not be able to catch up as they run behind.
Wait for me, guys. I got something for you. But yeah, they were already gone at this point in time. They rolled up the window. Numidan behind this, he is going to be going for the monk play now as well. And I mean, the writing's on the wall, right? Like, we got a couple of Keshiks, but Numidan's already pooling resource again. We are going to be going to a fast Imperial Age follow-up for sure.
He says, it doesn't matter what it takes. I can lose every single unit in my base, every villager. I will just want to get Imp, and that's what he's going to get. He does pick off a villager here too. 2 kills on each side now. And this is starting to get scary. The Lancer, though, he's chasing after, and he's taking every arrow to the face like a champion. But unfortunately, he will eventually go down if he doesn't turn around. The Keshiks, though, they are doing so much damage to these horses and healing up at the same time. Disgusting.
Yeah, that knight definitely had a very, very punchable face. Those Mangudai were very much glued to him at that point in time, but yeah, Numidan, it's just scaling a little bit out of control here for him at the moment. So Mahodo, he really, really needs to be careful here. Also floating a good amount of resource. We do see knights coming in from him. Numidan, he's not being too greedy, though. He is still making units. Every now and then there is a unit in queue. We're getting some crossbows here, a Keshik there. Just enough to where if Mahodo wants to dive, he's going to find himself in a pretty rough spot in between TC and outpost fire. And a couple of units in between as well.
And I mean, that is something he didn't do in previous games. When we watched him in the other qualifiers for the LAN, that was probably one of the only times he did not invest in a lot of units. Not a lot, but a few. So getting this type of pressure just forces your opponent to keep making units, and it delays them even further. Now, we do see Mahodo also floating quite a bit of resources here, but with the gold being very much, needed, it does not look like he will be getting the same fate as going fast Imp. And China also, they don't really get that much from doing so. He needs to find a way to do damage to Numidan while he's in castle. Otherwise, this is going to snowball immensely. Unless Numidan gets 2 Hui Pals, in which case he does have a little bit of an opening.
Why stop at 2? Make it 4 in a row.
We don't want to wish that on
to me.
Crackety. If he gets 4, this is on you. This is on
I've
you.
had it happen to me before, where you go Kaganet and you just get 4 Hugh powers in a row. It happens.
That sounds like a Reddit thread right there.
It's fine. I won that game.
Now with the Kashyyyks, though,
Could
the
have been
Kashyyyks,
worse.
they are trading okay, but I mean, with these crossbows in the mix, Mahuda is starting to pick them off. Now, crossbows from Nubadan doing good work here at keeping the base kind of safe, just like you said, he's making crossbows, so unit here, unit there, it's starting to add up. And now all these small little units that he keeps sending out, they are getting picked off by all these pesky little horses. The palace, though, it's being erected, Crackety. Are we ready? Twitch chat! Twitch chat, what are we getting first? We need everyone.
I'm gonna guess warrior monks.
Warrior monks, okay. My vote is on French knights.
Oh, Mahodo. He finds the villagers trying to age up, though.
He does have a few
There's the
crossbows.
crossbows. Let's get 1, 2 vilds down.
Honestly,
Oh man, Mahodo's just delaying it at the moment, but about to come in. It's gonna be
this is best case scenario for Numidan. He only lost 2 villages in the construction of that.
Palace guards. Okay, that's value right there. Palace guards are insanely valuable because they immediately come with the HP upgrade on them as well. So a very quick armored frontline unit that is able to catch up even to crossbows, for example. And with all the bonus health, they are pretty formidable as a frontline.
Yeah, it does look like Palace Guards will definitely be very useful in this composition, especially because when you are up against China itself, I did see a nest of bees in the queue there, but Mahudo has decided against it. Now, my question is, what does he have in mind here? It does look like he has in mind, I need to push and I need to do damage. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here. Not the set of Palace Guards. Crackety.
Oh, God, that...
Oh, no.
Did he replace the Kaganet? That's pretty lucky, I want to say. And behind this Mahodo, he started trying to pro scout and immediately lost all of his scouts to a couple of Mangadai. And instead, we'll now see something, Whammon, that I like to call desperation.
And desperation will be swift. He is making rams, ladies and gentlemen, thinking that he will be able to punish buildings for their existence. But no. He's up against Imperial Age units, all coming for free. And next up, we get French Knights.
These are worse than these are better than French Knights. These are Rus Knights.
Oh, they are? No.
Yeah, they get the halberdier as well in.
No.
The elite knight.
Oh,
Not Royal Knight, Elite Knight, and Boyar's Fortitude as well.
Okay, so I would have been wrong either way, no matter way which I voted, guys. Unfortunately, but the Lancers, they do have their eyes set on the wood line. The problem is, there's a lot of Palace Guards in here.
It's so many.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, Mahodo, he cannot break through, even with the all-in in Castle Age. It's just not enough units here. Too much damage has been done to him. Too much delay has been caused by these Mangadai. And it's all compiling now to a situation where Mahodo is not able to punish the greedy Kaganet Palace play here. Rams getting taken down immediately. And now Mahodo an H behind. Yeah, GG has to come in. No way out for Mahodo in this one. He's going to have to look at game number 3 to get a point on the scoreboard.
Honestly, this feels like something Nubidan should be known for now. The man who does not go anywhere except for Imperial, but he has started to perfect it. Now, Nubidan looking quite commanding here. I think we can take a little note from the book and say, okay, well, Mongols, they have a fun playstyle, but it snowballs way too quickly.
Oh, man. Yeah, at the end there, like Mahodo, he was trying to get a good army mass going, but I think it just compiled too much. All the Mangadai delay that has just happened in between, he wasn't able to do any damage beforehand there up against Numidan. And in the end, like once that Kaganet Palace goes up, if you're not able to take it down, it's just so much army production that's coming in.
And just forcing your opponent to actually make units and delay themselves, put him in such a good spot. Now, this is something Numidan has been doing so well. But these archers, I mean, Muhudo probably looked at the situation. He's like, okay, I need to deal with this. Let's see what I can do. But when you get into a position like that, it feels so difficult to actually just find a proper answer to it. The horsemen here just getting picked off every single time because these guys can just outrun you for days.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Like, just never being able to catch up all the way. It's very, very difficult behind this as well. Yeah, this Kagan Palace just going up. And at a point in time where Numidan was ahead in economy as well, somewhat even military count. And just like having really good RNG there, double PGs, early nights, and honestly, like, what else could you be asking for in this type of situation? Mass Knights from Mahodo, but already crossbows and hand cannoneers out there from Numidan as well. Just very, very tough one here for Numidan. Next up, though, we're getting Roos up against House of Lancaster. And yeah, that's going to be also an interesting one on Gorge. We're going to take a quick look at the brackets in between, though, because there are still multiple sets going on in parallel at the moment, as we do have 6 spots remaining for the players to qualify. Kiljardi up against Scatterbrain, currently leading 1-0 in their set. Numidan Mahodo, that's the one we're currently casting, 2-0 on the side for Numidan. And Core currently leading 2-1 up against Voldemar.
Now that I would say is theoretically an upset because Voldemar is some. Okay.
I told you earlier.
Core is wild. Don't get me wrong, but Voldemar has been so heavily practicing and now doing this full-time switch to Age of Empires as well. We're expecting to see Voldemar's name pop up quite a bit more too. Numidan, though, also showing a little bit more of himself in the top 16 every now and again. But we'll see what the rest look like. Can we look at the other side as well? Thank you. Demu and Sass. Sassy has an uphill battle against this one. Demu is definitely a favorite to take this, but Sassy does look a little bit aggressive here and there. But Lash, though.
Honestly, I'm surprised. Lash winning up against Myriad, that seems like more of an upset to me. Just looking at previous tournament performance, Myriad always just getting very, very good results in the last couple of tournaments. And yeah, I mean, Lash, by comparison, didn't quite achieve as many strong performances there. And already leading up against Boltune, that is surprising to me. And MSN also up 1-0 at the moment, up against Cat. Some very interesting sets going on at the moment. We will be looking into more sets after our current one, so we will definitely be keeping an eye out on those, as we still only have those last 6 spots to be giving away in order for players to qualify for the EGC Masters Summer Tournament.
Now, with these guys fighting for their life in this tournament, it does feel like the stakes are pretty high. Now, a lot of these names, they are fighting to keep staying in those top 16, but guys, Rus versus Lancaster. Now, Crackety, we've been seeing a lot of Lancasters go for barracks, and from there, things get a little wild, but against Rus, that doesn't feel like the standard opening here. Now, if you're Lancaster, on this map, there is something that we have seen a few times, and you know what it is. Fast Imperial?
Fast Imperial, that's definitely an option. But also, I think in general, on a map like Gorge, which is a little bit more open, especially in the mid-game when it comes to food. Well, not that food is really too hard to come by for Rus, since they just, high trade house, and it's a whole thing, Whammon. But this is going to be not just any Gorge. This is going to be EGC Gorge, our own little special version of Gorge, and it's a little bit more open. You think normal Gorge is open? This one is gorgier. It's even more open. It's very hard to defend your base, and when you're playing as the Rus there, you have the mobile advantage on your side. The Cav Archers, Boyar's Fortitude Cavalry overall just being very, very solid. High trade house, tons of resources, pro scouting. You're going to be set for the game. You're going to have to be a very, very good defensive player as House of Lancaster here if you want to avoid taking a lot of damage.
Well, we'll see if he's passive enough, but at the same time active enough. Because I feel like with Rus, if you do let them just run around and harass you, you're definitely gonna come out losing. Because they also have more things than horse archers. For those of you who don't know, Rus actually has other units that used to be a lot more viable. Now with Lancaster, they do have the manors, but the manors shoot little paper darts at these units. So something like a knight could easily slide into those DMs, or in this case, into those manors to shut them down. But guys, it's going to be time for the game. So I hope you are ready and still see what these two boys pull out of the hat. Oh, it'll be destruction.
Right, it is time. We're jumping into our game number 3 now. Match point for Numedan up here on the Ruse. His opponent is going to be Mahodo in the color green, playing as the House of Lancaster here on EGC Gorge. And we do have... Oh, no. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Maybe. I'm going to go with maybe. You're not going to be able to accomplish anything on the side of the Ruse, but you can accomplish something on your side, namely pushing in your own deer.
And that has been the go-to if they cannot find damage, right? We've still seen a lot of barracks openings to try and get the deer pushed, but this spear...
forward.
He has different plans, Crackety.
Turn on the blinker, Spearman.
Oh,
wrong way. Wrong way. There we go. See, this is not a BMW driver. He knew how to turn on the blinkers, and he is going to go for those deer.
And he does run right into them face first, does make them jump a little bit spooked by the man with the stick, and he will need to start pushing from all the way back here. But this means that Lancaster will have enough resources to do something crazy like a fast imp, Crackety. I know you're not you didn't look like much of a believer of the fast imp on this case, but my goodness, this could be so dirty. But it does deny a full deer pack from Numedan. So definitely a power move here.
You know what I do believe in, Whammon? It is fast Imperial into siege crews for the House of Lancaster. That one is actually disgusting.
Okay.
Getting double Reboldican against a Cav Archer that has 4.5 tiles of range. They're getting bullied, Whammon. They're getting bullied. Sure, like ranged units in theory, the counter to Reboldican, right? Guess again, if you got just about the same range as a Reboldican, and that just like demolishes like multiple units at the same time and can easily be repaired on the field, it gets a little bit crazy. And that is actually one of the, I want to say, more famous Chinese one-trick strategies at the moment that we do see on ladder. There are so many of them. Chinese one-tricks all around with like a crazy strategies on the ladder every now and then. But yeah, the fast Imperial, the 3-manner fast Imperial into Wingard Siege Crew strategy, it is a legitimate threat and a menace to play against.
I can imagine someone like Mahudo actually whipping out something like that, because this sounds like a strategy that can shut down that heavy harassment. But I wanted to look at that spawn as well, because as you guys can see, there's a stone and there's a gold right next to one another. So this can look at Numedan. He's pushing that deer to his base as well. It's like, my pro scouts are not going to be working hard. So with this, he's going to be able to protect this with the Lancaster Castle pretty easily as well, and still have choices. Now, it being forward does pose a little bit of a risk to it being harassed, right? But at the same time, that's a pretty big boy to take down when you're a civilization like Rus that doesn't necessarily like to go for those feudal pushes. So we'll see if he actually goes for any manners. But yesterday, I actually saw a match. I think it was Corvinus who just skipped manners completely and went straight for the Imperial. And with the lack of villagers on stone... Oh, wait. There's a green dot. Never mind. There might be manners. I got too excited. I got way too excited, Crackety.
It just makes sense. Like, if you go for the Lancaster Castle, you might as well get some manners in. It's a sensible play here. But yeah, Mahodo, he's got a great amount of food inside his base. Not just the deer, but also the amount of sheep that he found overall. Looks like he found a decent amount of them here. Still has those 3 spearmen. I wouldn't be opposed to the idea of long-range luring in the second deer pack, honestly. Just because, like, taking 1 deer pack away from Rus, great. Even when you're not going pro scouts, even better. Getting 2 deer packs away from Rus, man, then you're cooking. But Numedan, he's reacting. Archer range already coming in feudal age for him, and
never mind.
Never mind.
He's like, pro scouts? That actually sounds a little bit better, actually. Let me just get that. No,
I'll get the archers in later. It's fine.
He does push the deer close enough so he doesn't need to worry about the spearmen too much. And this is pretty good push. These scouts will be easily able to pick these up without taking too much damage against these spears. Now, the spears here, they are going to get in and be able to push a deer back 1 or 2, but the spearman pays the price, and another one might as well. These scouts are probably pretty happy with that pickup. Now, Muhudo does get his archery range, so Krakody, he does commit to it. This time. We'll see if he cancels it again.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a little bit of commitment now to that archery range for sure after it's been delayed for a little while. Yeah, but just priorities there. Getting Pro Scout in a little bit for earlier, since that does have a rather long research time. So, oh no, the Mighty Infantry actually taking a chunk out of that Spearman. So one Spearman down. Actually, Mahoda only down to, like, he lost another Spearman as well somehow. So only one Spearman remaining. Might have lost that one too, the TC.
Yeah, the TC took him down pretty heavily, poor guy. He didn't know what hit him. But now, my question is, with the Demi-Lancers, so he's only going to get 3 manners, right? This is what we predict. I say this, but he's over-chopping on the stone a little bit. I'm feeling like this might be a 6 manner if he does not pull off right now. But if he... Oh my goodness, it is going to be a 6 manner. He realizes, hey, you're going for Pro Scouts. I get to be a little bit greedy myself. And with those extra manners, you do have extra arrows when it comes to dealing with those horse archers. So in a way, makes a lot of sense, especially when you want to have access to that wood line next to your Lancaster Castle as well.
Yeah, enough archers now able to deal with the last Spearman as well. So Pro Scouts is going to be fully realized now at this point. This is okay, so yeah, there we go. Next level on the manners is going to be coming in now, so it's going to be able to go all the way up to 6, as you mentioned there. Makes a little sense. I'm just wondering what the follow-up play here is. I hope that it's going to be a White Tower, just because White Tower, it just buys you so much safety inside of your base as the House of Lancaster. Because you're going to need at least a little bit of time for those manners to, like, continually pay off. A manor takes roughly 3 minutes to pay off for itself. Now, that's very quick. That is very quick. But that's just on a, like, default Civ basis. Like, that's when it starts, like, getting better for you. Meanwhile, Roost, they already have, like, great economy baseline, so it's not entirely, like, black and white in that situation. It doesn't mean, like, after 3 minutes you're gonna win. It means that after 3 minutes you're gonna start being better than a default civilization that doesn't have anything going for itself.
So basically, with those manners, they're going to be start ticking. He just needs to find a way to survive against those horse archers that might be coming his way. But we'll see if Numedan goes for any other production buildings. It could be a little bit of a switch up here, but I don't expect it. With already having an archery range out, you already have, you know, a pretty solid production building with units that can actually do some work. Because now that wood line, like you said, the map is a lot more open. So this means that that wood line is going to have a much easier time of getting harassed. But now 9 on the high trade house. We'll see if he does get a pretty solid chunk. Twitch chat, remember to make your predictions in chat so that we can permaban the person who gets it right. Now the final manner has been decided and planted down. So this is going to be Muhudo is going to be able to click up in the next minute or so.
Yeah, Master Nobles coming in behind all of this as well, so Numedan is going to have a couple of units out here now in order to harass a little bit. Might be able to clean up the archers here and just make sure that Numedan isn't going to have any army presence out immediately. Are we going to see any cav archers immediately? I think actually Numedan... There we go, first cav archer coming in, but I think Numedan's the kind of player to, as quickly as possible, get a monastery in now as well behind this. Just wants to start collecting the relics as quickly as possible. Can we take a look at the back of the base there? I think he placed the monastery. Yeah, there we go. Monastery is getting rushed up. 4 villagers on that. He is hungry for some relics now.
And getting those relics definitely puts him in a position where he can actually get ahead, even though Lancaster is so good at getting efficient resources quickly with those units being so cheap from the Wing Guard. Now, let's see what the age up is going to look like. Ooh, well, we do see the nobles are out. We just need to find out where they're going to strike. They're most likely just going to strike to stop those relics from being picked up. We do see that there are a lot of them on the side. All relics. Which is going to mean this is going to be a lot harder for Numedan to just get them for free. But now, horse archers, we've got 3 on the field, and let's see if they're going to be able to find some damage. It does look like Numedan is keeping them close to the base. So we'll see if he tries to move out. King's College being the choice of landmark, though. That I feel like is a little bit greedy in this matchup.
I'm honestly not sure. It depends on what Mahodo is going to go for afterwards. Because if this is like a play into mass Hobblears, I can understand it. Because Hobblears, if you get like the hill training in, they come out insanely fast from the stables. And on top of that, they do an absurd amount of damage with their charge, even up against the Cav Archers. Like, they pretty much one-shot them with the charge. So it's actually like an insanely strong potential counterplay here. It becomes an issue when there's also like other units involved, when there's like knights as a front line, just because the Hobblears, they do a good charge. After that, if the unit's not ranged, they tickle. They're like mounted villagers.
Now, we do have a very pressing question right here, right now. We do see pro scouts, but how much gold do we have on that high trade hours per minute? Oh my gosh.
It is gonna be 134. Anybody got 134?
No one's getting
Any takers? No takers. Nobody got
it. We can ban Love Burog. You got 137. That's close enough,
He was
guys.
close. Kaker got 132. That's a perma.
Well, these horse archers, because they're pretty fast on their feet, you can see them tickling these very, very Castle Age demi-lancers just running for their lives. But the problem is now they can chase them down, they can do some damage, and like we said before, these things don't get remade, so losing them is actually quite expensive. Now, you do see some Yumis coming out of Mahodo, and that makes a lot of sense. You're in a position where you get free food, free wood, and your mass that you can get is pretty large from this. Now, it does look they're going to be charging in. Does not look like they will connect because these guys are very fast on the feet, and we have 3 scouts on the other side. But on the side of Numidan, he's already taken 2 relics, 1 extra to the base, another one on the way to the base. So he's probably pretty happy.
Yeah, the relic split at the moment definitely looking like it's going to be in favor for Numidan. Looks like Mahodo is just about to be able to get his first relic in now. Starts picking that one up. Still don't see any Hobblers at this point in time. Instead, it is, as you mentioned, the Yeoman play here coming in from Mahodo. Honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of that. Like, honestly, like, if you go for King's College, I would rather have seen the commitment and seen some Hobblers just being massed very quickly, just because that charge is actually the perfect counter. And Numidan behind this also massing up archers on top of the Cav archers. So Hobblers would have actually been a genius counterplay here, I feel like, from Mahodo.
Getting Hobblers just means that he would not be able to do any damage to them, because those things, they take quite a few shots before they go down from ranged attacks. It is such a difficult unit to kill. But now, it looks like Numidan's composition will be paying off, because those knights in the mix as well makes this a lot harder for him to handle. Now, Spearmen joining the mix, and we do see their upgrades coming into +1 ranged attack, also for the poor yeomen, who are not going to be as mobile, but they are definitely going to be peppering away at those little archers moving forward. The thing is, that number of knights feels a little bit scary to me, because Numidan, those knights are quite chunky, and he doesn't have any special upgrade yet to actually deal with them. Mahodo also having his own 3 knights does make this, you know, a little bit intimidating, but still not to the same extent. Numidan's army mass is looking scary.
Currently is 43 at the moment, 27. Mahodo is walking a little bit closer here. Do have a couple more Yeomen now coming out here behind this. Still a very, very solid wood bank behind it all. Just not able to catch up in the food department or to be quite able to make enough units. We do see the first Hobbler now in queue, but there's just so much wood in the bank. Oh, cancels it. Instead goes for the Call of Essos, and more knights behind it now.
Getting the knights in this situation is pretty standard, because we can see, oh, my opponent is going for a lot of armored units. I might need to do something about that. But the archer numbers are pretty decent, and they can even take down these armored units themselves. Having +2 ranged attack means that this is going to be a lot easier. Numidan now looking very commanding, and remember those little paper balls that they're shooting at these archers? They don't care, they're just running right into it. The knights absolutely getting demolished, Saint's Blessing coming in through as these guys are attacking, and it looks like this is a pretty big cleanup here.
Waterloo getting blocked immediately. Archer's just very quickly dealing with that one. And yeah, Mahodo, he's getting pushed off gold just as he was researching Color of Esses. So no, now he has no knights. And the Warrior Monk, he's just taking away the relic right out of Mahodo's base here. Absolute disrespect there. And yeah, Mahodo, his base, it is no longer safe. Numedan has shown just what he has, and it is a lot of knights. And currently, Mahodo just does not have any knights of his own, really, in order to deal with this. In theory, like, if he got a couple of knights in, if he was able to match the number, then with Call of Esses, he should be able to take some really, really good trades. That just was not the case. Honestly, I'm still looking back at this, and I just wonder what could have been if we had Hobelas in this one.
You're like, these Hobelas, they would have made it, but they would have made a difference. I completely agree. I think this is such a
situation, the one matchup, the one situation where Hobela is actually a viable unit. And Mahodo is just denying them their purpose, I feel like, at the moment. But yeah, now we see Rams coming in as well. Numedan, he's got a very large wood bank at the moment. He's going to spend that wood on 5 Rams. He wants to take down these Manors, and he wants to take them down now.
And he's got the army to support this. Ladies and gentlemen, those are knights. They're going to be diving. And it just looks like with Rams, with big Rams comes big responsibility. But he already has the responsibility set up, and they are called knights and 44 archers, ladies and gentlemen. These yeomen, they do get a few cheap shots off, but they realize that there is a massive army right in front of their faces. 3 Rams are ready, and now those poor little yeomen are not going to be a match against those 3 Rams. The Spearmen, though, they might stand a little bit of a better chance.
Numedan, 15 knights out, still more in queue. It is at this point in time, though, that the food is running out inside of his base, but looks like he doesn't need much more food now in order to close out this game, as the Rams are now making their way for Mahodo's base. All these manors, all the economy that Mahodo has is now in danger. And behind this, he's even getting the upgrade for 3 more manors, but he's about to lose the ones that he already has.
Yeah, that upgrade in this point just feels like an upgrade. He had the gold for it. He was like, hey, I might as well get this. But the problem is those archers are going to be going through everything. 45 archers now. The yeomen, they just don't have enough numbers. It looks like the knights are just going to go and collapse right on top of them. The spearmen are stuck behind the yeomen. They do make it through, but the problem is the archers are cleaning up everything.
Synchronized shot not quite in yet, and the military count from Mahodo, it's just getting lower and lower now. Now more knights in queue, but at this point there's just too many numbers here. 17 knights, and the spearmen are almost all gone from Mahodo. Numedan just doing a great job at picking these off with the archers, and yeah, GG has to get called. Numedan able to win the set 3-0 with a clean sweep here up against Mahodo.
This felt so commanding in the end. Numedan, the first game, is a little bit passive, not too sure what he wants to do. And the rest of it, he's like, no, no, no. We are not going to have 50-minute games like I had in my previous sets. I am going to make sure we make this swift. Numedan giving himself some extra time to practice for next week when the first showing starts. But 5 relics, that must feel so good, Ezra's.
Ah, man, oh man. That is, honestly, a very, very tough one there for Mahodo in the end. Like, he got quite far into it, into the final of the qualifiers here. But Numedan, he just played this really, really solid. Every single one was very, very methodical here. Yeah, in the end, able to take it 3-0. So Numedan, he is going to qualify for the EGC Masters Summer tournament. So congratulations there to Numedan. But we still have 5 more spots to be decided today. Currently, battling it out is Demu versus Sass, Boltune versus Lash, Cat versus MSN, Kiljadi versus Scatterbrained, and Core versus Voldemar. I believe that we might just be jumping into potentially the current last game between Voldemar and Core in order to see exactly in that last match point who will be able to win and qualify for the EGC Masters Summer tournament.
This is a pretty stacked bracket, Crackety. It feels like anyone could make it through here. And when looking at some of these scores, I'm feeling a little scared for even the big names that have come through. We can see now, update on our screen, Killjardy 2-0 so far over Scatterbrains. Killjardy coming back after a little bit of a break, and he's following through on his name, Kill. Scatterbrain is his first victim. Numedan advancing it now, and Voldemar Core head-to-head 2-2 right now. It looks pretty disgusting, I must say. This is a pretty hype match. I see a lot of people in Twitch also asking for this one because it's just such a big game for both of these guys to be able to qualify through here.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, just going all the way to the game number 5, it is very, very, very important for them. Like, they're very evenly matched here at the moment. And yeah, we are just going to be... The game is already going on a little bit. That it means that we are going to be jumping ahead a little bit throughout the Dark Age, just in order to catch up a little bit more to the live game. And yeah, I believe that we are just going to try and jump into it as quickly as possible here, so that we're going to be able to bring just as many games as possible.
Mm-hmm. Demo versus Sassy, though. Demo is looking quite commanding here. Not streaming. I've seen him stream sometimes throughout qualifiers, but this man, he's got to focus for this one. Taking Sassy down. But Boltune versus Lash, also 1-1. I'm pretty impressed. Lash is really showing up here. We'll see if Boltune can actually take him down. But MSN, I think this is a name that we've wanted to see a lot more of. He's, I would say, the youngest player on the block. And taking down 2 games from Cat already, that feels pretty impressive.
Yeah, 100%. Like, Lash so far, very, very good performance in this one, and could actually mean that he is going to be able to qualify. And we're just going to be jumping straight into the action here. Voldemar up against Core. We got Carmel, and we got Mongols for Voldemar up against the Abbasid for Core. We do already have Dark Age behind us, and we're jumping straight into it. This is currently, disregard the score, this is 2-2 at the moment. We are on match point between Voldemar and Core. Whoever wins this game is going to be able to qualify for the EGC Masters Summer Tournament. Yeah, Core opening us up here with a military school. And I gotta say, Whammon, Mongols are pretty strong. And Core, though, he is very good with the Abbasid on the other hand side. Disregard the score. We are fixing that in just a little bit. It is 2-2 at the moment between the two. This is match point.
Now, I actually want to point out the fact that Abbasid has not seen the light of day in a very long time. A lot of players have not been loving the whole Abbasid vibe. Apparently, Abbasid's not just not one of the civilizations that has a spot in the meta right now, but apparently Core wants to make it work. So with something like this, Voldemar now on Mongols, he definitely has the mobility advantage here, right? Because we've seen this from Mongols a little bit earlier as well. Now with those Keshiks out on the field, this is going to be quite hard. But instead, opts for archers instead of your usual Mangudai. So definitely playing a little bit different from the other Mongols that we have seen.
Behind this, okay, we do have a second TC play here from Core, and honestly, Abbasid probably like one of the main civilizations that can still make 2TC work in the current meta. And yeah, I mean, they're honestly looking really good on that. Voldemar, though, he is immediately going for the just going for the throat. A lot of Keshiks, a lot of archers here. Yeah, he just wants to go for the all-in. Core, is he going to be able to muster up enough units? I'm not sure if he's even seen that there's going to be archers coming in now. Because at the moment, he doesn't have anything prepped for that. Oh, this could be devastating. Voldemar, yeah, he's just going for the throat right now.
Well, the thing is, Voldemar knows that there's a timer on this. He wants to try and do some damage before this spirals out of control. And getting your opponent who's on 2TC down is something he's pretty decent at. Now, considering he's getting another Keshik in queue there, it means he wants to make sure this does not go too long. Now, usually that time is around 11 minutes, so he does have some time to walk around, do some damage, try to find any type of advantage he can. But behind this Core, he's just not making any other units. My question is this just going to be a Castle Age that comes out of him, or is he going to actually try to stop this?
Yeah, this is very interesting. Not really something that we typically see out of the Abbasid as a reaction here. We do already have the military wing in, so he is not immediately going to be getting any military units upon hitting Castle Age. And Keshiks are an armored unit. There is no blacksmith at the moment yet for Voldemar, so doesn't have any pierce armor upgrades. Yeah, Voldemar, he's just looking for potential avenues to harass here, but without Siege, he is not going to be able to find that. We do have the Siege Workshop coming in now, and there it is, Siege Engineering now on its way for Voldemar.
It feels like such a risky move for Core in his final game to come naked fast castle, naked in public. This is not just a river you can go swimming in Germany. This is your lifeline in the EGC qualifiers. So you need to actually, usually play it a little bit safer, but the man is going for Culture Wing. He says, I'm cultured AF. I am going to go and do this thing right. Now, with the Culture Wing Crackety, what is this going to allow him? Just those cheaper upgrades? I think he's going to need a little bit more than that.
Cheaper upgrade's the only real thing that he can go for. Economy Wing, it's just so far off, and he does still have a good amount of resource inside of his base, so I don't think a farm transition is really necessary anytime soon for him. But we are getting that first ram in now. We do have Core already prepping a stable now behind this. Voldemar, is there a barracks coming in for him anytime soon? That could be a great answer to like early Camel Rider or like Lancers. Nothing about that yet. I mean, Core... The thing with Abbasid is they hit the field running immediately with the Ager because they already save up a lot of resources on their way to the next age. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very difficult timing. Voldemar, he's already got 10 Keshiks in. Core, he's got enough resource for 6 Lancers, but he needs enough production buildings. 2 Rams now are going to go for the TC first. Maybe this buys Core just enough time. I don't think he minds losing that secondary TC, because he already has like a good villager lead at this point in time.
Yeah, getting the value from that TC, I feel like he's gotten enough villagers to make this quite comfortable, especially now with him go Culture Wing as well. He's going to get cheaper upgrades too, and it's going to make it a little bit easier for him. But as we see now, he's got a lot of resources in the bank, and going for something like the barracks could possibly have made this a little bit harder for Core to make units to actually shut this down. So you can see completely abandoning the TC. He feels like he's gotten his value and he's not going to lose any villagers trying to repair this thing. Now the problem is, that is a pretty scary push on a wood line, and I don't know if there's any other wood that this man will be able to access.
He does still have 1 straggler next to his TC, but we do have Keshiks going for some raids here, so villagers are going to get picked off now at this point in time. Core, the military wing units, are now also coming in, able to defend at least a little bit, but most importantly, the production buildings here. Voldemar immediately going for that stable. And Core, he's running out of production buildings very, very quickly here. He doesn't have the wood, as you mentioned, Whammon. We are getting some golems in now. He did add in another stable. But this is rough. This is very, very rough now at the moment. He needs time. Core needs time in order to be able to get more buildings in as the Rams are starting to take down infrastructure inside of his base.
And Voldemar recognizes this. You can see these bad boys are just looking for an opening, and every single time they run through, they're able to do so. But the Keshiks, they have their eyes set on some villages instead. Archers will be able to target fire some of these, but the Keshiks, they are spicy. Keshiks from every single side. These archers are looking so, so scary just to pick off these vills. More Keshik blades going right through them. And it looks like Voldemar is probably pretty happy with the position that he has Core in.
Yeah, all these Keshiks just taking down so many villagers here now at this point in time. More villagers. Okay, it looks like we do have a little turnaround here. Weak villagers enter the TC. Strong villagers are going to exit it. Core, he's floating a lot of food here behind us. He just doesn't have the gold. But Voldemar, maybe he dove a little bit too much. That could definitely happen because he just lost a lot of his military count, and it is now a lot of well, not a lot of lances, but a significant amount of lances, I do want to say. And Core, he's 5 villagers behind, but he does have the tech advantage at the moment. Voldemar not that far off of Castle Age, but they're still a little while away.
And we see that deer stones being parked right up front of Voldemar. Just, oh no. This is blocking him significantly too from aging up. But we have more yellow dots in the wood line, and it looks like 19 villagers down now. He is just not stopping. But like you said, this could have been a little bit of an overcommitment here from Voldemar. Core losing a significant amount of villagers, but at the same time, Voldemar losing a significant portion of his army. And now this is getting less and less scary for Core to defend, and he still has a lot of resources in the bank.
That's the thing, right? Like, maybe Voldemar just overcommitted a little bit too much. As soon as that Camel Rider now comes out as well, there's going to be a significant decrease on the damage on these Kashyyyks, and Core, yeah, he's still pumping military units, and all of Voldemar's gold is forward at this point in time.
Well, Core is going to struggle staying out on these resources, but he is getting the blacksmith as well, making sure that he does not die. But Voldemar is not producing any units, and my question is, where's his food? Oh, he's out on the deer right now. So he does, luckily, know the map, and there's a lot of food out here, so he will be able to move out and get some, but it is flatlined for a little while. Step readout coming out now, and this is going to mean that he's going to get that little bit of extra economy. But Core, he's starting to get upgrades. And honestly, I don't think Core is in the worst of spots. He should be able to clean up the army that's at the back of his base there. And Voldemar, he needs to find something, because it feels like Core was not punished.
Yeah, Voldemar, though, able to find those villagers on the gold, so is able to cause some idle time there. Behind this, Core looks like he was able to actually kill 2 villagers there. He's also going to get a good amount of information now on Voldemar's base. Looks like the Deer Stones did actually block the Knights a little bit. They were a little bit busy hitting that building instead of going for Voldemar's economy behind us. We're getting crossbows in now as well. I wonder, Core, he got Pierce damage upgrade behind this, not Pierce armor. Maybe he wants to go for an archer follow-up, potentially. Does have military wings, so composite bows, definitely an option for him.
Getting composite bows would mean that feudal, the castle push is going to be a lot harder. The problem is just, Voldemar is not producing a lot. He's producing just enough. And that leaves me with a little bit of a question mark here. Are we seeing Voldemar going for a fast Imperial out of this now? With the crossbows, he's able to pick off most units. And Core is making camels. He's floating a bit of resources as well, so it does open him up to switching compositions whenever he feels like. Voldemar now getting a few more Kashyyyks in the queue. And it may have been a thought, but it looks like he is back on track to fight this in castle. Now, we do see those archers from Voldemar still looking for a little bit of damage. The gold is not too great for Core right now. He mined both of those gold mines out. So now it's limited edition, and we'll see if he's going to be able to actually get the resources he needs. He needs to start moving out, and he needs to start moving out soon.
I did manage to find another gold over here, but we're getting to the point where these resources can still be raided. They're very far outside of his own base. We are getting walls, though, to commentate that at this point in time. But are the walls going to be coming up in time? It looks like Core, his army might once again be stretched thin there a little bit. Does manage to find the archers, but at the same time, it looks like the Kashyyyks are going to find their way into the economy at the bottom there. That's where the gold villagers are at. At least Voldemar is going to give Core a little bit of a pointer here. Hey, I'm out here. I'm going to come for your villagers. And so Core is going to be able to pull those villagers back in time.
Now, these archers do shoot very little at those Kashyyyks, and they are of the veteran variety, so not going to do too well. But again, you're up against lancers, so those lancers will scare them off. The villagers should be able to fix that wall up in some time. Now, he does actually go for this, and he sees the rest of the army now with the camels there. Little camel on ease on these Kashyyyks, so they are probably not going to want to take this fight. But this still looks pretty decent for Voldemar here. He still has a little bit of an opening to do some damage. The camels, they do look pretty scary, though. And the opening that Voldemar is going for is for the middle of the base and all for the middle of the map. And it does feel like the right move here, right? Because he is in control. He's able to keep his opponent in his base. Core has no way of getting out just yet. And it's a pretty safe time for him to move out, considering that big gold is going to be the only income that you are going to rely on when the game gets tough.
Honestly, there is an army composition that I could reasonably see Core go for here. Going for mass archers and camel riders as well. That would actually really solidly counter out what Voldemar has out at the moment, because the camel riders don't take any bonus damage from the crossbows. They don't have great ranged armor, but you're able to improve that a good bit with upgrades, and upgrades are cheap at the moment for Core, courtesy of that culture wing here for him. We are seeing, yeah, there we go, more camel riders now coming in as well. He is able to mass up military now. Voldemar, he's about to get a great amount of gold in. The question is, how many units can he make now with that gold? We do see the Kashyyyks once again going around. Voldemar cannot lose that count, actually. Like, those Kashyyyks, if they go down, if they get found out, that would be quite devastating for him.
It looks like these guys are going to be able to find a little bit of idle time, at least. Maybe not some damage. The villagers do need to back off. And it does slow Core down a little bit. The thing is just, Core does not have a lot of gold left. That tiny, tiny gold is not going to last forever. And he keeps making some units that do require quite a bit. Now, this is going to mean that he probably needs to take a fight pretty soon before that gold runs out, because Voldemar is just going to keep on producing some quality things.
Ooh, now again, army inside of Core space here is going to have to evacuate with those villagers for the time being. I still have a decent army, but I'm not sure about the upgrades, and a single Kashyyyk is getting snuck in through Core behind this, trying to get another second TC up at the bottom side there. Just needs to get his economy back going. He's lost 21, make that maybe 22 villagers in just a second here. Actually able to get that up. We also have the TC healing here coming in as well. So all of the units here from Core that have been injured are going to be healed back up quite quickly as well. So you need to be so careful here at this point in time. Camel Riders able to trade out effectively up against the Kashyyyks. Just so many crossbows there as well. And I'm not sure, do we have composite bows at this point in time?
We'll find out soon enough. These guys are going to be able to... Oh, not yet. But that is
expensive,
something that...
yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that does not feel like he has the gold for that anytime soon. He's trying to make more wood units, but even the wood is starting to get barren, and it's very far forward. So Voldemar knows that he's got his opponent cornered. And Core, I don't know what Core is going to do against this. Core feels like he's stuck in his base, and he needs to try and find a very, very good fight for this. Now, Voldemar behind this, he does have a bit of resources in his pockets as well, so he can instantly do any switch he needs. But now this fight looks like it could go well for Core here. The archers are coming in, and with the camels, they're doing pretty good trading. But we do see the army value is in favor here, Voldemar. 2,000 difference now.
And it's just all courtesy of having that gold access that Core is kind of struggling for at the moment. Archers trying their best here, but we're missing a lot of upgrades at this point in time. Just not enough gold at the moment here inside the very, very much narrow base here from Core. Getting more archers in, more spearmen in, but we're still missing +2 pierce damage. And now we're now even getting improved siege engineering. So Voldemar, he'll be able to make siege on the field, and he's got a lot of resource in the bank for it.
Yeah, not a lot of food, but definitely a lot of everything else, which is going to make this such a nice, easy push. Now, we do see that those villagers just chopping away at that gold. They need this urgently, and he realizes this. There are 2 small golds there at the bottom where he can potentially move to, and Core finding a little bit of damage. A villager does go down, and he knows where the economy is going to be moving out towards. Now, this valuable piece of information would be great, but there are some things knocking at the front of his base.
Yeah, triple mangonel now coming in here. Core about to at least be able to research +2 pierce damage for his archers. No composite bows in yet. We are getting that in queue now as well. We are very close to being able to get to Golden Age level 2. Once Golden Age level 2 comes in, he is going to be able to get these researchers in just a little bit quicker as well. And he's going to need them in ASAP, because triple mangonel is about to come knocking on his door.
And those mangonel shots, just like we saw before, can change the game in the blink of an eye. And it looks like things are kind of stacked right now, even villagers in this composition. Oh, and that's a deadly shot. But they do heal back up because of that TC healing. Oh my goodness, that's disgusting, Crackety.
It's very much necessary, very much needed here at the moment for Core. Without that healing, like that mangonel shot would have probably like already decide the game there to a certain extent. Army value climbing up higher now, just courtesy of those mangonels, and now we're also starting to see some traction trebuchets coming in here for Voldemar, so we'll be able to start sieging down some of these buildings from range.
And doing this is definitely going to put Core in a pretty tough position, because we can see here he's floating a lot of resources and he just cannot make anything. Now Horsemen being the choice, a few Ghulams in queue as well, but with that barracks going down, it does hurt it significantly. He does not have a lot of wood in the bank, and we know that wood line is getting thinned out. We have a few villagers there at the top getting every bit of wood they can, so even just taking down these houses just puts him in an even better spot. Now, he's getting a little bit of raiding done here at the back. Again, he cannot risk too much of this, because the moment he does, this could be a very scary push. Now, with the tiny little trebuchet doing work, we can see those stones getting flinged. They're so cute. And they're in the middle of the map. Oh my goodness.
Second trebuchet now also coming in. Voldemar, it's a very large army of mostly crossbows. Core behind us trying to mass some of his own horsemen. We do have veterancy coming in, +2 pierce armor also coming in behind this. Wolo comes in, is gonna get denied though. And the Camel Riders, are they going to be confident enough to take this fight? They might potentially be able to take that trade. I think it's about, yeah, now even with like more camels, not camels, but Keshiks leaving there, that could be a good spot. Fight about to happen here at the front line. Has to be so careful with those mangonels here at the front side. Core, he is pushing forward, but there's a lot of mangonel shots coming out. First mangonel gonna go down though. We do have all the upgrades in composite bows. Core is gonna be diving in deep with the archers. This could be it. This could be the best fight that he can potentially take here in this set. But the army count, Whammon, it's getting lower and lower, and it's dropping quickly here. There's still so many crossbows remaining at the end of the day. No camels nearby for the debuff, and Core losing the archers with just mangonels and siege remaining here at the end of the day, and still the army from Voldemar remaining. There is no way for Core to win this fight now. Landmark already on fire, and with the opposite, you only get 2 landmarks. There is no way back in this one now for Core after he lost that fight.
That was the deciding fight. He got those camels to pull away so many of those Keshiks to try and make this work. But unfortunately, that fight, it was just not enough. We do see those camels trying to find a little bit of damage here, a little bit of healing coming through as well. Spearmen trying to take these down, and that's definitely going to be enough. We also saw a massive migration there at the top, and I'm assuming those were just a bunch of villagers running for their lives at the top. Yeah, we see them. They were looking for wood. They could not find any without running into a pile of Keshiks as well. And now Voldemar is in a pretty good spot, Crackety. This looks like it's going to be a very nice little final push coming on through. More mangonels joining this army, and those trebuchets just hammering away at the TC. We'll see what Core is going to pull out of the hat, because it feels like Core's not ready to give this one up yet.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the resource in the bank, but it's just the wood, right? Like all the wood lines here at the front, there is just no access. On Carmel, you really do feel just that wood starvation coming in here at a certain point in time. You have to move out so far. Horsemen able to at least snipe down a little bit of the siege here. Now getting trapped by those Keshiks. And it's just so many crossbows in mass, able to take down even armored units. And there we go, GG comes in. Voldemar is going to be qualifying for the EGC Masters Summer Tournament. Able to win up against Core 3-2. A very close set.
Definitely. And Core, he did his best. I felt like in those situations, he read it. He's like, okay, this is the only chance I've got. I got to do this now. And even with that last Horseman push, he still tried to get as much damage as possible and try to secure himself a little bit longer on Carmel. Now, Voldemar should be pretty happy with this now. And yeah, he looked quite commanding, knew exactly how to respond to this double TC build, and did the damage he needed to do.
Ah, man. Boys, it is getting late, but we are not done yet. That's right. After this exciting set, we still have more to come. Next up, we're going to be looking at Boltune versus Lash. That is going to be the next set that we will be casting here. It's already been going on. We are going to be jumping straight into game number 4. for both of them. I'm not sure who currently sits on match point between the two, because I know that Lash has already gotten a point in there in the set as well. So definitely one that is looking to potentially go the distance here. It is currently 2-1 for Boltune, and we're going to be jumping straight into Archipelago with Order of the Dragon up against the English for Lash. That's an interesting one, Whammon.
Well, we are on a water map, and we know what we say in Twitch chat. Give the ball to tuna for the tuna. So give tuna to Boltune, and you will be a happy man. Let's see if he does actually play the water map well enough to take down Mr. Lash here. The thing is, Order of the Dent, we have seen it do some magic on water. Thing is, English, this is probably one of the few cases where people still pick English. So we'll see if he can actually make this work, though, because those cheaper fishing boats, they do pay off, but I don't know if that's going to be enough against Order of the Dragon. Archipelago, though, let's hop on in, boys.
All right, let's just jump right into that one. Timer has reached 0. I'm not hearing those in-game sounds yet, so I'm not quite sure if the game is ready for us, but it looks like it is. There we go, jumping right in now, as we do witness Boltune, who's currently leading in the set 2-1, so currently on match point up against Lash. We're going to be witnessing Order of the Dragon up against the English on Archipelago. And I gotta say, Whammon, I know Lash, he's a very big Admiralty believer. And it's not just that the English save resources on the fishing ships, but also on their military ships.
Okay, so they can be a little bit spicy, that's what you're telling me. These boys can work out if that does stack up, which I think Lash just needs to be able to take a few good water fights, right? But Boltune, he's played a lot more of these S-tier tournaments and actually made it through to a lot of these rounds that I don't think we've seen Lash in a lot of. So we'll see if that Archipelago experience actually does show in this. Now, I would love to look at the spawns so we can see what a juicy little chapel would look like for Boltune, because those docks are right in front of the deep water fish, so they definitely got the right position for themselves. We do see those deer being pushed in right now, but that's a pretty juicy woodline to get a chapelle on.
Yeah, definitely a nice woodline for the chapel, but we once again have the same situation that we've seen before, where this is not the optimal base layout for an Archon Chapel, so we're not going to be getting a nice little gold in there as well. We do have deer that could potentially be lured in next to the woodline, and of course the sheep that are underneath the TC, but it's not like one of those Archon Chapels that make you go, ah, man, that is a nice one, I'm just going to fast castle it. Now this is an average, maybe even below average chapel here that Boltune is going to get in this one.
Not optimal, but definitely still great when the game could possibly be won in the first few minutes of the game. That's the problem with Archipelago, right? You get ahead on water, and then what? There's no comeback mechanic from this. So I think with Order of the Dragon and with HRE, any civilization that does get that extra boost, even if it's just on wood, it stacks up so quickly. Now, we'll see what the dock situation is going to look like, because we saw this on the other game with Archipelago as well. Definitely a lot of docks paying off if you can sustain them. Order of the Dragon does not have that same prowess that we saw from HRE, but we'll see what that looks like for English, because Lash probably knows the Civ inside and out on here. Now, we'll see now who decides to go for feudal first, but both of these Civs definitely has some opportunities now. I would like to see what about that second dock too. Could we see the villagers split, please, sir? So we can see what they're prioritizing here and when the gold does become the priority. It does look like Lash is the first one to go on gold himself, and the English now slowly sending out their villagers there as well.
Makes sense just getting the gold in a little bit early, because I know Lash for a fact wants to get Admiralty in as quickly as possible. Getting that additional +1 range, it just means that you're always going to be able to, well, not necessarily kite, but you're going to be able to get those first shots in. And in a situation where, at least composition-wise, both players will be making exactly the same type of units, Whammon, getting an additional tile of range in and just getting the first attack in, It's pretty big. It's like having a mounted samurai and a knight charge at each other, and the mounted samurai just like, deflective armor. He doesn't care about the charge, and getting that first hit in, that's the kind of difference that you get right there.
Now, if Lash can micro those perfectly, I can imagine Boltune is going to have a pretty tough time. They are quite close to one another, though. So getting a second dock a little bit to the right side, it could be risky, but also pay off pretty well here. We'll see if that is the play here now. 5 on the side of Boltune versus the 3 on the Abbey from Lash. The second dock now getting placed towards the top. We'll see where Boltune goes for his second one as well. He does almost have enough wood in the bank, and you probably want to be able to produce a ship right after. So he might even delay it a little bit. Oh, is that a scout to the top, or is that a villager all the way to the top there?
That must be a scout, yeah. Just looking at all the potential deep sea fish spots around the island. We do actually have Lash. He did go for a little bit of a scouting trip there with one of his fishing ships. Was able to see just exactly where that dock is from Boltune. Boltune now also adding in a second dock on his side, so right during that age up. Abbey of Kings and Archon Chapel going up roughly the same time. Boltune should be able to age up just a little bit more quickly, just due to the Order of the Dragon villagers being able to build a little bit quicker.
Mm-hmm. And that second dock being so close as well now, it's knowing exactly where these need to go. I can imagine if Lash gets control here, there's no coming back from that. That's the thing when you have the dock this close. Once you get that surround on it, there's no sneaky little demo ship that comes from the side that you can easily maneuver. So Abbey of Kings now coming through. We do see a galley on Boltune's side instantly. And Lash edging up a little bit later. We'll see if he goes for the other way. Oh, he does go for the Springald ship instead.
Springald ship coming in on his side. We are going to be seeing the king coming in as well. In theory, transport ships are surprisingly tanky, so there could be an argument to be made to just, get a transport ship in just in order to transport the king over. And even if your opponent has ships to defend, chances are your ship will be able to reach the shoreline. So the king should be able to get out there.
Getting a king on the land definitely feels like a pretty good move to have, but it does put you behind that little bit. Oh my goodness, and he goes for the transport ship. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see some king shenanigans. But that little bit of spending that he just invested into, it can backfire if not careful. And we do see Lash now, a little bit of a disadvantage here on the ships right now. It does look like Boltune is going full face. We also have a demo ship here at the front, so this means he needs to micro perfectly. Boltune, so aggressive right now. Lash, he needs to be so careful, and he's just maneuvering backwards, and Boltune, he is going for the kill.
He is being very aggressive right now, and the archer ship able to stay alive at least for a little bit longer. Demo ship in queue at the moment. Doesn't get the archer ship sniped there at the end, so that is going to be a favorable trade in theory for Lash. Is going to be able to heal up that archer ship in the back there now. Demo ship is going to come out. The formation is going to hurt the Springald ships, and he's going to be able to pick off one of the Springald ships. So very, very good trade there early on in this fight for Lash. But there are just so many more Springald ships behind this coming in. Archer ship. Oh no, the connection, he made the connection. The Springald ship goes down. And water is such a fickle mechanic to play around in. These kind of situations can really snowball out of control incredibly quickly.
And now the fishing ships are just desperate to prepare this galley, but the problem is you still have... Oh no, he's blocking it. Another Springald ship going down. And Lash, he is struggling right now. You can see him having another demo ship in queue, and it does look like the king will make it to land. But that is just to meet a third dock. So yes, he's got a king on the land. Land units are wonderful, right? The problem is just that TC is perfectly close to the wood line. He is going to eventually be able to slide in there. But now demo ship from Lash here, he's trying to make that connection, and this can skyrocket so much. The king makes it through there, but there is a tower to keep some of those villages safe.
Lash trying to regain a little bit of an army on water there in the back, but it is so difficult. His economy on water has been idled out for such a long time. And he's just not able to find those demolition ship connections here that he needs. No Admiralty in as well for him, so doesn't have any like quality advantage there to his ships. Right now it is just that knight, that king on the enemy island, the one advantage that he has. But there's a big demo ship connection actually. That is crazy. Okay, that could actually suddenly change the pacing once again.
And that's the thing about water, right? The moment you look away, the moment you distract your opponent, all of a sudden the game just turns on its head. And there's another demo ship. He's got some victims in mind, but instead just one ship will be going down. Now these guys do go back to safety to go and heal up, but Boltune, he's getting that ship army a little bit stable now, nothing else being produced. And that brings a big question mark to my head, and I'm just like, what is Boltune cooking?
Boltune looks like he skipped a little bit when it came to the production of fishing ships on his side, because Lash, even though he's been idled and attacked and harassed a lot on his side of the pond, he is ahead in the economy. Now granted, Out of the Dragon, they don't produce villagers the same speed, but they still produce them reasonably quickly. There shouldn't be such a big gap here now at this point in time. Yeah, Boltune now also has to go for a spearman on the main island. Looks like the king was able to cause enough idle time here for Lash to get a little bit of breathing room now.
And that felt like a lot of breathing room at that, because you can see Boltune only making ships now for Spearman coming in finally. So that army from Lash is now starting to stack up 4 demo ships as well. And with 1 galley to try and shut those down, he is going to struggle. Because we know, 1 demo ship, yes, sure, you can try to snipe that thing. But when there are 4, it's so hard, especially when they're coming from so many different directions. Now, he does get the Springald ships to the front here, trying to get a little bit of damage here on the dock. But another demo ship from Lash could make this quite difficult.
Yeah, just this big mass of demo ships and Boltune. I think he realizes, so he is going to go into additional archer ships now at this point in time. We're also actually seeing a man-at-arms now coming in for Boltune, so might be thinking about a potential transport play afterwards as well. We do have these little shallows here that are all around on the water. Which, you know, Boltune has an advantage there because he's got fishing ships nearby. Meaning the fishing ships actually act as scouts. They can look into the shallow waters. They act the same way as stealth forests do. Meanwhile, Lash, he cannot look into them. But Admiralty is coming in now.
And that is going to make Lash's army do significantly better. But I mean, on his side, I already like his composition a lot better for this. Because it feels like Boltune's composition can get punished so much more. He is investing a few more into some archer ships so that he can deal with those demos on Lash's side. So we'll see if Lash can get that beautiful connection on top of the army. But we do see some movement on the water, and it looks like we are getting some aggression slowly moving out. This king is just raining down havoc. A man-at-arms now joining the fight, though, and the land army has joined the side of the English. Now, Lash could be the one who's distracted.
With Admiralty and Lash, he's going to have a little bit of an edge here now on water, but still needs to be so careful. There's a lot of demo ships, but there's also a lot of archer ships. Lash, he gets the connection in, but only on the archer ships, not being able to do a ton of damage there to them. He's now going to have to be very careful with his kiting. Villagers on gold might need to evacuate here as the man-at-arms does now start to connect there on that side. There is a fishing ship from Lash parked inside the shallows here, so he is at least going to be able to look into that. King has been sniped out. Lash, he's just continually massing more and more of these Springald ships. Really wants to be able to make use of that bonus tile of range that he does have on those ships. And we can see, like, in these fights, Boltune's ships are kind of struggling to find connections, at least the ones in the back. They kind of shimmy back and forth a little bit awkwardly. Yeah, don't explode those, Boltune. No need to waste 4 demo ships there for 1 Springald ships. Isn't going to go for it. It's a lot of demos on the side. Yeah,
I was about to say 7 means that we're going to be getting some Boltune shenanigans here, but look at that man-at-arms. He is making the life hell right now. Villagers idle just a bit. And they're hiding away. Brackety's about to have a little surprise.
Lash doesn't see it. Oh, wait, Lash? Does he realize? He realizes that is so big for him that he saw this big trap here before it sprung in on him.
That's a significant part of Boltune's army as well. Lash not investing in any more demos. He's just going for a straight-up fight, like you said, with the micro. It does make it a little bit different here. But now the men-at-arm went down. That land aggression is gone. And English is in a pretty good spot out of that now because the army on the water is absolutely amazing. And look at that micro from him. Boltune needs to find a way to actually get on top of these ships and take them down. Now even getting the mining upgrade. He's got the resources. He might as well.
Yeah, Boltune losing those demo ships at this point in time as well. We're getting to the point where the resources on the starting islands are starting to dry up a little bit. Lash is going to be the first one now to move out to the next island where there's significantly more resources. That is the main part of the resource. Like the transition over to the other islands is what really can decide games here on Archipelago. And it looks like there's no move out yet as far as I can see from Boltune onto the other islands. Yeah, Lash, I mean, he's got a significant army lead now at the moment out on water, and with the technology advantage through Admiralty as well. This is looking dire now for Boltune, a situation where early on he was looking very, very strong.
Boltune looked like he had control of the water, and in a blink of an eye, Lash's demo connections just sprung him forward as well. The micro on these ships, he's doing an amazing job to show us why he belongs in this tournament as well. And we can see now some of these fishing ships getting picked off. Now it's starting to show quite a bit of a difference here. And you can see Boltune is just retreating non-stop.
It is incredibly difficult here for him to find the correct avenue, to find the correct just angle of approach here to this fight, because right now military mass, he is behind in the overall military mass. And not just that, but also just having that technology deficit behind it all means that it is so difficult for him to win these fights, even if he had more military units out now at this point in time. Boltune also managed to find the way onto the shoreline. Looks like a single archer ship at the moment from him is trying to cause at least a little bit of harassment here. And I mean, this is still a very rough spot, but we are getting the age up in now. Reckless Cathedral is coming in for Boltune, but he needs to bide his time. Lash that also needs to be very careful when sitting next to these docks with his ships, because at any one point in time, a single demo ship just popping out there could ruin his day.
And he's making sure not to let that happen. 2 on the side of Boltune is going to be so hard to actually get a connection here. We do see there's a little patch there in the stealth forest from Lash as well, and that's just showing you exactly where he's sitting in this game. Reckless Cathedral gets selected, but I think accidentally shift-clicked off of it. So
I think it's intentional. I think Boltune knows that right now he doesn't have enough gold.
Oh,
yeah, he sent more villagers over to gold. He shifted villagers around. Needs upgrades.
Nope. Let's see if he's going to have time for these upgrades, because Lash realizes this is the moment for me to collapse on you. And now the demo ship's also getting picked off pretty massive here, which means that there's going to be no turnaround so easily. Boltune now, he stopped microing ships, now finally getting upgrades, but he needs to move, and he needs to move now.
This is going to be insanely tough timing. At least ship upgrades do come in relatively fast at 30 seconds, but 30 seconds may feel like an eternity at this point in time. We do have a demo ship collapse coming in, some good connections coming in. There is no way more back to retreat, no path to go. Boltune losing a significant amount of the Springle ships, and Lash with more than double the numbers collapsing on him here. Boltune, he's about to lose his entire military mass on water, and with that, in a game that looked like it was completely over just 10 minutes ago, Lash able to get the comeback in, and it looks like we might just be going up to game number 5 here.
And Lash forcing Boltune into a game number 5 is such a good showing by Lash here. Absolutely destroying him on water. And Boltune, yes, he's on the other island as well. He's got some resources in the bank, but Lash is going to be aging up soon himself too. Now we do see those red dots surrounding the rest of the ships coming out here. And White Tower being built up with 31 villages just shows you he is ready. Now, this is going to be quite a tough position for Boltune to fight from land, but we have seen this happen before, Crackling. We have seen people sit on land and try to get something to happen, but when you're denied of food and your opponent gets every little bit of the map, it does not feel like a very easy feat.
Yeah, definitely does not, and man, this is This is a really, really rough situation for Lash at the moment. Not for Lash, for Boltune at the moment. He is getting a lot of resources in. Swabia could be the way to play it, right? Like, he has a lot of villagers over on the other islands, so getting the Swabia in there means that at least he's going to be able to just get a ton more economy out on that side, and yeah, it looks like he is macroing towards that. So it's not necessarily completely over, but he's going to need some siege on that island in order to start being able to get any semblance of map control on water in order to expand out there again.
Palace of Swabia being clicked with those 7 vills. It's going to take a while to get that finished, but we have seen crazier things in this game, Crackety. Now, archery range as well. The problem is just Lash is going to be able to follow this up with his own Imperial Age eventually, or he could just decide to go for it right here, right now. Now, that's the crazy thing. He could just make units on land and then bring everything into the army, or into the lack of army there on Boltune's side. We can see 0 military, and that would be probably a pretty easy move to do, and it doesn't feel like Boltune has any units, or he's not going to have the opportunity to move those villages out. This is all going to be dead if Lash decides it's going to be.
Yeah, I'm wondering right now, like, Lash... There's a certain timing where Carrax could certainly, like, be a menace here to Lash, but I think, honestly, like, timing-wise, if we get to that age up, I don't think Lash is going to be too far behind from going for his own age up. We are now also getting extended lines in, so Lash will be able to scale a little bit better now on water as well with the economy.
It does look like Boltune is getting ready to migrate. You can see with all the villages, everything being pulled from that side, he's thinking about this, but Lash is already ahead of it. He is going to cut this island economy situation off and make sure that the villagers are going to be trapped exactly where they are. But Lash, he's cooking, Crackety. And he's cooking something I don't think Boltune has any recipe of beating. There's no military units. There's only a tower firing at him. And this is going to be a bombard tower joining him as well. But now Lash is thinking about building his own buildings on that little island.
It is a very bold outpost there, and we immediately see the siege workshop now getting rushed up for Boltune. Lash, though, not going to be too far away from going for his own potential age-up play now. He is only lacking the food at the moment. We're getting drift nets in as well, so even more efficiency coming in on that water economy. Boltune at the moment, he's running a very lean economy in the food department at the moment, I want to say.
With lean you mean 0, then yes, that is quite a lean
it's
situation.
It's called min-maxing.
He just wants to make sure the Palace of Swabia has enough food to produce for as long as this game is going to go on. So he does have enough for that Palace of Swabia to keep on producing. But now Lash is about to click that age up in the next short while, I would say. That's a lot of fishing eco that needs to drop off, but we'll see what that Berkshire means for Boltune.
Please no Berkshire on Boltune's island. Imagine it just getting sniped immediately by Culverin.
That would be disgusting. Oh no. But with the Culverin there, he does probably get that warning, because now the villagers could just get sniped out one by one.
Yeah, villagers slowly but surely are gonna go down. Boltune now focusing that outpost so that his hand cannon can start doing some damage as well. Hand cannon definitely gonna be able to do a lot more DPS here to these villagers compared to the Culverin. But at the moment, he's just standing there menacingly. The Berkshire is now going up on the main island. Actually, looking all the way over to Boltune's island, almost. I wonder how far that thing can fire.
But probably not onto the other side of the other island that he wanted to reach initially, but he does sacrifice a few villagers for the cause. 3 of them are trying to escape with their life, but he realizes this might have been a little bit optimistic from his side. Now, 2 hand cannoneers against the army of ships. We'll see how that goes. But it does look like he's cornered on his little island. Now, with that Berkshire, though, we'll see if he tries to do a little bit of a land aggression and get the rest of Boltune's base. Because Boltune, We talked about his lean economy he had, but now he has enough wood for some farms, Crackety, and that man, he's going to be farming real nice.
You know, after a cut, that's where the bulk comes in, and now Boltune, he is looking to bulk up. That's a lot of carbs coming in. Yeah, he's going for that strict carb bulk phase at the moment, and yeah, that's a lot of farms coming in now.
Now, the problem is just that is going to be a very susceptible island to harassment pretty soon. That Culverin is just able to be on one island and one island alone, and he is getting some good damage to these ships. I'm actually surprised it's trading so well. My goodness. That Culverin is getting some pretty good value.
Yeah, Culverin's doing bonus damage there to the ships and also firing quickly with a little bit more range. The issue is, Carracks, how much range do they have? A Culverin has 10.5 tiles. Carracks with like a little bit of just going back and forth should be able to pick off the Culverins here as well.
So we'll see if he decides to go for the Carrack as the last piece of this composition, but it doesn't look like Lash has a plan of action yet. Lash is just floating resources. He's thinking about what's next in his day. He's grabbing the sacred sites one by one. And now the question is just, what does he do from here on out? Sacred site, next one ticking. And Boltune getting an... Ooh, increase the household military ships by 20%. That's going to be even harder to kill.
Behind this, I think Lash could also do some land aggression, but we are getting the Carracks in queue now. Boltune, he's still been denied of water for a very, very long time here. And the second the Culverin just moves a little bit back, the ships re-arrive.
Now, getting onto the economy is where this will matter. He does get another villager here, but Boltune's villager mass definitely recovered now. Now, Lash on the other island, he does have a lot of resources. This man is probably pretty happy in that position. Boltune, though, same thing. He just needs to find a way to get onto the water. The thing is, I don't think Lash is going to allow that. More Carracks in queue, and we get a little upgrade for those bad boys as well. It does look like Carrack fight will probably lock him inside his base with nowhere else to go.
Yeah, up to double Culverins now, and we do have that 6-shot cannon attack with plus 70 up against buildings. 10 tiles of range means that the Culverin in theory do outrange them by half a tile though. That is even with that morality.
No, he definitely does need something with a bit more range to actually make this work, and another dock going down. Boltune has a lot of wood here, so he's probably going to be okay when it comes to that farm transition, but it does look like those Carrack numbers are increasing quite a lot now. And now with the Sacred Site victory approaching, he just needs to keep him in his base for the next while. Ooh,
that's beautiful. A nice snipe. Another one.
Now, with all the resources, it feels like Lash has a very good opening here to actually do some real work. But for some reason, it feels like he's focused on this water and the water only, denying that dock, and that's great. You need to deny the dock. But at this point, it does feel like it's a pretty risky thing to only do it this way. Now, he's allowing his opponent to just expand on land and live his best life. Now, Culverin's standing on all the sides, trying to ensure that he gets a little bit of control back on the ocean. We see a lot of resources here for Boltune as well. So he's definitely going to be able to get some ships out and start to do some crazy things there on water the moment the docks are allowed.
Boltune finally able to get some semblance of presence on water. First of all, is going to start grabbing some of the upgrades because he hasn't really been able to grab any upgrades so far in this game, and there's a lot of catching up to do on water. Lash, though, he's already pumping out more and more Carracks now, already up to 9 at this point in time.
11 soon to be there, and it's going to be max pop with just Carracks. We'll see what those Friggle ships do, but now this looks like an army he's getting together for a very big final fight. The thing is, he's allowed Boltune to just sit back and get the upgrades he needs and go from there. And he probably feels pretty confident in this eventually. The thing is, he can do it from both sides. Now, those Carracks are coming between the two islands to shut down any shenanigans that might happen. The problem is just now the top side is going to be open for retaking, because he knows there's a significant portion of your army trying to shut down these docks.
I mean, I think there's one way for Boltune to win this game, potentially. He's got 2 relics, he's HRA, he can put them inside of the docks for 10% increased attack speed. That would be his one way of being able to win out against these Carracks that Lash has in terms of quality, because Carracks still have 1 more tiles of range compared to his Carracks.
So he should be able to do something with it. That could be quite disgusting. I just don't know if Lash is going to give him the time for this. Keep in mind, there's still 7.5 minutes left on that Sacred Side time, and that timing is still there for him. But now, Boltune on the bottom side, he's making more docks. He's just constantly trying to make more docks. And Lash, he sees this type of presence on the land too. So he's probably going to try and finish this off. Gunpowder units now getting their upgrades too. And now the ships getting picked off one by one. Culverins are going to be a little bit susceptible because they are quite far forward. And the Carracks are going to use this being a little bit faster. They're going to be able to attack these. Let's see. If they do pick them up in time,
they do. A lot of damage coming out. Some Carracks getting low, but honestly, Lash, he's got so many in queue, he probably doesn't really mind losing some out here just to be able to keep the Culverin mass low. And yeah, Boltune, he's just trapped on his island. It is so difficult for him to get out here.
It does feel like he's forced to push out against these, and the problem is the moment he does, they just get picked off again and again. Now, he does get some upgrade in here, but 2 of those remain, and that is not going to be enough. And every single time a ship pops out, it's going to go right back down. Now, he does pick off 1 or 2, but just like Lash, he's got access to wood, so both of them can remake pretty easily, and Lash is the one on 200 supply, so he's probably the one who feels pretty happy about this.
Yeah, and behind this, we still have that Sacred Side timer ticking here, and it's just so difficult at the moment. The one and only way that I could see here for Boltune to somehow win this potentially is with a landmark snipe attempt, mainly because all landmarks from Lash are all on the same island, the starting island. The issue is just how do you get across there? How do you get across? Because there's also a Berkshire right there. You need to somehow make your way through the middle, I want to say, but it feels nearly impossible. He's trying though.
Yeah, Boltune is doing his everything to try and get this up. You can see with that demo ship, he's going to try to snipe the villager. He does get one of them. Disgusting. Come on, Lash. Don't kill people like that in public. But now, that's going to mean some ships are going to be popping out from that side. And the ships that he has there are not going to be able to take on these Carrack type of ships that do pop out. We do see here as well, he does have the ability to pick this one up too. So it does... Oh, never mind. The boys have arrived. Look at that beautiful English flag on the sails. They are here to make a statement.
Some Age of Empires 3 vibes coming up with all of these ships right now. So many Carracks in queue for Boltune as well, but you just cannot get them out onto the field. By the time that they arrive, they're just getting one-shot by the armada of Lash waiting out there on the waters.
And Lash is doing a good job at keeping him in one side. And like you said, with the landmark snipe, it's a possibility, but that's probably why Lash put his Berkshire there. It felt like a little bit of a weird position, but it's just secured him that island, so it doesn't become a problem. Now we'll see, the Berkshire, does it outrange the Carracks?
It does. It does definitely outrange the Carracks. So the main way I want to say, like, Boltune could go about this is Lash at the moment, he doesn't have any land presence, but yeah, Boltune knows that there is no way at this point in time for him to come back on water. Yeah, it is a rough one, because in theory, Boltune, he was dead, I want to say, like, 13 minutes into the game. It felt for a good while, like 7 minutes in, that he won it, but Lash able to just hunker down, get that little bit of breathing room, and as soon as he was able to just stabilize for a little bit, he was able to get the upgrade in and mass up enough military, take better fights, and from there on out, it just was not possible for Boltune to hold on to water.
It feels like Boltune had this little bit of an opening where he possibly could have ended Lash, but instead of doing so, he just stopped producing ships for a little while. And that might just be because the king got a little bit overwhelming on land. So Lash definitely deserved this W by just ensuring Boltune is overwhelmed. And that just shows us exactly how easy it is to distract your opponent, to get those juicy little demo shots off that you need to actually secure the game.
Yeah, water, and in general, just like once you attack both on water and land at the same time, your attention just becomes incredibly split there on those sides. And it's one of those reasons why the Spanish bros, or just in general, players with incredible multitasking abilities, they just perform absolutely insanely well on these water and hybrid maps.
Now, this is a pretty big match for both of these players that will follow. And, you know, this is something that Boltune, he's coming back from a little bit of a dry spell. But Lash, this is probably, I think, his first time in the top 16 in a very long time. Has he ever made it to the top 16 in an EGC event? He has? Okay.
Yeah, he has. He has. I think peak Lash was when he practiced a lot with Lucifron and Vortex. I think then he was truly on top of his game. In between, yeah, there was a little bit of a period where he didn't perform quite as well in these tournaments. But at the moment, like, this one is a very, very strong run here for him. And now up in a match point up against Boltune means that he still is in it. There is a chance for Lash to qualify for the EGC Masters Summer event. And you say Boltune took a little bit of a break. I don't want to say really a break because Boltune, he likes fake eating. He likes fake sleeping. And I think he also likes fake breaking in this term. Because, like, sure, he doesn't play, like, many 1v1s, but he never played many 1v1s. He's mostly a team game player, and he is very active there, even at the moment.
Yeah, so competitive break then, and team game enjoyer. Okay, I see the difference here. But Crackety, this is an Ottoman versus Japan game, and we've been seeing some pretty crazy stuff from Ottomans recently. Ottomans has gone head-to-head with some pretty OP civilizations, as they would be regarded, and come out ahead. It hasn't been a priority pick, especially in these best of threes, but in a long series like this, Ottoman, they do have some things up their sleeves, although Japan, what more is there to say? On a map like Gorge, Japan just feels like they have a lot of answers to a lot of things that Ottomans is really good at. So definitely having that mobility that you struggle with. So yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit worried here for Lash in this last matchup.
Yeah, for Lash? I think it's the other way.
Ooh, tell me more, like Raggedy. Tell me more.
I mean, look at that. We already have it in chat. Like, people are like, Ottomans, auto-win. And honestly, like, Ottomans, they are incredibly strong in this matchup in particular. And I think Boltune, he needs to go for a little bit of an unorthodox strategy with the Japanese here in this one in order to have a chance. I don't think you can just go for like a fast castle age or anything like that. I think you really gotta maybe play more into the Yumi archers, Yumi spears, into maybe samurai, something like that. Maybe let's like some little bit of dark age aggression, something along those lines. And yeah, it is honestly still a tough matchup for Japan at the end of the day. It really is like one of those situations where Ottomans, they counter out the Honorable Geisha. They're pretty good up against, they got the best horseman in the game, so they're also really good against the Yumi archers. Cavalry is off the table. They get a lot of springles, very good against infantry clumps. There's just not really a lot going here in this one for the Japanese. But Boltune, he consciously picked Japan over Byzantines here. There was the option of Mongols for Lash, but I think Boltune, he looked at it and maybe he's got something cooking up here for us with the Japanese in this one.
That's what I was going to get at as well. The fact that he felt that this is the final pick when you have Byzantines available tells me that he's cooked something. And being a team game player, we know they do play a little bit different from our usual 1v1s. So maybe he does have something in his pocket he's about to whip out and just show everyone and surprise all of us at the same time. So, guys, we'll see if the Swedish chat has enough to take down the German. But like you said, the late game, it definitely favors Ottoman, or even mid to late game. He's definitely got the answers to what Japan is good at. But early game, Japan, they can do some crazy things. But I can see it looks like all the pro players or the semi-pro players in chat have also decided that this is auto win. So Lash better not disappoint. Otherwise, guys, I'm going to tell you I was right. And you know a woman loves saying that they're right. Don't cancel me.
Oh, man. Honestly, I think this is a very favorable matchup for Ottomans here in this one. But at the same time, I think Boltune knows what he's about to head into. And I think, I know that Boltune has very strong opinions on how certain matchups should be played. And I think this is one of them, where I think he knows, okay, I've got a very small but an achievable win condition that I can go for. I think it has to evolve around like a feudal age play. Mass, Yumi, Archer, and Spearman, I think that is probably something that we're going to be seeing here in this one from Boltune, I want to say. I'm not sure what Lash's game plan is going to be. Could be a fast castle age, could be some Dark Age Spearman, lure in some deer, and maybe stick around in feudal age for a little bit, just because like you can stick around in feudal age up against the civilization that doesn't have early night. So getting like a good amount of Sipahi in, raiding, that kind of stuff, definitely on the table for Ottomans. I think you got to be a little bit careful when it comes to like fast castling as Ottomans at the moment in the current meta up against Japan, just because of the way that Yumi Archer scaling has become really dangerous, with just how many you can get out there in time with the added buff to their cost.
Yeah, and I think a Secret Beef in chat here says something that is resonating in my mind as well. Japan's earliest win condition is Ottoman's biggest weakness. Yes. So if Boltune does give Lash breathing time, he's gonna have a hard time. So I would love to see a little bit of that Spearman early play. Like you said, deer luring could definitely benefit to him just actually keeping that feudal aggression going. And that could definitely be the win condition here if he can starve the Ottoman. The thing is, Ottoman does have an answer to that. But guys, we are going to go in. So get yourselves ready. It's the final one.
Match point in the game number 5. Whoever wins this game is going to qualify for the EGC Masters Summer Tournament. Boltune and Lash, they are fighting teeth and nail for this one. Both players opening us up here with some Dark Age barracks in this matchup. Ottomans up against Japanese here on EGC Gorge. We're most likely going to be getting some deer luring in. Could also be seeing some deer denial. Wouldn't be too opposed to seeing these players maybe just sending one Spearman across the map just to, you know, boink every single one of those deer on the head and just deny that deer luring in the first place.
Yeah, this feels a little bit iffy because we never know what is going to come out of that barracks. Is it going to be an aggressive one? Is it going to be a deer one? But like you said, both of them want the deer, right? Boltune, he needs the deer to keep this feudal aggression going. Lash, on the other hand, he wants the deer so that he can get to castle and, survive and let the Ottoman do the talking. So we'll see that first Spearman, though. Oh, from both sides, they are going to the opposite sides of the map to ensure that the deer does get denied. So both of these players have the same thought in mind. We do see that one of the Spearmen also going upwards, meaning that they are not too sure where those deer are going to be. But luckily, Lash did scout the first deer packs for himself.
Yeah, both players didn't scout their own deer packs, but have scouted the deer pack of the opponent. So that's going to be the primary target that they're going to go for. And immediately we do see Boltune Spearman now going for a gentle massage on every single one of those deer just to put them to sleep.
And that is the most gentle massage I've seen. Look at them skinning instantly. That is actually, that's really aggressive. Oh my goodness. Getting a deer down on the ground, skins off instantly. And now we see a wolf versus spear. Who will reign supreme? But definitely not the deer.
Look at how relaxed those deer are. Just like, I've never seen a being so relaxed that they just fall out of their skin immediately. That is some next level, man. These spearmen, ooh, sign me up. Great masseuse parlor here.
I was actually sitting here today thinking to myself, man, I need a massage. But now that you mention it, maybe I just need a little spearman to the back and see how that goes. So, when you go to Turkey, for those of you who haven't been, they do have the best hammams and massages in there. Maybe this is where the Ottomans comes from. These spearmen, they are all just experts in the field. And now the experts are moving across to the other side of the map, and they are going to be able to do anything they like. Maybe harass a little bit of the gold. Maybe just do a little bit more deer denial. But no, never mind. They want to go home. They've done enough massaging for today.
I've done my duty. Let me return. Yeah, Spearmen are gonna go home now. Lash looks like he's gonna be the first one to be able to age up now, even though he invested into more Spearmen behind all of this. But the age up timing isn't gonna be too far apart here. Looks like he even tries to take down these sheep, as his scout is not as close as Boltune's scout, so he knows, okay, I'm not gonna get them. Well, neither are you.
Now, it does look like Boltune is... I don't know. Wait. Give me that villager split. I need the villager split. I need to see what's cooking right after feudal here, because we do have enough resources now from Boltune. Let's see if he keeps those 4 boys on gold, because if he does, I'm foreseeing tragic situations coming forward. Guys, we still have 10 on food. We have 4 on gold. Oh, never mind. He does reroute some onto the wood, but... it does feel like 4 on gold is a little bit of a statement.
Could be 4 quick upgrades, potentially. Mm-hmm. It is scary. It is scary. You don't want to see Boltune now going for a fast castle age. But we talked about it, right? Like, Boltune, he is a team game player at heart. So, could be that maybe he's thinking to himself, if I just make enough mounted samurai to kill all the Janissaries, I'll be in a good spot.
Exactly. I always say, if you don't counter a knight with archers, but you do counter a knight with 60 archers. So, with that logic, yes, with the amount of mounted samurais you could potentially put on there, eventually you will counter them, yes.
I like to refer to that as the saltwater strategy. You find yourself out on a ship in the middle of the ocean, just surrounded by water, salt water, and you're thirsty. You're dying. Now, most people would say, don't drink salt water. It's just going to dehydrate you even more. I say you just haven't drank enough salt water yet. You just got to push past the limit. Push where the water overtakes the salt. And that way, it's the same concept. Knights counter archers. Just make more archers until you're able to overpower the salt.
And guys, Crackety is actually a resident expert on salts, as we have seen on his personal stream. We do have some pretty epic voice clips from there, so take his word for it. He knows what he's talking about. No, Crackety, he is going fast castle. And I really apologize for the salty dig I made at you there, but this is going to be a fast castle Japan, and I think you're not ready for this, so please strap yourself in. Twitch chat, are you ready? We are going to go into a fast castle, and... Lash isn't going for fast castle himself, though.
He might still opt for it, but at least he wants to get a little bit of brushing in. And yeah, I'm just going to follow Twitch chat's advice here. And I'm just going to, quick disclaimer, for legal reasons, this is a joke. That was a joke.
The salty part about Crackety was not a joke. Crackety is a very big expert on salt, though. So,
I've never molded once in my life. How dare you?
My stream deck with your voice clips say otherwise, actually, and I think a lot of our stream
AI
decks...
voice clips.
Now, I do like the fact that Boltune is going to be castle and Lash is not for Boltune in this case, because sure, Lash does better the moment he is castle. He's going to get the things that he needs to deny. But the problem is, okay, no, never mind. Lash has decided he's going for castle himself as well. We can see now the resources floating in that direction, just like the gate will be floating into castle as well. We're going to be seeing Lash do the same. The thing is just, I don't know if Boltune is going to get the damage he needs to actually make this work. That scout? Oh my gosh, I'm glad he's not wearing any pants, because it would be soaked right now.
And we are getting the floating gate in now from Boltune. Lash, he still needs roughly a minute to be able to go for his own H-up. He did invest into just about a single Sapar. He now wants to at least do a little bit of damage, but Boltune, he was cautious. Double outpost on his gold. This man is feeling safer than safer than a turtle in its shell.
Oh, that scout is not feeling safe whatsoever. Poor guy. He thought he made it out alive, but the wolf, he had some other plans. My goodness. Oh, the other scout just living his best life. See, now Lash knows the importance of a scout. Guys, we saw this in a few of the previous sessions. We had scoutless games. The scoutless game does not work. You cannot feel the vibes of your opponent and try to understand what's happening next. Well, floating gates, I mean, they are going to spill a lot of danger. What production building do we have? We have a stable incoming, ladies and gentlemen. Right on schedule, Mounted Samurais will be joining us on this field.
Yeah, Lash, though, he does still have 4 Spearmen out, so Boltune isn't going to immediately be able to find great value there. And the Mehmet Imperial Armory is now also going to be coming in for Lash. We do have the archer range prepped, so he should have enough time to be able to get some Janissaries out there.
And the problem is, once those Jannies are out there, it's going to be so tough to actually just do any damage. Boltune is about to get surprised by a wall. He's going to find a lot of danger in diving under that TC, especially with the units that Lash has on the back burner. We do see now a Mechter joining the fight as well, but that first horse is going to be a little bit dangerous to handle.
Behind this, Lash, he's just waiting with that Sapahi out there on the next berry patch. He's like, okay, I'm waiting. Eventually, Boltune will need food. These villagers gotta eat, and I'll be ready. Now, Lash, with the wall off, there is the Uma Beneman approaching. Boltune idling that one out, and there we go. Charge comes in. 2-tap, village down.
Look at that. Bodies next to the walls. This is already looking a little bit dangerous. Now the villagers do, and that is the nice little situation that that Boltune will be able to capitalize on. When you have your landmark next to the berries, they sometimes bug, and they do pop out to the outside berries. We do see a little bit of a dive that happened under there, and 3 villagers total dead. Looking pretty good for Boltune for now. Let's see if he gets another charge, or if some of these villagers extending their welcome. But now, the horses are the ones getting poked back.
Yeah, looks like Boltune has managed to find a good amount of villager kills so far, though. Already 3 villagers have gone down in this game for Lash. We are seeing the Janissary count starting to climb up a little bit, though.
And it's going to get harder and harder as those numbers increase if he doesn't do significant damage from here. Now, we do need to see what the next play is going to be here from Boltune. Now, Shinto Shrine coming on in, and he's going to need to start getting some of those relics into a safe little gold-generating building, dropping off the first one, bloop, straight to the gold factory. But now the horses still are looking for some victims, and there is one standing right... Oh, never mind.
He just closed the wall. He's still going to go down.
Okay, he definitely fought hard. But now, these samurais, there's enough of them. They could actually just get on top of these spearmen and take them. Never mind. They do not want to be risking any HP going around there.
Yeah, could have potentially taken them down, but decides not to. Lash now also trying to go for some relics here. Does have a close one that he could opt to go for, and we're actually seeing a little switch up here. Could be that potentially we will be getting a little play there onto some Onabugashas there. But now, this time around, looks like Boltune, he's had enough, and he's going to be taking down those spearmen. 5 villagers so far have been taken down. Can we take a quick look at the Vizier points at the moment Lash has in? I'm not sure if he,
Yes.
It's blue
yes,
at the moment, so are there still some available?
Crackety, yes, but he got the Vizier point for the crossbows. That's why I keep saying yes. Click it.
Oh, he does. Interesting. So bonus damage on his TC up against armored units, also just doing a little bit more damage there in general. Decreasing the cost on defensive buildings as well. It is a nice upgrade, we just rarely see it, because typically players... there are other Vizier points that can just be more important in these games.
It does feel like this one definitely has shown its value. Oh, the villager going down here now. And a relic getting denied. Pretty big here. Now, Spahis, they are annoying, but they do die pretty quickly when the spearmen are in position. But that TC, that Vizier point, is just ensuring that he gets the time he needs to do things that Ottoman likes to do. You know, sit back and let the free siege do the talking. So now these villagers onto the berry patch, they are a little bit oversaturated there. The boys need to be thinking about them sheeps instead. But now Boltune has not really found the significant damage he needs just yet. And it feels like Lash, he's getting the numbers he needs to make this the Ottoman favored game.
It's still a little bit difficult at this point in time, I want to say. Like, Lash doesn't have like great Janissary numbers now at this point in time. Boltune, he's starting to mass on Abagashas. And Lash's frontline, it's kind of lacking at the moment. He did go for one Mangonel, but Boltune wasn't even making any range units. Typically, when I play this matchup, if my opponent's not making range units, I just skip the initial Mangonel and just immediately go for Sprinkles. We're also seeing a second TC now coming in for Boltune. He already killed 5 villagers, so this is just going to get him even further and also finding that Imam out on the field.
That's a pretty big pick-off because that Imam is desperately clawing after that relic in the top corner that will be taken by Boltune pretty soon. Now, with these walls, he respects the mobility of Boltune's army. He realizes, hey, if I give him a little bit of an opening, he's going to keep doing damage. You can see how active Boltune is being on this map, and I need to keep my units together and keep them safe. Now, we have to think about what gold is next year. And Lash has that big gold all the way on the top side, and on the bottom side, he does have another one too. But this feels a little bit risky now, because he doesn't have that prowess on the map just yet. Now, the Spahis will be able to shut this one down, and Boltune does not get it for free today.
It will not. I mean, Lash, the Janissary count is starting to climb up nicely. We're also getting the first Sprinkles in now. An issue of concern, though, is point of concern is that we don't have any military schools at this point in time. First economy upgrades are only just now coming in. Boltune, he's already fully economy upgraded when it comes to the food on the berries. Does have our broad and more villagers about to go down here on Lash's side.
And that's a massive pickup. A few of those villages were rerouted earlier, and now the problem is they were rerouted, and a lot of those berries are just replenished, and he is not capitalizing on every bit of food that he needs to keep producing. And with those military schools, that is also a huge part of why Ottomans does outscale a lot better. But now, like you said, he lacks those, so it becomes a lot more difficult to actually match the army of Japan. Yes, now he's getting some Sprinkles, and they do pretty well against that huge melee mass, but I don't think 37 Bugattis against 2 Sprinkles is what you want in this type of matchup.
We're also getting some men-at-arms in, so I think Lash has a little bit of a semblance of what is going on here. Maybe he did see the massive amount of stable barracks inside of Boltune's base. Also trying to go for a little snipe now with the spy. Is gonna get the confirmation in on the Abagasha. And just gonna be able to keep a little bit of the army here from Boltune back inside of his base.
And slowing him down is what he needs right now. He needs time to get those military schools up. He needs time to actually get the tempo up. Because now I look at that wall and I realize, oh my goodness, the villagers can't even get to the stone. They're stuck. They're as stuck as you get, and now the Bugatti's just slicing right through those Sabahis. Boltune out on the gold, and he's just having a field day, getting all the gold he needs. Lash has completely run out of gold, and it feels like he is just stuck in his base, waiting for the next raid to fall down upon him.
Yeah, walls at least somewhat completed here, but what good are palisade walls up against 47 on Abagashas that now split into separate groups just to tear your army apart? You have to react to so many different sides now, and honestly, this is where it just becomes pretty much impossible with the immobile army composition that Lash has had to go for now in order to go up against this. It would be at least a little bit different if Lash had military schools at this point in time, but without any military schools, the scaling, it's just so far in favor of Boltune now.
You can see him desperately trying to get a little bit of stone here. Just between that little wall opening, villagers now trying to get the wall together, keep himself together because the next push is coming. We see Bugattis from the top, Bugattis from the bottom. Boltune, he's coming in style. and he wants to make sure that he does some good damage. Now, that's a big blob at the top, and that's going to mean a lot more military schools that do not get created.
Anabagesha, with their bonus range as well, gonna be able to take on these villagers trying to repair the palisade wall. Do have some Janissaries being pulled over there, but at the moment Lash, he is in trouble. He is just not able to direct all these sides. Beautiful shot there, though, from the Springles. Just showing us how they can counter out these Anabagesha very effectively if clumped up.
The problem is those are not all clumped up, and then when the attack lands on the top, these guys at the bottom will just go right under TC and do some good damage. Now, the emplacement on the TC is definitely going to make this a lot harder, but the villagers, there's still a lot more of them than there is space inside that TC. We can now see him getting inside, and with the amount of units now, it does feel a little bit risky. Now, Sabahi tries to get a little bit of damage. Janissary is also there at the front now, but the Bugattis are coming in from every side, and the army is completely out of position.
Yeah, Lash, he just doesn't know exactly where to move out now at the moment, and he's not on gold at all at the moment. So right now, all that he can make really is Zipai, but Boltune, he's going for Imperial Age behind this. Just so much damage down here with the army. He didn't need to invest any more at this point in time. Lash is inching forward, but it feels so difficult with the Castle of the Crow as well. Castle Landmark coming in. That is going to be incredibly difficult to take down now in this position. Look at the farming economy as well from Boltune. He is set up.
The problem is now with Lash moving out, he is leaving the siege behind, thinking, oh, your army is there. But now those Bugattis can instantly get on top of the siege if needed, and they can actually take them down pretty quickly. So he needs to be careful to not move out this far from his army. But no, he's leaving these boys alone. And it looks like a flank could upset this immensely, but he does get the Castle of the Crow cancelled and pushed into a different position. With 48 now, it will go up though.
Yeah, very, very quickly. Age up does complete. And now Lash, I mean, he's already 30 villagers behind. 9 villagers have been killed, and the second TC has fully paid off at this point in time. Imperial Age upgrades coming in immediately, and now Lash sees the Castle Age landmark. Where is he going to go for now? His army's completely out of position as Boltune is knocking on his storefront.
Now, that is a very immobile, very, very slow army. These guys are barely inching one direction or the other. A lot of Janissaries went down between this as well. Springalds don't do that well against these little buildings. And now the army is coming back, and they had two choices. They could either go right forward, or they could go back and clean up everything. And this is everything Lash has right now. So Lash, he knows. And this is why he's so deep in. He knows he needs to find some damage. There's just no damage to find.
Yeah, the Anabagesha mass just keeps on climbing now with elite upgrades in as well, with the last blacksmith upgrades as well. They're just gonna do so much damage here, and Boltune, he's actually gonna go back towards his base because he knows he could end Lash inside of his base now, but he could also first clean up the army and then end him in space.
This is such a tough spot. Lash knows that this is it. He tries to focus down the stable that has the Yoshiro in, but the Springalds are next on the block, and they don't even get an opportunity to attack. They do a lot of damage, though. But most of them will go down, and back at Lash's base, he's making Sapahis and hoping for a miracle.
That the entire army from Lash now gone does still have a couple of Sapahi, but Sapai at this point in time, probably just not enough. We still don't have any military schools on Lash side at the moment, so no way of scaling back into this one at all at this point in time. A lot of wood in the bank, could go for some farms here potentially, as we do see those actually getting dropped in the back of his base. And Ottoman Imperial Age, if that is reached with military schools, is very, very dangerous still. It just doesn't really look like it's on the menu at all here at the moment, I say. It does manage to find some villagers that were gathering the stone there, but they have tier 3 wheelbarrow upgrade from Japan, so they are moving especially fast now, able to get out of there very quickly as well.
And Lash just feels like he is so limited in his resources as well. Oh, this is disgusting. Crackety guy, they're just being surrounded. What's going to happen is now they're just going to break right through the wall, get the rest of the villagers. They can even burn down the TC if they felt like it. They can do anything they want. They're right on top, guys. These Bugattis, they're speeding right through into the EGC main event, where Boltune will be facing all the rest of the Chads. They're already dead, Crackety. Oh my god.
Yeah, nothing left inside of the base of Lash that can really get him back inside of this game. We do have the outpost with the special crossbow emplacement, but it is just not enough. GG comes in, and Boltune is going to be able to qualify for the EGC Masters Summer event.
That did not feel like an Ottoman game at all. It felt like a civilization that just made units lost the push, and then they were just on the back foot, unfortunately. And I think that speaks to that early gameplay where they try to get a little bit ahead, but just Boltune transitioning out of it a little bit better, getting those early pickups on the villagers, ensuring that he broke through the walls and do some real damage to the eco. We can see now that military value lead was slight for Lash, and then just skyrocketed onto the side of Boltune.
Yeah, with the economy count just scaling up there in the end, it was a little bit unfortunate there. Lash just not finding that window of opportunity to go for his own military schools, for his own scaling window there, and Boltune just fully utilizing the more mobile army composition that he had access to with the mass-mounted samurai, or rather the big mass of Anabagesha, ultimately was able to just put Lash in a position where he just wasn't able to react on all of these different sides in time, meaning that we do now know who our players are that are going to be partaking in the EGC Masters Summer Tournament. So, looking at our players that have qualified today, we've got Demu qualifying up against Sass 3-0, Boltune qualifying up against Lash 3-2, and MSN beating Cat 3-1 there.
That is amazing. I'm so glad to see Emerson making it through to the main event as well. I think this is also going to be his first time making it all the way up here. I know he's been climbing in the Silver League, so definitely happy to see that happening. Kiljardi commandingly going through to the main event. Numedan also 3-0ing his way through, and Voldemar fighting off heavily against Core, but he made it, and he is definitely someone to watch. He has made it into the top 16 the previous round as well, so this must feel pretty damn good.
Yeah, so these players are going to be joining our players that have already qualified, as we do have from our previous EGC Masters event, of course, Annotant, Beastie, Louis MT, and Marine Lord, who have already qualified. And then yesterday, we did have Papipaw, B, CSO, Lucifron, Vortex, and Wham qualify. So that is going to be our entire roster for the EGC Masters Summer Tournament, as we will now have everybody qualified that has managed to get this far now. So yeah, entire roster is up there now. Well, I gotta say, it's been a pleasure casting with you here today, and yeah, plenty of games to come as we are gonna be further embracing the EGC Masters Summer in the coming weekends.
It has been an absolute blast, and it's nice to have you here as well. It's a little bit of a different vibe when I'm not pressing the buttons and looking at 6 screens the whole time. I really appreciate it, Crackety. You always guide me the best. And guys, thank you for putting up the best damn show we could have asked for. Honestly, it was fantastic. And we've been seeing a lot of sneaky plays coming out of some people, and we're making guides. Don't worry, I'm going to be releasing that, MSN guide on whatever I go and spectate tomorrow. See? You're making sure that we keep the game alive and keep it spicy so that people can keep molding on Reddit as well.
It's all Drungo builds in the end. But fellas, thank you guys so much for being here and watching us casting live on EGC. I hope you guys enjoyed these qualifiers, and there are still plenty of games to come in the oncoming weekends. This is just the beginning of the EGC Masters Summer. Never forget, we also have more tournaments coming on after that, because all of these EGC Masters events, they're all going to be leading up to the EGC Masters Finals. So players definitely want to be able to score as highly as they can in these tournaments, because that will impact their seeding in that final EGC Masters tournament that is going to be coming very soon after this one as well. But we've only just gotten started. So right now, we are going to be taking a little break until next weekend. We are going to be sending you guys over to your Desla in the meantime. Thank you guys once again so much for watching, and we'll see all of you in the next one. Have a good one.